sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
Hard to believe, but 5 years after our last ECN cricket in Finland, we are back. And this Kerava National Cricket Ground, it is pretty as a picture. Some big action coming your way this week as well, with 7 days of action, 5 of the men's, 2 of the women's. About 10 teams here in this European Cricket Series men's to fight it out for the big trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo, welcome back. This is the European Cricket Series Finland 2025, and it starts right now. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hyvää huomenta. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's a huge week actually, as we are back on Finnish soil for the first time on the European Cricket Network since all the way back in 2020. So we have 7 days of action coming your way, 10 teams fighting it out, 2 groups of 5 in this men's European Cricket Series that will culminate on Friday with finals. And of course, we also have our first ever ECSW in Finland. So we've got so much to look forward to. Starting, of course, with 5 matches today, and it's going to be the BTCC Dark Knights to take on the SKK Rapids in match 1 of this European Cricket Series. Stefan Gooch has the coin in his hand and the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Is that right? Rapids to call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It is heads.
We will bowl fast.
Bowling?
Yes.
Good luck. All the best. Have a good game.
Thank you.
BTCC have won the toss. They're bowling.
BTCC Dark Knights win the toss and elect to bowl, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them. Of course, they'll hope that they have the spirit of the Tigers of Prague, with the Prague Tigers winning the European Cricket Series yesterday. BTCC, they do come out of the Bengal Tigers organisation, but the Dark Knights, I'm sure they're here to make their mark on the tournament. I do remember that they're a kind of team that I saw in 2020 that can kind of win from anywhere. They've got that belief, they've got that kind of almost crazy streak that they can turn a game. So really looking forward to seeing them. They've decided to bowl. I think it makes sense. I think you know what you're chasing, I suppose, in the second half, and a little bit of an unknown, I suppose, with T10 cricket returning in the ECN format, at least for the first time since 2020. For the SKK Rapids, I do remember they were runners-up in the European Cricket Series we had here back in August 2020, but that was only a 2-day series. It's a long time ago now. Lots happened since then, but I know that they're a team that have a lot of players, I think, keen to make their mark on the big stage here, and they'll certainly want to get off to a good start. Probably not a bad toss to lose as well. I think you can go out there, your batters probably dealing with a fielding side out there that probably aren't too keen to take catches because it is a little bit chilly, and if you hit the ball hard, I think generally early in the day you do get away with it. Let's talk about this field. I've got to tell you, it's my first time here in person, though I've seen it a lot on TV, but it's a beautiful cricket field. I've got to say, I love the white picket fence all the way around. The actual turf is beautiful. I know they've had a lot of high-level tournaments here before. World Cup qualifiers have been here before, and it hasn't let me down. Looks like we won't get too many Tortugas today, I think. Although it's slightly greasy, I think, first up in the morning. I think it'll kind of settle in, and it'll be beautiful, I think, for the fielders to deal with, but also for the batters. I think it'll probably travel quite quickly to the boundary if you hit it well. Let's talk weather, and it is summer. We'll say that up here it maybe doesn't get quite as hot as we've seen in Prague over the last few days, but we're expecting 16 degrees, currently around about 14. Hopefully the rain stays away. There's a slight chance of a shower, but I don't want any interruptions because I'm very, very keen to be here and to see Finnish cricket close up on Finnish soil. Another man with a genuine association to this country is joining me in the commentary box this week, and it's a warm welcome back to Andrew Ryan. Well, Ryan, I know you're very excited to be here. I'm excited to be here. I'm sure the players and everyone associated is excited to get going. Let's get ready for the start of match number 1. The SKK Rapids sent in by BTCC Dark Knights is over to you. Let's get ready for another European Cricket Series.
forward, but at the crease now, big swing, catching opportunity, fielder coming in from mid-wicket, and this time he does take the catch. It's well taken by Maludan Al-Balal, and that's the second wicket down. And a much-needed one for the SKK Rapids. Sorry, for the Bengal Tigers. SKK Rapids now 37 for 2. One ball left in the third over. And the other big news is that we can welcome Vinny
The Grizzly era, where the ball seems to fly a bit further.
Use a golfing analogy. Anyway, that's one thing that as soon as I saw the stumps that get banged into the ground, I thought, you know, the umpires are going to have a busy week reconstructing the furniture. Anyway, SKK, the runners up actually. We had a 2-day European Cricket Series here in August 2020. It's the last ECN cricket we had here. He's barely out.
short ball, throws the hands at it from offside, and that will fly a long, long way down to the actual exterior boundary here, but it's a Maximo for European cricket, and SKK Rapids chugging along nicely here, 49 for 2.
Yeah, so, yeah, hello to all of our Finnish viewers. I'm just going to check if people can hear us again. I'm a bit worried. Apparently it's good now. Maybe the comments haven't quite caught up, but tell us if you can hear us. Of course, Corey's getting the blame, as he generally does when something doesn't work. But it's 41 or 14. He doesn't care. He's off to a flyer.
Oh, it's in the slot. Nicely whipped to the mid-wicket boundary and over for a Maximo. Running's flying thick and fast now.
Remember this pitch being pretty flat. There's not too many gremlins in it. I think that's what you're seeing so far. You can see just kind of picks it up off a length, backs himself, and willed that one over the leg side. And Faris Abbas, I mean, he's another guy that we know pretty well on the network, closing in on half century.
It's a pretty decent ball from Carnes, driven out to man a wide cover.
Yeah, Faris Abbas, I remember he scored 96 not out, and he was playing for Talon Stallions in the ECL. And that was the innings where the Golden Butt, his opening partner, Ghulam Abbas Butt, scored a century. And he finished on 96 not out. Missing just, even though he's noticed one thing, that this camera angle, because of an obstruction, it's not right behind middle stump, but pretty good. Anyway,
Still pretty
have to account for it a little bit. No, but Faraz, he was on 96, and it looked like it would be the first time we ever had 2 centurions in the same innings. Since then, it's happened a couple of times. But I think he had 3 dot balls to finish. He was on 96. And I think they even turned down a run to make sure he could get his century, and he couldn't. And because of that, I know that Corey thought that the ECL partnership of 222 would never go down. They finished on 221 without loss. Anyway, that's the end of the 4th over right here. It's 57 for 2 after 4. And that is one thing. I was in Estonia pretty recently. It was only about, I'm going to say, a month ago I was in Estonia. And there's quite a bit of crossover because geographically they're very close. Tallinn and Helsinki. So, yeah, you see quite a few of the players you saw in Estonia playing here and vice versa.
Certainly will. And plenty of international cricket that happens between Estonia and Finland as well. Actually, there's a tri-series coming up in only a few weeks, Vinny, where the Estonian ladies are coming out here to play the Finnish ladies. And actually our Swiss women's team is joining them for a tri-series.
Yeah, I know that they're all very excited about it as well. And it's a beautiful cricket ground, I've got to say. I've only seen it on TV. So back in 2020, I was kind of locked away in I suppose, the early version of the ECN mission control, or the studio, if you like. But, yeah, it's really nice to be here. Ground's pretty as a picture. Right now, it's Mahbubur Rahman to bowl.
A little bit of left arm orthodox. Pointless appeal from the wicket keeper, but they will stroll through for the one. A little bit of variety in this bowling attack.
Tell me how you've been, though, Rhino. We haven't seen each other in person, I'm going to say, since Carter.
Well,
right? Since the ECL. Is that true?
As my good friend Mars Bargy pointed out to me when I saw him at the hotel last night, a rare mid-year appearance for the Rhino on the microphone. As Rahman gets swung high, reasonably handsome, certainly long enough to carry the boundary for Maximo. The SKK Rapids putting themselves in a pretty good position here, but no, things going along nicely. I've actually had a good 5 days relaxing here in Finland before the excitement of the ECS.
That's your soft launch. Also, I know you're prone to exaggeration, but the fact you called it a hotel I thought was quite amusing. But yeah, you can tell us quite a lot about Finland because, yeah, your partner, of course, Inka, is Finnish.
It's just dragged along to men coming in from mid-wicket to keep it one. No, absolutely love the place. This is I'd say this is probably my 8th or 9th time in the country, and having a Finnish partner who's from a little town called Kuopio, sort of central Finland.
So if you're fairly new to the network, we know, I often forget we've got quite a few new viewers all the time.
Swung across the offside, and it's well caught. They've had their issues with the catching, but Afzal Hussain neatly takes that. Actually, nice piece of bowling from the left arm orthodox. Pushed it out wide, a little bit of grip on the pitch, no control, and Kadia hits it straight to the fielder. So plenty of runs coming, but they've taken enough wickets. They're now to the teeth of the middle order. So the SKK Rapids 65 for 3.
Yeah, it kind of lured him into the shot, didn't he? And Kadir took the bait, so he never really got going in his innings. He's out for just a single, and it's 25 for 3. And yeah, Mahbub Rahman will be happy to get that early wicket.
Tell you a great story I heard about this Kerava cricket ground on the weekend. Vinny was having coffee with a lady I was introduced to called Sirpa, lovely lady out at her summer cottage on an island out past Hamina and Kotka on the eastern part of the Helsinki coast. Just wait for Rahman to choke through ball number 5, and it's driven nicely but easily fielded for the 1. When I told her that I was out in Kerava doing the commentary for this week, she mentioned that apparently this used to be an equestrian centre And the even more random story was that she went into contractions with her daughter in the middle of this field.
What?
Unbelievable. Someone's just swung away to the mid-wicket. And I'll take the one, and halfway through, the Rapids are 67 for 3. So she started having contractions with her daughter right in the middle of this field, and then
Is
almost
that related to the equestrian?
No,
Wasn't on a horse.
I think she was. I think she was riding at the time.
Oh, I mean, if you, it's probably one of the activities I would suggest maybe avoiding towards the end.
Yeah.
Unless you want to hurry things along.
Maybe
maybe you do.
Maybe that's what she
I
wanted.
know at the end the women tend to get pretty keen to have it done with.
You think bouncing
Just
up
from
on
what I've observed
down on a steed would probably get the fetus kicking. But anyway, so
bookends it nicely. 5 teams in each group, and you'll see today and tomorrow is Group A action. Wednesday and Thursday Group B. We go into finals on Friday, which is basically top 2 from each group. The actual top team gets the double chance. So that's how this tournament works. You can see we've got these 2 teams as well as the Gladiators. We've got Empire and the Titans in Group A, and Greaters Helsinki, Marco, as well as Oulu, as well as KCC Lions, FinCC Gladiators, and Vanta Vipers in Group B. So 5 matches a day and a 4-match finals day. So pretty familiar seeming format, even though we see 10 teams this week. Here's Bappy. Starts with a big wide. Yeah, wow, that I didn't know. And I'm sure if you are watching Finland, give us all the background, because like I said, for Rhino, it's our first time here. And I was going to say for all the other viewers, a bit of extra bounce there for Bappy. Looks like he's bowling in the cap just to control that beautiful mane of hair that he's got.
there's a lot to like about Bappy, and Fardish Bappy is one of the better names I think we'll have in this tournament to start with. Bowling around the wicket, right arm spin with a flowing mane out the back and a cap. It's visually got a lot going for it.
The aesthetics are there, and even in the bright red and green kind of Christmas decoration like Bengali
It's a good jersey,
colours.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's obviously Bangladesh inspired.
Bappy going to his over the wicket attack now.
And the other thing, and I know I have a reasonable knowledge of the domestic structure here, obviously. Finland have been part of the ECL for a while. That's very good running if they make it. They do make it. They might even get another one now. Oh, probably could have. But just, taking the gambler in the second half of the innings, and the keeper didn't handle it cleanly. But a lot of these, so I would know them as Bengal Tigers. We've seen Bengal Tigers on the network before. But they are the BTCC or Bengal Tigers Dark Knights. So maybe people give me a bit of context around that.
Bappy into the slot, and he gets bashed straight down the ground. That's a lovely strike for a Maximo, and reasserts a little bit of control for the batting team after what had been a quite good over until that point.
Yeah, he's been flying along. He's gone past his 50, and now he's been joined by Shretha, who shows that he can whack it over the ropes as well. Bappy tries over.
Good bit of footwork. Drags onto the leg side. Fielder coming around. Al Balal thought he was in the action for a moment, but it was well struck. Excellent footwork from Shrestha. As you can see, this one was just pushed through a little bit, but he's gotten deep in the crease. Swung sweetly.
Yeah, got about a metre over the rope as well. Bappy trying to avoid going magical. Last ball of his over.
Oh, Bappy gets swung very high, very well struck. And that's carried the boundary by a long way. Gorgeous shot. Bappy gets smashed towards the end of his over. And unfortunately for the Tigers, the Rapids are rapidly taking the ascendancy here. 89 for 3.
Yeah, Suman gets slappy on Bappy and gets it right out of the middle of that batty. And with 4 overs to go, on for 133. Something tells me 130 is a par. It's early doors, I know. I think one thing, it might not be a 150 or something plus, although maybe it will par. But the reason is I think the outfield's a bit truer, so I don't think you get too many 4s going through. They shouldn't. That's just going to get over. In fact, will go for 4. There's a bit of a teaser for the fielder in the circle. That runs away, 4 runs to start the over. Abbas moves to 60.
Not a bad piece of bowling from Rahman. He's tried to locate that wide section of the pitch again. Arms go up in frustration. He thought he might have had a wicket in the First pill of what's his second over. Rapids up to 93. Does go wide again. Abbas doesn't make great contact, and another catch out there. Al Balal, he's been impressive in the field for the Bengal Tigers, and that's a big scalp. Abbas goes for 60 off 24, and 93 for 4 are the Rapids.
Yeah, just didn't quite get it out of the middle this time, and you'd expect the catch going to be pretty good here. It's a good standard of cricket. Mohideen Al Bilal takes the catch. End of a good innings from Abbas. Pretty quick to get the gear off and start celebrating. He's out for 60, and it's 93 for 4.
Yeah, you're right, Vinny. Those teams that have come from Finland have competed very well at the European Cricket League over the last 3 or 4 years, and they have a fair job to qualify from the teams that play in this part of the world. Plenty of depth in cricket out here, and obviously, as we've seen already, some great facilities for them to apply their trade.
Saqib Arshad, the new batter. Come back here from the Tigers.
It's going to be a catching opportunity here. Alad does very well coming in from long on. Picked up the ball, and it's playing very, very quickly. Made good ground, took it down at knee height, and the fielding is suddenly picked up for the Tigers. Have a look at this replay. He really does get his skates on and takes a good catch.
Brilliant catch, and that's kind of standard that I was hoping to see here. And you could see that Rahman, he liked it. Why wouldn't he? He can pat his fielder on the back, though. Shahid Alam is the reason that he's on a hat trick. So no good for Saqib. Miss hit, cost him his wicket. And the old mid-inning staggers here from the SKK Rapids. It's 93 for 5.
Well, Azatullah Nori coming out to face, but Rahman, I think he's probably been the pick of the bowlers so far, Vinny. He knows that the batters are trying to heave towards the leg side. He bowled a pretty good line. A little bit of nip off the deck. Left arm orthodox.
Right, hat-trick ball.
Oh, it's hit him. I think there might have been a little bit of an edge there, because otherwise...
Oh, dear.
Well, that must be fairly close. Going to the video, Vinny, I think this might be the 3rd wicket in 3 balls.
Yeah, check it out. Don't know if you hear me anymore.
Well,
Let's have a look. That was very close from the hat trick at the LBW. Then he decides to go. We'll have to get it a bit slower. Let's have a look. Oh, I reckon he's gone. Yeah, he's just short. Wasn't the greatest extension of bat into the line, but yeah, that's going to be another one. So the carnage continues. I think he'll be. It's a leg by, I assume. So I assume he's actually run out for a golden duck coming back for the second, which is not a type of dismissal you see very often, but it will be the end of Nori, and it's 94 for 6.
I'll tell you what, Vinny, what was your thought on the shout for...
I thought it was a very good one. I don't know if we still got the main camera, but remember, we're not exactly straight on, so probably on the camera it looks slightly closer than it is, but it still looks very, very
It certainly
close.
was straightening off the deck.
I mean, where does it hit him? Jeez. I mean, all I can say is it's certainly warranting some consideration.
It was a reasonable appeal. Let's just say that
Be
much.
a heavy-hearted bowler going into the huddle to celebrate the run out when you think that maybe you've been cost a hat trick. But Rahman, he'll have to settle for 3 for 16, and after 7 overs, the score is 96 for 6.
Well, you say heavy-hearted bowler, Vinny. I say heavy-hearted commentary box, given that I was ready to get into a few octaves higher there with a hat-trick in game 1, but plenty of action coming up on the network in the coming months, isn't there?
Absolutely, and you can see we've finished with our tour of Czechia after a wonderful 15 days there. Of course, it overlapped with Hornchurch, and we're back to one venue for a little bit.
Well, they're liking the left arm spin. Fortunately, the fielder's not doing the same job here as looks like we've just had Rahman.
Oh.
Just have to finish the 6th ball of the over. Everyone's so much excitement with that potential hat trick and the run out and the like. Well, we just wanted one more ball from Rahman.
No, it's a 3 for 16, but it could have been a 4th wicket. Actually, it was a pretty good stop in the end. It was a slightly awkward one. I like the way he's kind of slid in feet first and tried to at least stop the boundary. It would have been a bonus if he'd caught it. But yeah, so we're 96 for 6 after 7. Bulgaria, Belgium, and Germany Krefeld the next 3. And then I know you're planning to be in Sweden for your next one.
I'd
but
love
it's
to.
contingent on a couple of things which we'll come to in a second. Keep you up to date with the ECN news though. There's a growing groundswell of support for the hashtag Save Derek movement because Derek has not been cited since he made a cameo on ECL Finals Day. I know we've got some chatters that they've changed their name and everything. So the Save Derek movement is.
So this is not the impact of climate change that's hindering Derek, that is knocking his species about.
That
it
could be true, but yeah, I'm not so sure. I know that after this, I've got a little bit of a mini break as well through July.
Kabir steaming in, and he knocks back off stump. The young paceman bowled a pretty good first over, picked up the initial wicket. Come back on. His captain's asked him to run through the lower order. It's a nice piece of bowling, and the Rapids 96 for 7.
That's the only good thing about having the stumps knocked in is they can get knocked out. And when the bowler does it, it's fun. Have a look at this. Cartwheel time. You must love that as a bowler. When the keeper knocks out all 3, though, trying to get a run out, it gets a bit irritating. But, yeah, fantastic bit of bowling. You miss, I hit kind of stuff. And Suman played some nice shots in his 22. It's a genuine cameo. He is the 7th to fall, 96 for 7. I know G1 was excited because Suman is Nepalese and Nepal. You know what's been happening in the world of cricket? They recently had a triple super over finish with the Netherlands. Unfortunately, it didn't go the Nepalese way, but our good friend Andrew Leonard, who I know we worked with in Switzerland, the ECS, before.
Mr. Nepal cricket himself.
Taklu Dai, he was having kittens. He was so exciting, he almost grew his hair back, and then he tore it out again. I know he's been doing Major League Cricket in the US at the moment.
He'd much rather be here, though, wouldn't he?
I think so. He's faithful getting about at 9.
Good bit of pace. There's not that much lift in the wicket, short of a length, but Kabir's sending it through at a decent click.
Interesting thing for me is that they're, what I would say it's an underwhelming score, but they're slight favourites. Well, now they're 50-50. But it's saying that 123, so the computer's thinking kind of high 120s might be par.
Computer's putting a lot of faith in the lower order of the SKK Rapids lineup.
They had to de-riddle the computer of Y2K virus. It's been so long since we've been here.
It's driven down the ground. Oh, straight through the hands of Hossein Moon. Throw comes in. Could have been a run out taking the second.
Hit the batter on the way through as well. I mean, it was almost moon face, wasn't it? Bert Newton for some of our Australian viewers. And Jonk, he didn't cause the drop catch non-striker, but he wore it on the way back. Scrambled through for a couple. We've got a bit of a thriller here first up.
Jeez, it's all happening on a Monday morning here in Helsinki. Kabir turning around, just checking that he's happy with the field. Steaming in from his 32.5 metre run-up.
Should have had a third wicket.
That one's gone up. And it's actually made decent contact. Well, Khan was in absolutely no position to play that shot, and yet has somehow got the hands through enough, gotten the right elevation, and it goes boom.
Yeah, that is a bowler annoyer if ever I've seen one. He had a Class A goober dropped by Moon, and the second one always hit to the moon.
Can we do a quick shout out to our wonderful friend Rico Full, who's sitting listening to the commentary at the moment. Just said a big hello, Rico. Lovely to see your name pop up on the YouTube chat. Hope you're well.
Hello, Rico. And I'm lucky you tuned in now because the first 3 or 4 overs couldn't
Wouldn't
hear
have heard a
anything
thing.
out of the commentary box anyway.
Would not have heard a thing.
Yeah, Rico did a great job over there in Prague yesterday.
Big swing across the line underneath edge.
I mean, yeah, the Tigers here, or BTCC Dark Knights, a.k.a. the Tigers. Follow that.
Well, Kabir, 1 ball to go in this 8th over.
So, oh, there we go, I'm back. The Prague Tigers, a bit of a boil over in the European Cricket Series Premier Division in Czechia. So they'll be hoping that the Tiger luck is still there.
Vicious swing. Well, it's actually made very good contact. That's a great shot from Khan. Kabir's tried to dig it in. Not much lift, and he's rolled the wrists on the top of that pull shot and made good contact, and it goes for a 4.
So
Much needed runs. 108 for 7.
placement, wasn't it? And he's got a very high bat grip as well. So for me, I thought that was the end of the over. And we might have our first attempted umpire clothesline. I don't think there were any extras in that over.
No.
And they got 6. There we go. And obviously the graphics department, they believe it's the end of the over as well.
This graphics department just trumping the umpires, really.
Kabir really wants his 3rd wicket, but he's not going to get it. He's going to have to hand the ball off. So he'll finish with 2 for 22, off his 2. And yeah, confirming end of the 8th, 108 for 7. Now there was a short run in there. It was actually on that drop catch where you saw Faithful, I think it was Faithful, that got hit by the ball. But geez, there's been a lot going on.
It really has. It's been an action-packed start here.
It might have been Faithful got dropped, right? And so it was Junaid that got hit with the ball coming back. So yeah, plenty going on. Hello to all of our Finnish viewers as well, might be tuning in. Jump into the chat. ECN European Cricket Network, great to have you with us. I've got viewers all over the world. But yeah, Prague Tigers. Team, I still remember the Prague Tigers when they first came in 2022. Fairly new team. Again, a lot of the Tigers teams that you see in Europe, they're kind of Bengali flavoured teams. You know, they've got this background, it's Bangladeshi background. Bappy's back. Hold the phone. 9th over.
Bappy's back. Oh, slow ball. It's just heaved across the leg side. Nice piece of fielding from Alarm, who gets some help from his teammate.
Unselfish play as well, handing it off. Yeah, Bappy's back all right. Sounds like something you and me would do at the karaoke bar, and who knows, we'll get a chance to do that. It's a bit of a tradition.
I reckon we'll get on that microphone once or twice this week, Vinny. And not sure if you know, but karaoke's very big here in Finland. So talk more about that in a moment as tune in to Bappy, who gets a dot ball for his 2nd. So, because it's an interesting thing. It's quite, in some ways, reserved, quiet, social sort of population out here, but get 1 or 2 cough beers into them in front of the karaoke microphone, and boy, oh boy, things can change rapidly.
Everything's changing rapidly for Bappy as well. Not quite the top order to bowl at anymore. Faithful can't get this off the pitch.
Charge down the wicket, goes inside out, and it's neatly taken by Hossain. He's having a pretty good game in the field, and Bappy gets rewarded with his first. 1 for 24. His figures with a couple of balls to go, and the Rapids, they are 110 for 8.
Yeah, so who knows, I'll even batted out at the moment, but you can see we're very close to 50-50 on the percentages. And don't judge it until 2 teams bat. I do know that there's some pretty good bowlers here that get it through, and I would say there's a bit of bounce in this pitch, but it seems consistent bounce to me. Faithful goes for 10. Does hit a 6 in there. As he departs, it's 110 for 8. We're back live. Next one's away. But yeah, the Prague Tigers. I remember when they first came into the ECS. We're back live here again. They, in only their 2nd games on their first morning. Uh-oh. This is suicidal too, if ever I thought one, and he's going to pay the price. And Nori hungry for the strike, but he's gifted that 9th wicket away. It's kamikaze stuff. And the SKK Rapids rapidly disintegrating before your very eyes. 112 for 9. The double clutch there when he almost couldn't believe the fielder that the non-striker was considering that 2nd run so seriously. So he'll be run out for a golden 1. And the score 112 for 9.
Well, the two Noris have not had a great time of it. Ezatullah a run out for 1 off 1 earlier in the innings, and then Wahidullah not even getting to face the ball.
It was almost like he was trying to goad the throw. I didn't think he was that serious about it. And you can see that the fielder looks up and says, all right. And you can see he basically went without looking and then got absolute donuts from his partner. Ends up getting run out by about a metre.
Do you remember this? Speaking of moment, as Bappy finishes. Oh, thought it was going to be a finish to an exceptional over, but called wide.
The line belongs to the umpire, and I don't even think this hits the line. I think it's inside. I don't know if we'll have time for a replay, but that's something they're going to have to adjust to as well.
Bappy unhappy. Well, he goes a little bit closer to the stumps on that occasion, and it's annihilated out towards the mid-wicket boundary. So taking advantage of that extra ball, and the Rapids now up to 119 and the final wicket and the final over coming up.
Yeah, good shot by Junaid Khan. Basically fetches this one. Again, that's the extra ball that I don't think he should have had to have bowled. I think it was a harsh one. That'll be the end of the over. 119 for 9. Yeah, quickly finishing up, wrapping a few loose ends up. We had Prague Tigers on their first day in 2022. They were rolled for 60 and then won. It was the best chase we'd ever had, and it stood for a long time. It stood for at least, I think, a year and a bit. They kept the Prague Barbarians to 34 in that game, so 60 to 34. Since then, Ljubljana defended 56 in the ECS Croatia. Still the only defence in the 50s. Yeah, but the Tigers have worked their way up and ended up knocking over the kind of force that's Prague CC there. Anyway, this is going to be a little bit inside edge. Number 11, Siddiqui on strike, but he'll take the runs. Kind of an ugly old score, but it's still a score at the moment for the Rapids, 123 and counting.
Doesn't matter, Vinny. These are bonus runs, so 10 off the last 2 balls, and this all coming with the 10th wicket. We're waiting for the next ball, Vinny. Shout out to your good friend Terry Richmond, who's thrown out a bit of finish for you in the chat.
Oh, cool.
Hormenta, Mr. Maximo.
I've got to say, I've been enjoying learning bits and pieces.
Do you know what that is? Is the second ball's deposited. So we have game on here. 6-4-6 and a rearguard fight here for the 10th wicket.
Oh, I heard a Huva Humanta. Is that good morning?
Good morning, it is. Good knowledge.
I'll use that top of the broadcast. It was definitely worth the hour of study I put in to finish last night.
We can do a bit of Finnish language during the course of this.
I like the thanks here. Kiitos.
Kiitos.
Kiitos is awesome because I can just picture someone tossing me the keys.
So it's outside edge and it's put down by the keeper.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Third time. That's out, I reckon.
Well, I told you the one time the keeper needed to throw down middle stump, he wouldn't be able to hit. As we have a look at the replay.
Look at this. We're doing a hanger. And then this is 9 down running for you. And then third time, bang, destroys the stumps.
Amazing.
So it actually cost them absolutely nothing except a little bit of social capital there towards the end. And the Rapids are bowled out for 129, leaving 3 balls on the table. Yeah, we'll come back to Finnish language classes in a minute. I want to say quick hello to Non, who's watching. Yep, you heard me. Hello from Tokyo. Oh, ohayou gozaimasu. Big fan of European, Finnish, and Empire cricket. Of course, Empire will be part of this Group A as well.
They've got fans all over the world, don't they?
Yeah, we are just saying hello to everyone, but we won't have too much time because we are going to get into the highlights of this first innings. That was a rapid start, wasn't it? 129 runs and 10 wickets in the first 9.3 overs of this European cricket series.
We were promised action here at Kerava this morning. We were also promised a coffee, which I haven't seen at this stage, but we'll keep on hoping that comes along. But there were plenty of maximos and no shortage of wickets. Not that often on the European Cricket Network you will see all 10 go down, but it's a decent bowling performance from the Bengal Tigers. I particularly liked young Human Kabir steaming in off the long run. And this man was the one who probably changed the game more than any, though. Mahabur Rahman with his left arm orthodox, and fortunately on a few occasions they managed to find the safe hands of Hussain, and he and Moradun Al-Balal were both very good with their catching in this game. But nonetheless, Vinny, there were still enough maximos from the SKK Rapids team to put them up to a pretty decent total.
Yeah, definitely. It was a weird innings in that there were even more chances created than taken, and they still took 10 wickets. You know, some of the catches they took were very good. That was a brilliant one by Shane Alarm down the ground. And this is the one we thought, you know, maybe it's a good chance. Umpire walked away like Craig David. It didn't matter in a sense because it only cost him the 1 run. Again, some of these wickets you'd have to file under you for unnecessary. But I will say that Kabir, he's a bit of a live wire. Proper cartwheel job on the off stump there, as that was Trevor who actually played some nice shots and he's 22, had to go. But look, in the end, I think it's more or less par. I tended to think that kind of 125, 130 is par. The computer thinks so as well. This was just insane running to decide that you wanted 2 here, especially when this stage was like 8 out or 7 out at this stage. And basically, I think thought he was potentially going to the danger end. The danger was at home, wasn't it? As Nuri was run out. But look, yeah, action, good signs for the tournament. I mean, it had a bit of everything. And in the end, it'll be 130 for the Dark Knights to achieve the win. This out finish, I mean, he was lucky once. Decided to almost get run out at one end, didn't, was lucky twice, decided to go through the run, got run out at the third attempt.
Poor old Siddiqui, he's just slaughtered a Maximo and a 4 off his first couple of balls, and he's getting called off strike by Khan, desperate to get it back.
They would have loved those moments back, but 60 at the top for Faraz Abbas. Nice to see him again. He was the top scorer in that innings. 22 for Shratha. I liked what he was about as well. And look, even Kaiser Siddiqui with a 10 at the end, but he gets run out pretty unnecessarily. Only 5 extras, and we actually thought one of those towards the end was a little bit harsh. But yeah, all things considered, game on here. And remember, you only play 4 games in your group stage. Make or break. Don't forget also there's only 2 spots out of the 5 teams. So it becomes a pretty big second innings coming up. Let's have a look at the bowling figures.
Yeah, pretty good performance all round from the Dark Knights. An interesting decision to go with Alarm at the top of the bowling order, but he ended up taking 1 for 27. So Kabir was probably the absolute pick. I enjoyed watching him steam into 2 for 22, and then Rahman excellent in the middle overs with 3 for 16, just his left arm orthodox. Bowling on the side of the uphill slope, trying to force players to swing across the line. It was very effective stuff. And that combination of Kabir and Rahman has helped keep the Rapids to 129 all out. So they left 3 balls back on the table, but they'll be pretty happy with that score. Very defendable here at the Karawar Cricket Ground. Speaking of which, we will be back at this magnificent facility in just a matter of minutes for the chase. It's Andrew Ryan here on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandhu, please join us then.
get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the Kerava Cricket Ground here in Helsinki, Finland. It is the first game of ECS Finland for 2025, and the ground looking absolutely resplendent in the midsummer sun here in Helsinki. What a tremendous facility that we're at for what should be an action-packed week of T10 cricket here. And this first game is already providing plenty of that. The SKK Rapids putting 129 runs on the board. Bonus point equation. If the Tigers can chase this down in 7 overs, and they'll get themselves a bonus point, I would suspect, with total in that range. They'll probably be quite happy to just take the win. As Maximo mentioned on the commentary earlier, that not completely sure what will be a pass score here. It's been a little while since we've had T10 club cricket here at the Carava ground, but looks like the SKK Rapids are bouncing around with a fair bit of confidence, and they will be looking to take a first swipe a win today, but it's the double alarm show at the top of the order for the Tigers. Big swing, but nice pace from Khan. He came in and made a few lusty blows towards the end of the Rapids innings, which helped them really kick on after the middle order struggled somewhat. In particular, 17 runs from the last wicket was a nice boost from them. Siddiqui and Khan throw in the long handle at the ball. Full ball hits the pad, big appeal, and the umpire's finger goes up. What an excellent start. A nod of appreciation from his teammates and a happy fast bowler. First wicket down, and what a good time to bring Mr. Maximo back to the microphone.
Thanks, nice to be back, but geez, don't miss a straight one. When you take that risk, people always say this, just jump outside of stump, just jump outside of stump. But then what you do, you force yourself to play across balls that are on the stumps. And just completely missed that full toss. And even with the slightly off angle that we're dealing with here, it's a pretty obvious one. Khurshid goes for a second baller, and the first wicket falls before there's a run on the board.
Great start for the Rapids. Relatively quick, Khan, tall man, gets a little bit of bounce off this Carava wicket, but that's an excellent start for the Rapids, and already putting the BTCC Dark Knights on the back foot as Bilal comes out of the number 3 position. A couple of good catches in the opening innings. Full ball just thrashed. Stand and deliver stuff from Bilal using the pace of Khan, and it's the first runs off the bat for the Tigers.
Wow, that was absolutely smashed. And he's got Max on the back of his jersey, Mahuddin Al-Bilal. That was smashed to the max, wasn't it? Absolutely hammered. So I suppose the one thing about that duck for the opener, Khurshid, doesn't really waste a lot of the time. Still plenty of runway for someone like Al-Bilal to come out. Genuine kind of half volley there from Junaid. Gets the right reply here.
Nice quick ball, just pushed straight down. Could be an opportunity if the fielder picked it up cleanly. That's Abbas. He's normally very good in the outfield. A little bit of uncertainty between the batters, and fairly ungainly looking dive from big Max Al-Bilal. Makes it home.
It was barely moving, that ball. You pick it up, you hit the stumps, that's out, I think. That's a missed opportunity. Junaid really wheeling it through.
Bit of carry, bit of lift. Didn't see too much of that in the opening innings, but
we haven't really had time to settle yet. Okay, but I'm going to get through because I've got plenty of Finland questions. But also I found out some pretty interesting facts as well about Finland. So apparently it has topped the World Happiness Report 7 years in a row.
Talk about that in a moment.
So
Max,
I mean, these things that you probably
nothing
know.
befuddles the Finnish population, as we've just had the end of the first over and 5 for 1. Nothing befuddles the native Finns more than being classified as the happiest population on the planet.
Yeah. Well, the locals say it's more about contentment and trust in society rather than being constantly cheerful. Which, I mean, I've met a few Finnish people now. I'd say they're not kind of the most out there population, but they are very friendly. They're very warm, considering you have to be in such a cool place a lot of the year. By the way, we start on 93 matches since the Golden Ball. It's been a couple of weeks.
It'll happen this week, Vinny.
And that is only a couple of weeks in the ECN universe. I think the last one was maybe 3 weeks. I think it's maybe 3 weeks ago since we had a GB. We probably due one together. I'm trying to think of the last one we might have done together. But anyway, Siddiqui, we actually played a pretty nice mini cameo at number 11. He's going to come on. He's going to bowl over number 2.
I'm slightly disappointed, a man of Siddiqui's height coming in and bowling right arm off spin.
Let's see how it works out for him.
Slow, bit of air. It's just cut backward a point, no run.
Other things that I probably expected, the land of the midnight sun. You get it never gets completely dark here, especially this time of the year. We've just gone through the equinox.
It's nicely cut. Straight to the fielder, and a nice throw in. There's an appeal. Oh, I thought he was home from the naked eye, but we'll have a look at it on the video. Oh, it's cut. Got a decent run from the non-striker's end. And that geez, that's tight, Vinny, isn't it? It's close. Not sure that he's actually managed to break the crease.
That's the one for me. That's the one. Where I think
Jeez, I tell you what, even that, I reckon the batter's been given out here. All a matter of millimetres. Very, very tight stuff, but nonetheless, it was an excellent piece of fielding. Ball was hit hard, but non-striker got a nice little start backing up, but couldn't make his ground, and that's a second wicket down. Not what the BTCC Dark Knights needed whatsoever. Saw some fielding calamities earlier in the first innings of this game, but tell you what, it wasn't a happy day for the Nories in the first innings, Vinny. It's even an unhappier one for the Alarms. They've gone both a duck off 2 balls. So that brings Bayezid Islam, the skipper and the wicket keeper, to the crease. So fair bit of work for he and Bilal to do here. Thought that target of 130 would be a pretty decent one. It's looking even more so now. Those 2 wickets in the first 2 overs. Siddiqui gets lofted. A good bit of fielding here. It could be 3 down, and it's well taken. So 2 wickets in 2 balls. Abbas might have missed the run-out opportunity earlier in the innings, but he's safe as houses, making good ground around from the straight position, and excellent catch. And the 3rd wicket goes down with only 5 on the board. Pretty good over from Siddiqui as well. So keeping the runs down. He's got his first wicket credited to the bowler anyway. Looking like a very uphill task here for the BTC Dark Knights. 3 wickets down, only 5 on the board. Sain comes to join Bilal at the crease. Floated from Siddiqui. Well, they will go down swinging if they are to lose this game. That's a sensational strike off the first ball. Somewhat in the slot, but still great contact from Hussain. And we need a few more of those from the Dark Knights if they're to get close in this chase. Brings the score up to 11 for 3, which admittedly is a much better looking scorecard than 5 for 3. First damage done to Siddiqui's runs tally. 2 balls left in the second. All of a sudden, Siddiqui less keen to put the ball on the stumps. Pushes it wide of off. Called wide.
Ooh, I'm back. Knocked the box in the right way.
That's another one that's heaved straight down the ground. Great contact again from Hussain. He's almost put it out of the ground.
Yeah, it's absolutely hammered. It's the thing, they've lost wickets, but they haven't lost a lot of time. That's the thing. And with hitting like that, and this 130 certainly still under attack. And Zach's gone the road, it's gone over the fence. All right, where does it go next? I'm glad there wasn't a lot of traffic at that particular moment, or we might have had an incident on our hands. I'm saying 2 balls, 2 big sixes.
There's usually a fair bit of traffic going through that highway, Vinny. Gotten quite fortunate there, but what a strike from Hussain. 12 off 2. Doesn't get the triple of Maximo's, cuts it, and quite sensible in the circumstances. He's retreated back to the safety of the crease, and that's an eventful first 2 overs. BTCC 18 for 3.
Yeah, apologies once again. My microphone's been a little bit, temperamental this morning with someone's just cutting out for no reason, but it's decided to cut back in, so that's all right. 18 for 3 after 2, 14 and over required for the Dark Knights. But yeah, hello to Kaibe. Thanks for alerting me to that. I did also notice. It's always a tough one when you might. If the rare technical issues we have, like you commentate the first 3 overs, basically like an insane person, it just makes you realize what we do. If there's no audience, you just sound crazy.
It's the opposite of a hot mic, isn't it? Is it called a cold mic when you've got nothing coming through?
Mics. Yeah. We've had the occasional hot mic moment.
Never.
The plane's coming in here as well.
We are quite close to Helsinki-Vantaa Airport here at the Kerava ground, so we'll get a steady stream of big jets coming across.
Get a look at that plane. It looks like it's coming towards us, I think. It goes, looks like it's going to go straight over the ground, doesn't it? But Saqib Arshad is going to bowl over number 3.
Maybe the pilot just tentative, seeing some of the big hits that have already come.
True.
In this contest.
Give way to the Grizzly.
It's cut. Throw comes in. It's a little bit wayward, so they'll push the 1.
Yeah, I remember when we were in Split in Croatia, we were about 400 yards from the edge of the airport. I remember genuinely being concerned a top edge may have hit the undercarriage of the old 747. Yeah, that is pretty close here.
It's a good ball. It's feather edge and it goes through. And it's well taken. Nice piece of bowling from Ashard. Just a little bit of nip off the Kerava deck. And after plenty of damage, his first few balls, Hussain goes for 12 off 4. And the Tigers in more trouble. 19 for 4.
Yeah, it'd be 6-6 none and out for Hussain. Then in the end, and yeah, the Rapids rapidly seizing control of this game. We thought they were in trouble themselves. They were like 93-7 or something like that at one point.
It's a nice piece of T10 bowling, isn't it, Vinny? Coming wide of the crease, just getting the ball to move away. What is that?
It's a proper close-up, and then back on the ground, you get the look at the court behind.
Fuselage looking like something else on screen.
If you did have a window seat, you had a perfect view of Afzal Hussain getting caught behind by Qadir off Saqib Arshad for 12. It's 19 for 4.
I saw a couple of fingers go up on the 9:30 coming in from Stockholm there. About to land at Vanta.
Nice action.
Another lovely piece of bowling. Just enough movement. And the fact that he's coming wide of the crease here, Vinny, it's providing a really challenging angle for the Tigers batters. Admittedly, that piece of footwork from Hossein Moon provided plenty of entertainment in the field earlier today as well. He's got a big job to do with the bat. Big swing. He's lofted it, and it's going to carry despite the best efforts, I think, of Abbas down there. On the boundary. That was an excellent piece of fielding, but Moon, once again, not a huge amount of footwork, but a lovely swing of the arms and a much-needed Maximo.
Yeah, and I think he took off from outside the field of play then. This is Moon.
Oh, nicely timed. And he's found the boundary. A couple of delicious shots from Moon after a not particularly pleasant opening strike. Hasn't he just waited on that ball and played it? Lovely shot.
I call that one a lunar drive just behind points.
I feel like we're going to get some mileage out of a few names here this week.
I think so. There's another plane. This is a great vantage point we've got here. Arshad with the comeback.
Just pushes it out to the offside. Chugging through for the single. So nice piece of work from Moon. He's just reasserted a little bit of, you wouldn't say dominance for the Tigers, but certainly finished off that power play in positive fashion. They are 30 for 4 after the first 3.
Yeah, high entertainment so far. I still think they're in with a fair shot here, but they are going to have to keep the good overs coming. You just can't really concern yourself too much with the 4 wickets down the power play. So 30 for 4 after 3 overs, 5, 13 and 12. Well, Scotty's a big fan of Mooney already. Yeah, we saw the dark side of the Moon, didn't we? The first innings when he put down a bit of an easy chance, but we also seen him hit a 6 and a 4, and this is a man that's hungry for more. Hello to Cosmos. He's asking about Iceland. Is it part of the ECN universe? Unfortunately, Iceland, not being an ICC country, isn't at the moment. Although I know we did plan back in the Wild West days. We did plan a European cricket series in 2020, but yeah, all our cricket It has to be official cricket, which means it has to come through the ICC structure. So hopefully Iceland does get it. I think there might be up to 5 teams there now.
Well, Arbus gets the full moon treatment, swung away and into the grasslands. That's a huge maximum.
I spotted this on the way around when I first arrived at the ground today. That any balls going in here, good luck finding them. There's a little kind of pedestrian bridge across to, it's a proper, it's like the wilderness. It's not even jungle. It's just, it's an expanse of long grass, and that's new balls. But surely they're not looking for that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Vinny, what they should be wary of. There is one snake that is venomous in Finland. I think it's pronounced the Kur or the Kir. And I think it is one of the top 10 most venomous snakes going around. Obviously, I think the other 9 probably come from Australia. But either way, you got to keep an eye out for those little fellas.
This is rookie ECS stuff in the modern era where you just get new ball out there. At the end of the week, we'll find some of the balls that have been hidden there. You know, it's already been christened Bert Newton by Scotty from ECN Supporters Club Australia. Hello, Scotty. Hopefully you're well.
He'd be a big Bert Newton fan, I suspect, Scotty.
Unfortunately, passed away.
Relatively recently, yeah. Moon steps away. Tell you what, wasn't there a little bit of nibble with the back foot coming off the ground?
There was a little bit of a shuffle, but does it rise?
Oh, geez, that's tighter than it should have been.
Never should have lifted. I think he's just down. He's going to survive.
Well, Moon goes over the offside, and he's made solid contact again. Well, there's not much footwork on some of these shots from Moon, but he's actually got himself back and across nicely. And tell you what, he's timed this to perfection.
Other side of the Moon this time. Goes offside. Shows he's not a one-trick pony. He's playing some kind of an innings here. Could Mooney be the hero?
They do need a hero here, the Tigers. Oh, he's hit that straight down the ground. Wonderful batting. So Moon gets another Maximo. He's got issues with the helmets. He's got issues with his movement at times. But every time the ball was in reach, he slapped it.
Well, the Rapids were well on track, but now they've been stunned by a Moon shadow that has turned this innings around. He's 29 off 8. Has he got more in him?
Mooney goes big again, and it carries the boundary for another Maximo. What a cameo here from the Lunar named superstar. That is glorious striking.
Wow, Moon. They want him back in his room because right now he is taking this innings away. 50's up, and they've shot up to 40% chance. Bengal Tigers Cricket Club, Dark Knights. It's a mouthful, but Mooney is handling it.
Oh, Mooney goes big again. Just eases it for another Maximo. What a strike from the big man.
Yeah, again, takes a bit of a chance there, doesn't he? Would have crashed into the stumps. He missed it. He doesn't miss it. And that will take us to the end of the over. And it had 5 sixes and a dot in the over. A supersonic one. And Abbas, finds himself crashing into the Moon in the 4th. The score, 60 for 4. They doubled the score in that 4th over.
Just delightful striking too. And Mooney's up to 41 off 10, Vinny, and he's dealing almost exclusively in boundaries. 6 sixes and 1 4. Just been messing around on his other 3 balls, but that has been some wonderful hitting and quite a fight back. And all of a sudden, this is almost a 50-50 game.
Yeah, crazy stuff, but there's could be a few twists and turns left. Nori ran himself out unnecessarily earlier. He's going to grab the ball here and over number 5.
Action just continues for the Noris, as we saw them with a couple of one-off ones and both run-outs in the first innings, but just as Ohedula comes steaming in for his first ball, loses some traction on the Kiribati surface. Outside off stump, swung hard. and swung sweetly enough. The Maximos continue here at Kerava, and all of a sudden, Vinny, you'd have to say that the Tigers have got the momentum.
Absolutely. This is proper momentum. Another one that carries probably a metre over the line. But I like the way they're not just hitching the wagon to the leg side. We've seen that good straight hit from Moon. I like the way Bilal goes over point there where there's no outfielder. That's typically where bowlers are trying to bowl to you.
Feels like Maxi Bilal's been out there for a long time, but just has barely faced a ball in the last few overs. Norrie, good length, but enough bat on it to take it backward of square. I'll take the single.
Brady said good morning to us in Finnish and welcome back. I got that much. Jared saying, yeah, Moon sending them into orbit. Certainly has.
Very good, very good.
I can't remember having an actual Moon on the network. It's quite surprising seeing we've had thousands and thousands of cricketers.
Tell you what, we're getting some good Finnish chat from Gerard Brady on the YouTube discussion board as well. Norrie steaming in, full toss, inside edge from Moon. It's probably one of the easier balls he's had to slap in this innings, and footwork just taking that front leg out to mid-wicket, gets nowhere near it. Proper tension around this ground. You can feel that all these teams know with just a small number of games in each group, every win is vital. And that's an outside edge, and the Moon show continues, flying down to the third man area, not protected. And once again, that front foot goes flying out to mid-wicket. The ball goes the complete other side, but 45 off 12 for the big man, and this BTCC team have got the ascendancy now, not even halfway through this innings.
Yeah, you need that little bit of luck as well, and that could have gone absolutely anywhere. Off the edge, ended up going to the boundary.
Full ball. He's played the helicopter to whip it straight down the ground. And Abbas fires in the throw coming around from long on, but they'll take the one. So 72 for 4, one ball left in this fifth. He's gone for 12, so if he can get a dot ball this final delivery, I'd probably say that he's gotten out of it okay. Bilal on strike. Full ball. Dragged across to Abbas, who's been in the game. A little bit of a wild throw coming in there from long on, but there we are halfway through the innings, and the Tigers 73 for 4, chasing 130 for a first up win.
Shows you how quickly things can turn around. Remember, Moon dropped that absolute goober in the first innings, but it could still turn out to be the hero only about an hour later. So let's have a look at the upcoming events. A couple have shot onto the bottom now. Of course, Stockholm starting on Monday the 21st of July. I know we are planning to have an ECSW and a European Cricket Series for men there as well. And a bit of a bonus one. So we do have some T20I cricket in Bulgaria that will kind of run through the Belgium ECS week. But also we have a 3-day T20I that we're broadcasting for Hungary, the Budapest Cup, starting on the 25th of July. So yeah, stay tuned. There's still plenty coming around, and we're almost at the halfway point of the season. Hey, I saw a statistic that made me gasp last night.
Tell me. It takes a lot to make you gasp.
It made me gasp that in about 10 days' time, we'll actually be closer to 2050 than the year 2000.
Ooh.
Isn't that amazing?
That is quite scary, actually.
In about 9-10 days' time.
Short ball, not controlled, and this could be the wicket that they need. Abbas underneath it, and Bilal goes down swinging. That's a huge wicket for the SKK Rapids. The big paceman comes back on and gets the scalp that they needed.
Yeah, Max out. Just tries to flat bat that one. Isn't an easy shot to play. Trying to muscle that one over the long on instead. He hits it to the safe hands of Faraz Abbas, and that'll be the 5th wicket down, 73 for 5. This game takes another twist. Just thinking of famous Moon names. I think Frank Zappa had a kid that he called Moon. But the one that came to my mind...
What was it? Was Punky Brewster Salal Moon Fry? I'm going to check this while you think of another
one. I'll have one that's very It's a very obscure reference, but some of our Australian viewers who were a fan of the show Fast Forward might enjoy it. It's Peter Moon.
Ooh,
A
nice.
comedian. He had famous characters like the rug salesman, and also a European newsreader.
There you go.
Anyway,
Oh, nice ball. Gets through some speed, Ashard. So there you go, Slow-Mo Fry, the lead actress from Punky Brewster. I'm sure one that you watched plenty in your teenage years.
Very good.
Wasn't there was there a Neil Diamond album called Harvest Moon or
I think that
something
rings
along
a bell
those
as well.
lines? Just tries to
Well,
create a bit of room on the offside, no run.
as if Moon gets out, would he be a blue moon?
I suspect so.
And would you say right now he's giving the Rapids the full moon
Definitely the
experience?
full moon, yeah. If
It's
he
a
plays a
cool name.
half-hearted shot, the half moon, I suspect will come out. Oh, he's cleaned him up, and RuPaul goes on the catwalk back to the pavilion. That's super bowling from Ashard, and the big paceman has turned things around for the Rapids. The BDCC 73 for 6.
Yeah, the drag continues here through the middle overs. This one is going up for LBW. It's probably missing leg initially, but then just clips off on the way through. Have a look here. So you could consider that a little bit unlucky. I suppose he missed it in the first place. Probably would have gone for 4-leg buys had it missed the stumps, but instead, RuPaul is gone for a 3-baller, and it's 73 for 6. What a game.
I can't believe that's the first time we've had a chance to call RuPaul's name in this entire contest. But he's come out none off 3, and poor old Moon standing at the other end. Can't even get back on strike.
Yeah, Moon can feel that things are drifting away slowly.
Well,
Kabir comes out.
He's being eclipsed by his partners being unable to get off strike.
Using up. I mean, I suppose we do only get 4 games plus miles for each of these teams.
Got to take it while they're there. There could be 2 wickets in 2 balls. Fielder coming in from square leg. He's dropped it, and then it's popped up. And Ashard, who was ambling out there almost ready to celebrate another dismissal, had a chance, but I think he spilt it as well.
Oh, did he get to it? Oh, almost. You're right. He ambled. He could have gotten there quicker, but didn't want to put him off. It was a proper bounce out the palm job. So Kabir survives when he shouldn't have. Moon finally rotates himself back onto strike.
1 ball to go for Ashard.
It's on 46 as well, Moon.
He shapes to pay the rep and then plays a cut shot for 4. And that not only takes him along to 78 for 6, but Moon brings up his half century, which is a proper half moon. What a moment.
Oh, don't adjust your telescopes, folks. This is ECN in the first degree. Have a look at the old pre. Now he's practicing it. He completely bamboozled the bowler and then just changed his shot. We've got to have a replay of this. That was an amazing bit of cricket. That could actually be your HCL software play of the day from Moon. It brings up a 14-ball half century. What a way to do it.
Fantastic stuff. And he's shaped up so early, Vinny. I love it. This is providing so much entertainment. Game 1. And we've got a cracking contest here as Nori steams in. Kabir, the big paceman, has come out to join Moon. He just needs to get the big man on strike. 51 off 23 required. Given Moon's gone 50 off 14, you'd have to say that if he's there at the end, then the Tigers have a pretty good chance of taking victory in game 1.
Oh, look, it's Nori back as well. Didn't let anything go right for him.
Oh, another swift helicopter whip.
He's just not ever going to not be aggressive at a ball. And this is pretty much perfect York from Nori. He's still trying to slap it somewhere, isn't he? It's been a fun innings to watch.
Haven't things turned around from when they were 3 down for, I think, 5, somewhere between the second over. Nori, a little bit wide of off stump, thrashed outside, and I think that's carried the boundary for a Maximo. So the Tigers are roaring here at Kerava, and if he can give some support to Moon, they are favourites.
Yeah, and just carries. Great work from our team at 2 circles there. But Kabir's got his role to play as well. It's been one of those innings where, a lot of wickets have gone down, but not too many people have wasted a lot of balls. So as long as you don't get bowled out with heaps of time to spare, you probably can do this.
Pressure back on the bowling attack.
He desperately wants this wicket, Nori.
Digs it into the deck, just dragged across. So Kabir's done what he needed to do. 4 and then a single. So he's giving Moon the last 2 balls of this over.
They dropped Kabir, let's not forget. That one that went square leg almost bounced back to the bowler. And he's already hurt them with a couple of boundaries. One boundary at least for the 6.
2 balls.
Moon's back though. Moon's back.
Full toss. He's hit it slightly inside out, but he's carried the boundary. So Moon continues his rampage here at Kerava. And suddenly this final ball of Nori's over becomes absolutely critical because you know Moon is going to go hard. Tell you what, Vinny, another Maximo here. Brings it down to 30 off the last 3, and that is very gettable.
Yeah, he's over the moon right now. 57 off 16. Last ball for Nuri. Last ball to do something about this.
Oh, just snakes through. Probably Moon lucky to have his stump still in one piece, but the end of a very eventful over. And this game is set up beautifully. Dark Knights 93 for 6, still 3 overs to go. So of the final 18, they require 37, so just a tick over. 12 runs and over. Yeah. Vinny, what a start, and there's more coming up.
That's true. Hey, if that had been straight, I think it would have been moonwalking back to the pavilion. But Dark Knights versus Gladiators. That's Helsinki Gymkhana Gladiators, who come up in match 2. A couple of names I do see there. Faisal Shahzad leads the side. We saw him recently in the ECS Estonia. Player we know very well. Shah Mustafa behind the stumps. And Mohamed Imran, actually a player I've seen before. For the Dark Knights, well, Moon, he's listed at 7 there. Get the big man up the order in this kind of form. But Dark Knights, I suppose time will tell whether they go in with a win under their belt or not. The Gladiators winning the toss and electing to bat in match 2, starting in around about half an hour's time.
Siddiqui comes back with his right arm spin. Ball's lofted, Abbas underneath it, and he takes a catch. So Kabir tries to hit a Maximo, the first ball of the over. All he does is send himself back to the pavilion, and it's a healthy start to the over for Siddiqui. A much-needed wicket, 7 down.
Yeah, and just know Abbas isn't going to drop too many catches. He's there for a reason. Knew exactly where he was compared to the boundary as well. So it's a kind of very similar innings in a way. 93 for 7. Just going to cast my mind back to that first innings where I think they lost their 7th wicket around about the same time. I suppose, yeah, they were having the same kind of issues.
Bappy coming out to face the music.
Yeah, they were
First stop ball.
They were 96 for 7 in the first innings after 7.1 overs. So it's very remarkably similar.
Just tries to push a single, and Siddiqui will have a shot at the stumps, and it's just the one.
I wonder if they'll rue the fact that they lost it. I know so many things could have changed the game, but they lost that 10th wicket unnecessarily with 3 balls left on the table. It might just cost them an extra 10 runs.
Mind you, they'll also be thankful that the last pair put on, I think it was 17 for the final wicket. Siddiqui 3 to go. Moon, know that he's going to wind up. Oh, if the throw had been tight, then I'll tell you what, Moon did have to orbit halfway down the pitch.
Well, Moon was in retrograde there for a second, but luckily he gets back. I think more the neutrals, they want to see the big man get him over the line.
Oh, floated up, and that ball has gone very high. Oh, but there's almost a collision in the outfield. Hands on hips all round. That should have been the end of the big Mooney, but as it is, they nurse through a single.
This was almost Armageddon, wasn't it? He just got distracted by the fielder, probably understandably so. The infielder coming back. Moon gets 1, survives.
Bappy cuts hard, but he can't beat the fielder coming around at point. So
could be in for a thriller first game.
Oh,
End of the over, 96 for 7. Wow. It's good to be back.
Pretty good.
Hello to Jules, by the way. He said he's just finished his shift, so he's sat in the lounge with Vinny and Rhino booming out of the telly box.
Turn that volume up, Jules.
Turn it up.
We got 34 needed off 12 balls.
Well, the commentary's finished a lot stronger than it started in this game when we had radio silence for the first 3 overs.
Not what the fans were tuning in for, but plenty of action here, both at the end of this game and also another 4 matches later on today with some big teams coming with the Helsinki Titans and Empire on show towards the end of the day as well. And speaking of big, Junaid Khan, the paceman, coming off the night.
This is a huge over. I mean, I've still got an over of Junaid, and he kind of ruined the top order, didn't he? Let's not forget that the Dark Knights were 5 for 3 after 9 balls this inning. So Bappy's at least get out of the way, and then we might have the big Junaid versus Moon battle. It all happens in the 9th, and here it is.
Nice quick ball. Bappy, not sure what he got on it, but he's at least managed to get off strike. Tell you what, Vinny, tactically here, if you're Moon, you've taken Abbas, who will probably bowl the 10th for 30 in his first over. Do you go hard at Khan here, or do you back yourself in that final?
Bank on getting that many. I still think you got to be aggressive here. The thing is, he's better be ready because it's going to be rapid.
Oh, beats him with the Yorker outside leg stump. That's good pace from Khan. Yeah. Sends it through, doesn't he?
Feel the tides changing here. And Junaid getting that one right up towards the Yorker length. But how many could you take? That's if you get Abbas, which, I don't know if they'll bowl him again or not. The thing is, you do need to survive the over, otherwise I think you're definitely out of the game.
Full toss, just driven down the ground. So Moon not trying to do too much here. Well, aside from doing his own little moonwalk, evading the ball as it's thrown in from long on.
He's just trying to work out a tactic. Whoa.
Ow!
Rico likes that one.
He does.
I think Junaid, there's no real secret about what he's going to do. He's going to go full in the stumps here. So Bappy's probably just got to at least survive it. Well, of course, he goes shorter, and this is up in the air. It's going to be 6. That's why I thought Junaid, if he was smart, he would stick to the Yorker. Instead, it's a bonus 6. Bappy happy, Maximo, and the 100 comes up as well for the BTCC Dark Knights.
Gee, that's a great result, isn't it, Vinny? I'm not sure that Bappy was hitting a Maximo anywhere else on the ground, but the pace of Khan, ball's carried the boundary easily. They've now decided to move a 3rd man down there precisely for that outcome. A little bit more on the stumps, but Bappy does well. He's making contact.
That sounds crazy, but I would have considered not running one there because I don't want to risk Moon getting out here, whereas Bappy is kind of a bit more dispensable. I think the Moon versus Abbas battle that we might see in last over, and it is true, he did hit him for 30. Hit him for 5 sixes out of 6 balls last time. Moon, last ball of the 9th.
Full toss, swung. That's not a bad outcome for the BTCC Dark Knights. As Moon gets himself on strike. That's the end of the 9th. One host 6 for 7, and they need 24 off the last.
And it looks like Abbas is walking towards the center of the field. And he's taking his hat off. And now Moon, well, he wants to take his helmet off, but he can't. Maybe he just wants a drink. Nope.
He's gone for the cap.
Well, that's not going to work because he has to put his helmet back on. Why would you want to change anything?
It's a fair point, and see, almost the equivalent if you were going to change the bat at this point. So, Abbas. Tell you what, he strode confidently to the centre. He really wanted to take responsibility for this over. Got absolutely hammered in his first with a succession of zacks from the bat of Moon, but he's walked up, said, yes, I'll tell you, as thankfully Maximo's, a man who's very attuned to the safety of players.
He's going to wear the 5 penalty runs if he wasn't wearing the helmet, which I don't know if it's a rule, but it would have been.
Tell you what, when you're chasing 24 in the last, probably not your smartest manoeuvre.
Yeah, the thing is, he hit him with the helmet on for 5 sixes, so yeah, it wouldn't change anything if I was Moon here. All right. Do you even run a 1 this over?
No.
4 out of 6 out of the ground. That's what you want.
I am backing Moon if I am the Tigers here. I would be saying, unless there's a clear 2, which doesn't happen too often on these 50-metre fields in the European Cricket Series.
Abbas tried a few things. He tried round, tried over, tried on faster, and nothing seemed to work except one ball. It was a dot. He's been hit for 4 consecutive 6s off him. Here we go. 4 more 6s and the Dark Knights steal it. Last over.
Oh, I tell you what, he's given it some air, and the first one is whipped backward of square. Not sure there's a no ball there, but it's not a great start.
Let's have to slow this one down. It's probably just below the waist, but it wouldn't want to be any higher. So it'll just be 4 runs. Makes it 20. He wanted 6 there. He's a bit annoyed with himself, Moon.
Tell you what, though, pretty good reaction. That's not what he would have been expecting.
What an innings. Seeing when he came out.
20 off 5. Oh, he tries to go big. Has he got good enough contact? And the fielder drops it.
Oh.
It carries the boundary, I think.
Saw it as 6, but he's in the way. So let's have a look what the pictures tell us. He gives it everything, the full moon. Let's have a look. Where does this ball bounce? It's drop, but where does it bounce over the line? Yeah, that's gone for 6.
Oh, so 10 off the first 2 balls. Both full tosses. All of a sudden, 14 off 4.
Oh, man. This
Moon up
is
to
crazy.
70 off 24.
Abbas can't hit the pitch. All right.
Imagine if he bowls a no ball full toss here. Well, he finally gets one to bounce at me. He's got at least a full.
Well, there's no way he's
crescent
stumped. He
behind the
has so
stumps.
much of his body grounded. When this is it. He has more surface area on the ground compared to any stumping appeal I've ever seen. He doesn't stop the keeper taking
That's
the bait.
the quickest rotation of a moon in human history.
What a shot and attempt. All right, we're back.
Abbas. Oh, no, they don't take the run, and Moon's down on his
Oh, that was
watches.
amazing. So now what's that? It must be 2 balls down. So 2 6s to tie. That's where we're at. 2 6s, and we got a golden ball.
To be fair to Abbas, pretty good balls the last 2.
Well, he knows where he's got to put it. Just got to do it. Surely Moon doesn't have a Moon miracle in him. Maximo or bust?
Oh, that was in the slot, and he's annihilated it straight down the ground. There is one more Moon rotation here to go. That was absolutely in the slot.
It's in all my time, it's one of my favourite innings I've ever seen because you just never know what's coming. And we might have a golden ball coming here. If this is 6, we've got a golden ball. Game 1 of Finland, our first time here in 5 years. Can he do it?
So much pressure on Abbas. Moon, he needs a Maximo to tie the game and send it to a golden ball.
Oh, that was a giant. Don't know where they're checking. It's definitely 6. It's 6 by about 30 metres. All right. Here we go, Rhino. Moon shooting for the stars.
Oh, it doesn't quite get underneath it. That was probably in his hitting zone.
Oh, it's still a ball
But
to
was
go.
there no ball that we've missed at some stage?
I was given a wide, that one on that he should have been stumped.
Oh, my goodness.
Well,
We've just
he
gotten
wasn't-
all excited for the
No,
final
was
ball.
that a
but
wide? No way.
extraordinary stuff.
It was given a wide. I didn't realise because it wasn't even close to wide. So he's got another chance.
Here we go.
All right. Astronomical finish coming up. Oh, no.
Oh, Abbas just pulls out.
When you
Bappy.
need 6 to tie. All right, here we go, Moon. Trying to settle himself down.
Oh, he's bowled wide down the leg side.
No,
And it's
fiver.
running for 5 wides.
Of all the balls he had to bowl, that wasn't it. They're full and wide, not this wide. What's that? It's 1 to tie, 2 to win now.
Tell you what, didn't Moon make sure his backside was out of the way of that?
Gee,
All
what
of
a
a sudden,
finish.
2 off 1
I'm
to
going to have to
win
go
it.
back and look at that wide again later. But to be fair, we had one of those in the first innings, just even out in a funny way. Abbas is in the 50s now. He's got 9 for 52 to go with his
And look,
60 in the first innings.
Moon now having to get his where is Pappy's head? He's getting a proper boot.
Full Moon treatment. All right. Oh, they should win, or at least.
Abbas coming
finish
in.
we deserved. Here we go.
Oh, he's made a little catch
golden ball.
It's golden ball.
Oh, we've got a golden ball.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Moon down. What a finish. What a finish, Rhino. I hope we've got that. Oh my goodness. Happy in the highlights. We got a golden ball first game of Finland.
I can't believe this.
Bappy finally was extracted.
What
to run the single the tie. They're all shaking hands. They don't even know it's a tie. Maybe they didn't tell him. Moon's walking off, but we're tied at 129.
Look,
and after 5 years in Finland, we're gonna start the European Cricket Series 2025 with a golden ball.
This is one of the greatest ECS games of all time. And
Moon,
look at the players out there. Moon thinks he's actually
he must have
essentially
thought they
busted-
needed one to win. That's all I can think. But now we'll need 2 to win off 1 extra ball. And either Abbas is going to bowl it or Junaid Khan. I mean, it's a pretty obvious one. I think you can't bowl Faraz again. He's just gone for, we went for 23. But yeah, we got a golden ball. And I actually would say this is the first golden ball we've ever had in Finland. Oh, wow.
God.
When Bappy had to go the old internals to get Moon ready for the last ball, that's when we lost it. But yeah, this is our 11th golden ball. Oh well, 11th golden ball of the year. At the moment, it's 6 to the bat, 4 to the ball in 2025. What a game! And that's the thing. He'd never even really looked to
Look at the player from the Tigers trying to explain the golden ball concept to Moon as his head just goes from side to side. He thinks he's essentially messed up on that last ball.
Yeah.
Bappy just
Because that was probably his best chance to win it then and there. You're against a guy who's just you're all over him like a rash. But now you're going to have to deal with Junaid Khan coming in and bowling your thunderbolt. Remember, you've got to face, as a bowling team, you can only use someone that's bowled in the last or the second last over. And of course, the batting team can use whoever they want. That's not out of these two. You definitely choose Moon. Although, if you actually look at the numbers, Bappy was better against Junaid Khan. Although
he did get a flying
an edge 6.
edge for 6.
Jeez. Oh, the 5 wides, the minimo. Jeez, it's one of the longer conferences. Moon, I don't know how much moisture there is in him at the moment. Oh boy, what a finish here! And here we are. This is goal. I'm lost.
This is game
golden
1,
ball
Vinny.
79.
This is game 1.
We're only just getting started. Yeah, golden ball 79 before your very eyes, and it's going to be Moon to try and win the game. They needed 6 to tie it. They had a 5 wides and a 1. And now, of course, they can bring back Junaid.
Tell you what, though, Vinny, Moon's not moving particularly well at the moment.
He's not
obviously
the
had
kind
to
of
do
guy
a lot
you
of
think's
work.
going to get back for 2, put it that way.
I get the feeling this is either going boundary or the game is in the hands of the SKK Rapids.
Oh, welcome back, Rhino. Moon has taken them to the edge of the galaxy. Can he put them over the line? 2 to win. Here's golden ball 79, live from Finland.
Card steams in. Full ball. He swung it. He swung it high and handsome. The arms go up from Maximo. The BTC Dark Knights are ecstatic. And what a phenomenal way to finish what will go down as one of the great ECS contests. Vinny, your thoughts?
I don't really have any thoughts. I think that my mind's blank. I mean, Moon, he's flat out. He'll probably be in bed for a week after this. But Moon, who started his ECS with a Class A dropped catch goober, has turned out to be the hero. He's miscounted. He's kind of just had the whole gamut of emotions here. He had grief. He's lost partners. He came in at a difficult time. I think he miscalculated off the last ball of regulation, thinking it was 1 to win, but he had to go
get frog marched back out there. Then he's hit the fastest, one of the fastest bowls in the country, back over his head for 6. And that is Golden Ball 79. It's a win to the BTCC Dark Knights. What a game.
Fair,
Almost lost another partner in a place that I don't want to mention before the last ball. But early on, remember, they were 5 for 3 after 1.5 overs.
how have they won this game? Unbelievable stuff. As you said, Vinny, they lost 3 wickets in the first 2 overs of the game. It was a truly shocking start. And if someone had have told us that Jobert Hossain Moon was going to be the hero after what was an appalling effort in the field, I would not have believed you. But from the first moment that he came out, he was absolutely smoking it. And Hossain, he was a man who went out to sneaky off the outside edge there. But look at this, just an array of zacks from the big man.
And who knew that the moonrise would lead to the sunset of the Rapids' chances in this game? And this could be a huge result, don't forget, because you only play 4 games in the qualifying and only the top 2 get through. And remember how he brought up his 50 with the old swagger tactics? And then he wasn't done yet. Got a little bit of support there. Kabir was handy for a little bit. But before that, you see Bilal, he was there for a while. Hit a couple of nice shots. Faraz Abbas had a weird old game. He batted well, fielded well, bowled awfully, and got taken down. But this had a little bit of everything, didn't it? Including some unmentionable bits that I hope make the highlights. But yeah, Moon, he just kind of grew in stature, drew in confidence, started to almost believe he's invincible. Remember, he got dropped at one stage as well.
Bappy came and joined him and got the top edge 6.
Yeah, exactly. That was a huge 6 runs. I still want to go back and look at that wide. I know that we had a few contentious ones in the game, but the one where he almost got stumped, but it was crazy. They needed, 24 off the last. That was the one. He had to just get the money maker out the way, didn't he? And he did absolutely that. Almost impossible take for the keeper down the leg side.
How good was that shot off the golden ball too? The Dark Knights had evened the ledger on the final ball, and it came down to Moon facing Khan, who sends down thunderbolts.
Well, Bert Newton will be proud. Moon facing and Moon winning the game for the BTCC Dark Knights. What a crazy game. And even after so many thousand matches, there's certain games you just gotta shake your head, maybe take a cold shower.
I'm done, Vinny.
Hussain Moon, look, he comes in at number 6 and he scores 77 off 28, plus the 6 off the golden ball, not even counted in that. So he scores 83 in the game.
There were only 45 runs off the bat from the rest of their team in that innings.
Well, they were all pulled in by the gravitational force of the Moon. Jubbar Hussain Moon, the hero. And as far as the bowling figures, well, it's kind of a case of the haves and the have-nots. You see 6 overs there went for 48, only 8 and over, and 6 wickets fell. And then the other 4 overs went for 81, including 53 off the bowling of Faraz Abbas. And Junaid, for all his good bowling, that last one was a bit of a slot ball. It's probably what Moon was looking for. Put it out of the ground. Saqib Arshad, though, 3 for, could have even had more. We've got a slight delay, not surprising to the second game, but we'll have the Dark Knights who will be going back-to-back. It'll be Moon time again. So we're on Lunar time now. It'll be the Gymkhana Gladiators to join us. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo with Rhino. We're going to have to just compose ourselves, and we'll see you the other side of this break with more European Cricket Series here in Finland.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back. Hello. Hello. There we go. Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get into match 2. And yeah, we're still recovering from match 1. A game that started with no commentary but finished with all action as we all got the lunar eclipse of a lifetime, with Moon getting the Dark Knights into the lights. And they start with a golden ball win. Vinny Standard here, Mr. Maximo. We're going to roll into match number 2 now, which will once again see the Dark Knights on the park. They're taking on the Gymkhana Gladiators. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago. It's Stefan Gooch and the 2 captains.
Gladiators to call.
Tail.
Tails is called. It is tails.
We go for batting.
Batting?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Have a good game. All the best. Gladiators have won the toss. They're batting.
Gladiators will bat first. That was Faisal Shazad who's leading the side. We saw at the toss some beautiful lavender around here, and honestly, it's a beautiful cricket ground here at Kerava. My first match here, and it's a match I'll never ever forget. And if you're watching, I'm sure it'd be much the same from your point of view. But yeah, the Gladiators look like they've got some good players in their team. But I mean, first things first, let's talk about that first game. We still haven't had too much time to get over it, but yeah, certainly one that we'll remember for a long time. Looking at the Dark Knights, they go with the same side that won them the game, even though they were in trouble several times in that game. Gymkhana Gladiators, again, watch out for Faisal Shazad. I don't think he'll be batting that low. He's leading the side. Also a very handy bowler. Mohamed Imran is a player I have seen a fair bit of on the network as well. Dark Knights, though, Jabbar Hussain Moon. Remember the name. Remember the celestial body. He ended up tying the game with a single. We think that he thought it was one to win. It was one to tie it, last ball of regulation, before he smashed Junaid straight back over his head for 6 to finish it off. He wasn't quite chaired off, but I think the sentiment was there. Anyway, Rhino's gone to get a coffee and he's earned it. Dark Knights 65% favourites over the Gymkhana Gladiators in this one. Helsinki Gymkhana, of course, their organisation that the Gladiators come out of. How is everybody going? I know that Rob said that he enjoyed it, said his great-grandmother was a Moon, so it's all in the family. I know that Jared was saying you might need to lie down after that. Well, you're not the only one. Hello to Armando Telejandro as well. And yeah, hello to Kroom, saying that helps you get going on a Monday morning. Dark Knights will be running on adrenaline. They'll be on the chase again as they are fielding first. That's what the Gladiators elected to do. Got to say, I love the Gladiators kits as well. Very Finnish-inspired kit with the Cricket Finland logo and the Finnish flag and the kind of Finnish colours, I suppose. The blue and white is what we typically would associate with the nation of Finland. Of course, it's a mostly white flag with a blue cross. Conditions here, 15 degrees, a bit of cloud cover around at the moment. But yeah, we're very much still in recovery. But yeah, we also got kind of done by the fact that there was a pad strap that needed fixing up, and Bappy was the Moon partner was in the unenviable position of trying to negotiate that situation. Yeah, but Moon actually started by dropping an absolute goober catch in that first innings. It just shows you how quickly things can turn around in ECN cricket. So almost ready to go. Looks like Shahid Alam will open the bowling, and they are opening up with Fahim and Shan Mustafa, who's the keeper, Huzaifa Fahim, to face up. Match 2, live from Finland. It's going to start with ball that's belted down the ground, a couple of bounces and 4. So Fahim wasting no time getting his eye in. Nice shot. Challenge kind of ball, but Fahim up to the challenge. Holds its line a little bit. And he misses out. Apologies, occasional gremlin in my microphone today. It's all been worth it so far. Gladiators, though,
He'd love to have a strong start, no doubt about that. Rhino has come back with the coffee. This is up and over the top, and that will be another 4 runs. The pitch is just inside. That's smart batting because the long on was back, not the long off. So he makes a concerted attempt to go straight, and if anything, just kind of faded away to the offside. Interesting that the Dark Knights electing to open with spin here. Most openers don't really expect that. This one's in the air, just climbs over the top of the fielder in the circle, and that'll run away for 4 more. So Fahim winning kind of 3-2 on points at the moment. It's 3 4s, 2 dot balls. It was middle length. It was good footwork, actually got back deep in his crease. Just got enough to get it over the fielder. I know it's early to talk about this, but we've never had back-to-back golden balls, ever. Good leave from Fahim. Pretty well blocked down the leg side by Zid Islam. End of the over. I'm going to hand over to Andrew Ryan in his microphone because mine's cut out again. Hey, Rhino, how are you?
Hello, viewers. Welcome to Game 2, which will have a lot to do to live up to the quality and entertainment of Game 1 here today. Having a look ahead, though, plenty more cricket coming up on the European Cricket Network in the months remaining this year or in the second half of this year. And big challenger division set up for the European Cricket Championship. Some of the really raging nations in terms of development in the world of European cricket there. Always loved seeing the Turkish boys. Saw some good cricketers from Slovenia, and I'm sure the Czechs and Guernsey will be 2 of the favourites to get through or to top their groups. As Kabir comes on, ball just popped up, and Alarm probably needed to take a step back to complete that catch. He tried to make the big jump, and the one-handed grab didn't work out for him in the end.
Yeah, it would have been an amazing catch. Yeah, our mics come back in. It's almost like the gods are determining when they want me to be heard today. But, I mean, we haven't really had a chance to catch up. I did go back and look at that wide call in that last over.
What was your take?
No way it was a wide. But the other thing was, it wasn't one of the first things. It was pretty similar, if you remember. Pretty good looking shot here, top of the bounce from Fahim. Stands and delivers. And it races away for 4 runs. Excellent shot.
It's excellent cricket all round, isn't it, Vinny? Wasn't a bad ball from Kabir. Just a touch short of a length outside off stump, but thrashed off the... Say it should have been a back foot shot to an extent, but he gets the weight moving forward.
Creates more issues for 2 circles. That one crashes into our camera. It's a little bit darker maybe than it was during the first game at the moment. Hopefully no rain in those clouds. Good comeback from Kabir. But that first game, maybe we can just have Moon Cam all the time. Can we get a camera on Mooney? He's out to the left of screen here. He's at cover point right now. He's certainly got a spring in his step. What an individual innings that was. 77 plus 6 off the golden ball.
Well, I saw Finnish superstar Jordan O'Brien up in the pavilion before. He was barely able to contain himself during the latter stages of that game. Such entertainment value.
He's a little bowled by Kabir as well. Digs that in. He flirts with it. Yeah, it was just such an unexpected finish. It was... Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, whether or not that was a wide, I gave us just genuinely one of the greatest
like I said,
final overs.
It wasn't a great call, but it was probably consistent with what we saw in the first innings. But it was kind of like, how do you describe it? You'd have to see it. You couldn't explain it to people. Go back and watch it if you haven't watched it already. You're excused. Down leg side, slower delivery, I think, from Kabir. But
In fact, I'd go and say, watch the entire last probably 6 overs of the BTCC Dark Knights innings.
From the Moon entry. There he is. That's Moon. We've got a telescope on him all the time now.
He's box office, isn't he?
He absolutely is. Came out at, what was it, 15 for 4 or something like that. Unbelievable game. Goes up and over the top again. This one will carry all the way. Maximo! For him starting brightly. And he just elevates Kabir
over, wide, long off. Hold the pose. Beautiful batting.
Touch of class about that stroke, Vinny. Beautiful shoulder position, elbow finishing off the shot. Lovely stroke into a man who's bowling some decent heat, Kabir.
Last ball of the second over. Attempted Yorker, but turns out to be a low full toss. Fahim strokes it away again. Excellent technique and pure timing from Fahim, who has made the most of the limited opportunities he got in that over. It'll be the end of the second, and it's 29 without loss. Yeah, so just going back at that last game. So Moon came out at 19 for 4 after 2.2 overs, chasing 130 for victory.
You could say it wasn't the greatest start for BTCC.
Correct. But yeah, as you can see, they've got the net run rate's actually 0, but they're split by the fact that the golden ball went to the Dark Knights 3-1. I think it's the first time we've ever had a golden ball in the very first match of a series as well. I have to check on that one.
You know what I find a hard thing to do, Vinny? Picking out my top 3 highlights of that first game as well. There was so, much going on.
Oh, this one bounces straight over the stumps. Ooh.
Oh, I tell you what, that foot was in the air for a little bit. Mustafa just tempting fate.
Yeah, I was going to say, be careful. Make sure the keepers dispose of the ball. Don't be a statistic. Oh, now, this would be close if it hits as well. Took a long time to get going. If that had hit, I think it might have been curtains for Shan Mustafa. Okay. Technically, in a European cricket series, it is true. It's the first time we've had a golden ball first game. But we did have a golden ball first game of the ECIW Portugal-Norway, and that was both of their team's first T10s as well. You good use of the feet this time for him. Has come out. He's put that at 6 on any ground. Maximo 6 carreras.
Very well due round of applause from his batting partner. That's a glorious stroke. Wasn't actually a bad ball from Alarm. Saw Fahim coming. Dug it into the deck, but sweet, sweet strike. He's a player of absolute class.
Yeah, beautiful shot.
Wearing 100 on his back, Vinny. It's quite a statement for a top order batter.
Well, that's going to be 6 as well. It's absolutely slammed. Somebody's going to have to go find that. Maximal 6 more. And the Gladiators now, with that, they're probably just in the lead.
Beautiful timing. As soon as that ball was in the air, you could see Fahim just set himself to whip it out to mid-wicket. Lovely strike. And all of a sudden, after the joys of Game 1, the BTCC Dark Knights are on the back foot again. Not sure about this tactic of opening the bowling with Alarm.
Yeah, it's kind of a good matchup for the right-handers. And Fahim, a good mixture of power and the technical side of batting. So, yeah, the Tigers, Dark Knights, whatever you want to call them, they've got to get back to business quickly. That's a good shot as well. It wasn't quite there to drive, just leaned back, punch it behind point for 4 more.
It's a lovely bit of cricket. Knew what was coming. Was fairly certain it wasn't going to be a full loopy ball from Alarm. And it's a lovely shot. Read the cap well. It's not often we have a team that comes out with multiple nicknames. Is it, Vinny, of the Tigers Dark Knights combo in the one squad name? It's launched. That's a beautiful strike from Fahim, and all of a sudden he's too short of a half century.
Yeah, I like the way he backs himself. He doesn't kind of shy away from the challenge, but it's not a slog. He still hits it fairly through the line, a bit more length to work with, so a bit more leg side. But again, these are big 6s. That'll be the end of the over. 50's up for the team at least. Gladiators, 52 without loss after 3.
Well, you'd have to say it's a fairly reasonable power play for the Gladiators. 13, 16, and then escalating to 23 off the third over. Excellent batting, and most of the damage coming from that man, Fahim. The Tigers need to get him either back in the sheds or off strike as much as possible. Mustafa, 2 off 3, so contributing a little less than his partner to this extraordinarily good start.
Yeah, it's an interesting one with Wayne saying watching the end of the last game. And yeah, we missed that wide. We did talk about it actually at the time, Wayne. Come back to that in a second. Here's Balliat gets over number 4. Mustafa's been the silent partner so far. Tries to guide that and misses. I mean, it was a wide that wasn't basically. But to be fair, umpires typically won't do that on wides because you don't do it the whole game either. I'm not saying never. There's a bit of a case-by-case scenario. But there was one late in the first innings that was exactly the same.
Indeed.
So, it does get a bit unfair if you do it just because one team's fielding second.
Swings and roundabouts.
I mean, it's set up a crazy finish anyway.
It was so unexpected we didn't even notice.
Because we then thought we assumed the score was one behind. So when we thought he needed 2 sixes and then mishit one. That one's going to be called good. I want a second look at this one. It's threatening to come back. Did it come back enough? Doubt it. Maybe a bit of an overcorrection now. But I will say also we're not 100% behind the middle stump. But yeah, it's just how it is. It's basically the best explanation I can give you. And probably would have been a wide as well. It should have been. You can see Fahim, feels like he's cooling on the shelf like one of Nana's pies.
It's getting mouldy waiting at the other end.
Called a dead ball.
Yes.
Maybe was that the end of the over and we missed it? Can't be. We're only about 2 balls in. Well, something's happening. Have we got that same replay again maybe from the side? The square leg umpire came in waving his arms to kill the play, saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. See, dead ball. So I'm not sure what that's about. If it's often that's about field movement. Yeah, definitely he's walking.
Well,
guys,
we're
everyone okay?
Getting some good jiggy camera work. The bails come off.
Oh, thank you. Give us one more look and we'll see it fall off. Thanks, guys. Yeah, so
Isn't that stunning work from the Two Circles team?
Okay. So it's now been called wide. What? What happened? He hit it.
Good luck to our scorers.
Huh? Somebody, please.
Not sure what universe we're in here, but anyway.
Oh, I love Finnish cricket. Hook me up.
Well, that's about as regulation a ball as you can get considering the last 2 or 3 minutes.
I'm going to go to my 90-second delay and try and work out what's happened.
In the meantime, isn't it great to have John Gray in the YouTube chat? Great to have you on board, John. Always excellent company there. Glenn Mustafa there as well. Obviously, Wayne, as Maximo's already mentioned, and Kroom in for his daily dose. And it's a wicket. Well, after all of that drama, Mustafa has managed to gently pull a ball to men at 45 on the circle. It wasn't a great delivery by any stretch, but an excellent catch out there by Rahman, the left-arm orthodox. And that is the end of a fairly sedate innings from Mustafa, but plenty happening in terms of action around him. And the Gladiators now 54 for 1.
Okay, I'm going back to the archives. It's been scored 2 wides in a row. The first one is a wide. So we'll start dot wide. Next one. Ooh, I think maybe what happened is I don't know, it wasn't called on the field.
Well,
maybe it was overruled. Which
Mr.
would be an interesting time to do it. But yeah. Anyway, it's been interesting. And then because the overrule came, that's why the next ball. We saw the wide signal. They killed the play on that next ball.
And then re-signalled for the... Well, I'll tell you what, I think it's a great observation from Mr. Utsha in the chat saying this is unexpectable, which is probably my favourite new word of the day.
It is. That first game was so unexpectable. All right, I'm back anyway. Well, yet. That's the old forward defence out of Fahim. He looks like he's settling in for a long time. He doesn't want to throw his wicket away. He's still going at 3 a ball, so he's allowed to do that,
The man who's taken 3 steps down the track to every other bowler has suddenly decided just to play a picture-perfect defensive shot on the off. 48 off 16, so he's 2 short of the half-ton.
3 off the over. Now he wants it, and he's going to get it. He walks at him, and he puts it over the leg side. Maximo! It's 50 for Huzaifa Fahim. Brings it up off 17 balls. Dark Knights coming back to earth with a thud, and the Gladiators 61 for 1 after 4.
Some pretty good shots in that half century, and a fairly appropriate way to bring it up for Fahim. He's enjoyed taking some steps down the track, changing the bowler's length, and I think it's fair to say, been the driving force of this 61-run start from the first 4 overs. But savvy move from the skipper, Bayzid Islam, bringing on Rahman for a few overs of a left-arm spin.
So I like the strip. It's different, isn't it?
That's some good team outfits here, Vinny. It's very strong in the fashion stakes.
All right, time for some left-arm spin, and there's Mahbub Rahman just took that catch. He's going to get lifted up and over the top first ball. Anwar gets in on the action at Maximo and even picks the gap in the fence.
Pretty good shot. One of the rare times today that Rahman's drifted on to middle on leg. Swung very nicely as Anwar played a fairly gentle shot on his first delivery, but launches Rahman. First ball for Maximo.
He's going to test out the fielder as well down there. Yeah, so there is one time that umpires will review wides, and that's sometimes when they're unsighted. So I think what might have happened, this is my guess, because typically umpires won't jump in, or the referee won't jump in. It might have been a case that umpire didn't see it. That's my guess, but I don't really know. This one locks up Fahim. So he has the air of someone that might be eyeing off the 3 figures, the way that he's just kind of senses an opportunity, doesn't he? Lets that one go.
Nice piece of bowling from Rahman. Whoa, but he's launched the next ball. So for him, continuing on with his trend of taking a look at one and then smashing the next for a Maximo.
Yeah, beautiful shot. He's not going to turn it a lot, Mahbub. I've got a good observation from Jared here, and I'll just explain something with our T10 wide guidelines. They're a bit different to what you'd see in T20 cricket. They're kind of, I suppose, harsh but fair. I'll put it that way. Yeah, right now, this is going to be just harsh and hit hard for him. Sizzles the fingernails of the fielder at cover. And this one will bring 4 more runs.
Tell you what, he is a good timer of a cricket ball, isn't he, Vinny? These 50-metre boundaries at Kerova. Not providing too much difficulty for him. He's raced along to 64 off 20. 1 ball to go in the first half of the innings. 78 for 1.
Hasn't really timed this one, first one in a while. That will be the end of the 5th over. And the score is 79 for 1. Well, I'm not sure what our camera's looking like, but let's try and get you in here. Well, we don't have it hooked up yet. Okay, we can just continue with what I was saying, which is that yeah, with the wide guidelines, it's pretty much a hard line on the offside in our T10 cricket. So there's 3 types of wides. I'll just explain them one at a time. One is on height. Any ball that goes above the batter's head, if they're standing at the crease, that's called a wide, as long as it's not hit, obviously. Any ball that misses the leg stump is a wide. Any ball that misses the line leg stump, unless it goes between the batter and the wickets. And then any ball that's fully outside the offside wide line, the tram line, that's a wide, regardless of the batter's movement. Now, so it's kind of a bit harsher on bowlers in that the line doesn't move. It's just done for consistency and simplicity. But the other thing is that in our T10 cricket, the bowler's meant to get the line. That's the thing. So it's a bit tougher in that the line doesn't move for the bowler, but it is easier in that they can hit that line. Even if the tiny bit of the ball is on the tiniest bit of the outside of the line, it should be okay. So this is one of those ones that I actually don't think it's a wide under our regulations. Now, see a replay of this. You've got to judge it when it goes past the popping crease. Is this fully outside the line? And I think that's getting a piece of it. As a bowler, you'd probably agree, Rhino.
Tough call, Vinny. Nice piece of bowling, though, from Bappy.
I do know the umpires, if in doubt, they tend to call wides, but it's very different to like a baseball mentality that the baseball umpires love to give the pitcher when the ball nicks a bit of the zone, which is basically the way the regulation's written now, the interpretation's given. But I suppose there's always a little bit of judgment in there. This is Bappy bowling the hat and confuses everybody. Batter, keeper, join the club. He'll run away for 4 byes.
Doesn't that say something about the outfield here at Kerova? Because that ball was travelling at about 15 kilometres an hour out of Bappy's hand.
It's a classic one where the keeper didn't think that the batter was going to miss it. Have you got that replay one more time? Have a look how late he actually moves, because he just assumes it's going to get smashed, and it probably should have been. But see how late he is to react. And that is actually one of the skills you need to work on as a keeper, is you need to pretend it's just you and the ball. No stumps, no batter, no nothing. End of the bat job this time will be handled by Afzal Hussain. Anyway, yeah, so I think the reason we have such kind of concrete wide guidelines is that with only 60 balls in a game, they are important. I don't think it's fair really to leave it up to what an umpire feels when you only get 60 balls a team. Again, won't get the call here. Then you can have some umpires that are supposed naturally a little bit harsher. This one was a bit wider than the one we saw before. So that one, this is what makes it tough for the umpires when there's a bit of an angle.
It's not something you see every day.
No, the old reverse. Yeah, so I will say that typically the umpires will, if they're not sure, they'll call it wide. So the ones that are very angular, like what Bappy's doing right now, if they're not sure, they call them. Now it's this huge from Fahim, who's going to swing his way into the 70s. A Maximo! Gladiators off to a flyer, and it's all thanks to that man wearing 100 on his bat. That's what he wants, I think, as well. Huzaifa Fahim.
It felt like he was aiming for that semi-trailer going along the highway directly behind the ground. That's a massive shot. Not sure why he's worrying, trying to play reverse sweeps when he hits that well down the ground. Pretty savvy batting there, Vinny.
Yeah.
Taking the single on the last.
That's the single of a man who can count. End of 6 overs. It is 94 for 1. Hello to David Robson. Hello, Robbo. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Lana as well. How you doing? And yeah, but the thing, I suppose the one thing that's worked really well with these wide guidelines is everyone knows where they stand. As a bowler, it is harsh, but you just need to kind of readjust your expectations. And the other thing is, and I still don't think we see enough of it, is when batters do take a stance outside of stump, just put your big boy pants on, go at the stumps. Because if you can get it full in the stumps, it's amazing how often you can actually get the guy out. There's a bit of a culture. I got to admit, I like it. I know that we might even toy with a little bit more towards the end of the year, maybe factoring in the batter movement again, but then it just becomes so subjective. Well, that's a fraction short, and that's hammered away for him to 79. Almost takes out the officials' 10. Maximo brings up 100 as well for the Gladiators. I know they're talking about maybe incorporating that movement in again, but still giving the line to the bowler. But if you just, even if bowlers know it's harsh, but at least they know why something's a wide and why it isn't. And a lot of those arguments have been cut out of the game. And
it does feel like there's more arguments with umpires over wides since the movement has been brought into contemplating where the wide line is.
That's going to be 4 leg buys. Again, you talk about the outfield being quick. This runs away. For him, he'll just be annoyed he didn't get any bat on it. Let's have a look on the replay. Flicks off the pad. Keeper would be disappointed here. Bayezid should have stopped that. Give me another 4 to the total.
Yeah, that's quite a few runs that you'd accrue to the wicket keeper at the moment here, Vinny. He missed that ball from Bappy that went through his legs in the last over and really had the chance to stop that one.
A concentration error, maybe, more than anything else. Good comeback, though, from Belliat. And Fahim will move to 80 with that. We had a bit of a century blitz yesterday. We had back-to-back centuries. And I actually don't think I've seen it before. But to have the same player score a century in qualifier 1 and the final, which is pretty amazing. Prague Tigers just on an absolute heater. But yeah, as far as that wide guideline goes, I know they may toy with it again. I think there's a bit of a confirmation bias. I mean, when you're getting smashed, you'll look for some excuse.
I agree with you. I like the simplicity of it, Vinny. I don't mind the fact that batters can move around their crease and bowlers can adjust. It's not a bad thing.
Well, that one's lifted up, and that's going to be 6 more. Saints Mas, Maximo. As the big hits keep on coming for him to 86.
Lovely strike. It's a very elegant cricketer. Simplicity about his swing, but he makes good contact and plays shots all around the ground. So he's clearly going to be a core part of the Gladiators batting lineup.
Yeah, Fahad Shakil yesterday, 104 not out and 129. Not a bad finals day. Ended up, not surprisingly, player of the final and player of the tournament for the Prague Tigers, who won their first ever ECS trophy. I hope he's all right here. Went down the follow through. There's a little bit of a ridge. Seemed to go down just on the bowling stride.
Wasn't your typical sort of ankle turn and the bottom of the foot not making proper contact. He's done a full rotation on the front left foot there, but unfortunately seems to be okay. He's still got one ball to bowl.
Off balance between the back foot and the front foot there for him to be so kind of discombobulated. Last ball, the 7th. And that's lifted up. It's going, and it's gone. Maximal. End of the 7th over for him into the 90s. And the centuries glut continues. 119 for one. And the man with 100 on his back is just 8 runs away from our first century in this ECS Finland.
Yeah, lovely striking from Fahim, and he's had to do it basically himself because the rest of his batting lineup isn't troubling the scorers too often. Only 12 of his 2 partners. Anwar at least turning the strike over as and when needed. Having a look forward. Tell you what, Vinny, Bulgaria next up. Going down a little bit south, and then Belgium after that. That Bulgarian series, underrated part of the cricketing world in Europe.
It's going to be a hot one, actually. And Shoban is a commentator that will be doing a bit of Bulgaria. He's actually based in Prague. Did a little bit of the CE Cup with me and did a little bit of the ECS as well. Just kind of cutting his teeth.
Finding talent in unexpected places, aren't you?
Shoban's a guy who's actually commentated for Fan Code in India and in Bangladesh series before, and just happens to be in Prague. So we've unearthed him. He's going to enjoy it, I think. Anyway, Anwar does the righty, gets out the way. Just touching on this quickly, though. One thing I don't like about T20 cricket is this kind of race to outside the off stump that I see, where it's very defensive tactic. I think the batter moving across in the bowl, then going even wider. I just think it's pretty boring cricket. So I like to see a bit of a challenge. So I like to say the batter almost dares you to go straight and look, maybe get hit, maybe don't. Anyway, we'll leave that one there. Fahim on 92. In the air, but hit very well. Gets past the cover fielder in a flash, and now he's within a boundary of a century. Would be the first T10 century we've ever seen on ECN cricket in Finland.
I'll tell you what, all signs are that he's going to make it here, Vinny. That's an excellent shot. Kabir gets a good bit of pace and bounce, but Fahim just treating him as though he's a medium-paced trundler. On the up through the covers.
I knew he was at the up front when he started blocking balls, and he's like, I'm not throwing this away on a loose shot. Oh, gets done by a decent bouncer, still rising as it got through to the keeper. This would be century number 43 of the year, and yeah, like how's that for a finals day? To have back-to-back centuries is pretty rare, but to have it on a finals day is unheard of. So Shaquille set up a score of 198 for the Prague Tigers in the final. The highest score ever in Prague.
Not the easiest place to make runs either, Vinny, is it?
There's a bit of up and down pitch there as well. Yeah, it's true. All right, Fahim on 96, chasing the ton. Oh, and he won't get it here, but he's lucky to survive. That inside edge could have gone anywhere. It evaded the off stump.
Full credit to the keeper, though. We've had a few words about the efforts of the skipper Islam getting down quick enough, but he does well on that occasion because, as we've seen here, the outfield's reasonably quick down to that boundary behind the keeper and out to fine legs, so save some runs.
Yeah, Jared's saying batters should bat on off stump, but yeah, as we've seen earlier, that creates problems as well. You have to play across balls on the stumps. We've seen LBWs. All right, 96 for him, and that is up. It's in the air. It's going. Is it going all the way? It is. It's 100. For Huzaifa Fahim, off 34 deliveries, puts this one into the clouds. And when it comes down, he is a centurion. 100 on his back, 100 off the bat. And he has brought the milestone with a maximal.
Well, his number choice, it's not a subtle message to the bowlers. One probably not coming out the sweetest part of the bat, but he still managed to carry fielder out there. Khurshid Alam, long on. Lovely shot to bring up the ton.
Last ball of the over. Slower ball, he swings, he misses, and that will be the end of the 8th. Gladiators 130 for one.
That's an excellent piece of bowling to finish the over from Kabir. Context of the game, actually, none for 27 off 2. Probably deserved a little bit more, but Huzaifa Fahim is playing an absolute gem here. Still 2 overs to go. This is the sort of areas where we saw the run tally in the first game, so Gymkhana Gladiators, if they can get him on strike, the majority of this last 2 overs, really will be looking in the sort of 160, even 170 range if he can really get a hold of one of these last 2. But left arm spin of Rahman coming on for the 9th.
All happens in the 9th, as we say on ECN. I mean, the last time we were in Finland, I think, I'll get an exact date, but I think it was around the 7th of August 2020. Think about how the world's changed since August 2020.
Well, we've seen the moon rotate this morning, which is already just something that historians will mull over for years and decades to come.
Every time I see someone needing an adjustment with the equipment, I think of poor Bappy, who ended up the wrong way down a one-way street.
I think it's one of those moments Bappy would have been very happy that he had his helmet on.
Not quite sure what kind of protection that affords you. But yeah, I'm going to go chase the exact date. I'll see what the headlines were that day. Fahim on 102. Slices this one up over the top. Fielder comes in, drops it. It wasn't an easy one. It was kind of full extension in and to the left. Elbows hit the ground. Ball pops out. Fahim gets lucky.
It's a pretty obvious piece of bowling from Rahman, floating the ball wide of off stump. He got exactly what he wanted, the mistimed shot, but unfortunately, fielder could not complete the catch.
Now Anwar, he wants his moment. He wants his pound of flesh. He'll get 6 into the hole here. Maximal. Thanks, Mars.
It's going to be disappointing that for Rahman. Got exactly what he wanted on the previous ball. Despite not getting the wicket, he kept for him to 1, then drags the next ball short. Pump for Maximo. And while doing enough here, 18 off 9, giving the strike to his partner for the most part.
That one is a wide. That's a good case. So you can see it. The whole ball misses the whole line. Let's look up the headlines from August 9, it was, the last ECN game we had in Finland. It's funny how the world doesn't change in a lot of ways. Trump sidesteps Congress to sign coronavirus order. US nears 5 million coronavirus cases. Protests in Beirut. And Twitter reportedly had preliminary discussions about combining with TikTok.
Oh,
right, that one is in the air. Only momentarily, though. And we'll get one. But, yeah, it's... And they just cancelled the MAC became the first conference to cancel the college football season. Again, this is pandemic times, it's lockdown times. Oh, it's missed-stumping. He hasn't taken the ball there for him. Got dropped on 102. Now he's missed-stumped on 103. And he'll be very disappointed here, Bazid Islam. Despite the heroics of the batter for him, it's only been a one-man kind of band. So this score is still very chaseable if the Tigers bat well.
If you're Rahman, you've done your job to Fahim on 2 balls this over. Should have had him on both occasions. It's fairly ordinary piece of wicket keeping from the skipper, and it could be costly here because still 7 balls left in this innings.
I often think this with keepers that captaining as well. Concentration probably isn't 100% on the keeping job. Dropped. So he's been dropped on 102. He's missed on 103. Oh! And then basically stares him down John Wayne style.
Could you imagine if that went for a single and Fahim got himself back on strike for the next over?
Just kind of wandering around. Thinks he owns the place. I suppose you can when you're 103. After 9 overs, 140 for 1. Yeah, so it's 1,779 days since we had ECN cricket in Finland. Glad to be back. If Bappy's going to get this last over, I think he will, in the hat.
I like what Bappy's doing with the ball. He's thinking through things well. Comes from wide of the crease around the wicket. Really trying to push the ball across the right-handers.
You're going to say how he's doing with his hat. You liked. That's well bowled.
There's a lot that I like about Bappy on so many dimensions.
Here's the $1 million question. Where you batting Moon?
Oh,
are you tempted to just
leave
throw him
him
out
down
there?
that low.
Uh-oh, that's going to be a no ball, I think. That's pretty high. It's been called, I think, on the field. Yeah. Probably should have been hit out of the ground. Yeah, umpire calls it straight away. Seemed like the right call. Yeah. Remember, waist high or above is considered no ball in ECN cricket. So a free hit coming up. Let's see if Bappy can sidestep the danger a little bit like he did late in that run chase. Gets hit well enough, I think. That's going to be 6. Maximo. Gladiators are hurtling towards the 150 plus region.
Well, Fahim asking the crowd, are you not entertained? I think they are so far. 109 off 39 balls. And Bappy will be ruining that no ball, giving Fahim a free hit. Not that it matters too much at this time of the innings when everything is swung hard as tries his second reverse sweep. The innings, he's none for two and sends his partner back as he wants to face the last three balls.
We haven't had too much time for chit chat. We will at some point. Talk a bit more about Finland. We're very, very excited to. That's lifted up. Right. It'll just be a single for him to 110. 2 balls to go.
I feel like Fahim's just put the accelerator off a little bit here, Vinny. Even just not pushing for a 2 there, I would have been almost willing to say, sacrifice your partner, get him back and strike at all costs. That swung away to the offside, and Shahid Alam has somehow slid all the way past the ball. Might have taken a tricky little spin off the surface, but what should have been a pedestrian single has suddenly become a 4. It's not the tidiest bit of fielding that we've seen from the Tigers. There's 1 ball left to go. Anwar on strike. Top edge. It's going to spin away, and this outfield is quick enough, but nice bit of work down there from Roo Paul. So he manages to keep it to just a double. It's pretty good finishing over from Bappy. Not too many fireworks in there. Not helped by a bit of poor fielding, but in the end, the Gladiators reach 155 for 1, powered by a magnificent 110 from Fahim.
Yeah, so he ends up with his shirt number plus the value-added tax, doesn't he? It's very good innings. Kind of maybe tied a little bit towards the end, played a few looser shots, but it was an absolute masterclass, wasn't it? Let's go back and have a look. And that's what I'm talking about. Kind of hold the pose. He was able to hit through the V, hit through the line of the ball. Does seem very assured, and I even like the use of the feet. You know, he backed himself. You know, you're told when you charge down the wicket, hold your shape and don't even think about missing it. You know, don't play your shot, which he did, even though he wasn't necessarily quite to the pitch of it all the time. But in the end, he's the reason that there's such a healthy score. 155 for the Gladiators, searching for their first win. That was a rare moment to celebrate. Mahab Ur-Rahman taking that catch off belly out. The only wicket was Shah Mustafa. Never really got going. 2 off 6. I think Sajid Anwar came out, did a decent job himself. Did hit 2 6s and a 4 in his 26. But it was all about Huzaifa, the first ever 100 for a batter in ECN cricket on Finnish soil. I've got to say, maybe the keeper Bayes had a lot on his mind. Made a couple of elementary errors that might have just inflated the score a little bit towards the end.
At the end of the day, Vinny, this is all set up for what the crowd has come here for today, and that is the moon chase here in the second innings. The big man has not wasted too much energy in the field, but he is locked and ready to go. See if he can match the batting heroics of Huzaifa Fahim. Lovely shots over the leg side. He's a very clean striker of the ball. And as Vinny said, nice little bit of support there from Anwar. A couple of lusty blows from him later in the innings. This is a fairly ordinary piece of fielding, unfortunately, from Alam, who hasn't really had a happy day so far. Been carted around this Karava ground with his off spin as well. But that is a healthy total from the Gymkhana Gladiators. 155 for 1. The only wicket being that of Shah Mustafa, who was a victim of Baliat Khan. 2 off 6, but Fahim 110 off 41, running out of superlatives to describe his innings. And then some nice strokes from Anwar at the end, 26 off 14. So 156 required for the Tigers to get their second win today. That is a tough task despite the fast outfield here. Have a look at the bowling figures. Basically, all the bowlers copped some punishment. Kabir and Bappy, probably the pick of those two, although Khan was a little bit unlucky at times as well. Rahman also created some chances, particularly in that 9th over, but not rewarded. So they have an uphill task here in Game 2, the BTCC Dark Knights. A lot of work to do to pick up their second win on the trot. 156 required off the 10 overs. Centre right here on the European Cricket Network. Here all day with Vinny Sandhu. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for the chase, so please join us then.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Karava Cricket Ground here in Helsinki, Finland. That is ECS Finland 2025. And we're halfway through the opening day of contests here under fairly cloudy skies. But fortunately no rain and certainly none on the horizon at the moment, which would keep all of the European cricket fans happy both at home and here at the ground. We have a pretty good contest underway here. The BTCC Dark Knights, who were victorious in an absolute ECN classic in Game 1 here today. They have a pretty tough task coming up. Gymkhana Gladiators, 155 for 1, powered by a sensational innings of 110 from Huzaifa Fahim, hitting 8 fours and 12 maximos across that stay at the crease. And so he scored 110 out of the 155 runs that they've put on the board. So a lot of work to do for the BTCC Dark Knights, but as we saw in Game 1, they are capable of some magic with the bat. And will certainly test the depth and quality of this Gymkhana Gladiators team. Looks like Faisal Shahzad wearing the judiciously chosen number 503 coming on to open up the bowling attack. Hussain and Alam at the batting crease. Umpire's just making sure that everything is ready before we get play underway. Supercomputer giving the BTCC Dark Knights 25% chance of victory here. Don't think they worried too much about that. The Supercomputer thought after they were 3 wickets down for only 5 runs in their first game and still came home. Big in-swinger. It's taking the pad, but no chance of an LBW as Hussain turns the strike over on the first ball. Really trying to give that, you can see the wrist position, desperately trying to get the in movement. Cloudy skies, so traditionally tend to see a little bit more sideways movement as Shahzad, well, he missed leg stump with the first ball. He's missed off stump with the second. Alarm on strike, hasn't had a happy time with the ball first 2 games, so I'd love to get some runs here in the second game. It's nicely driven. Well fielded though, and I'll scoot through for the 1. So really getting the ball up in the block hole, irrespective of the sideways movement. Always difficult, the early overs, if you can jam it underneath the batter's eyes. Well, that one was in almost Yorker length, but a pretty decent shot from Hussain. Swings it over the leg side. And a much-needed Maximo for the Dark Knights. That one was just a touch shorter. Allowed him to get the hands through the ball, get enough elevation. And despite the presence of 2 fielders out there at a wide long on and deep mid-wicket. Full toss. That ball has gone a long way. So successive Maximos. All of a sudden, after being hit once, Shahzad has lost his length. Full toss, and Hussain gets the bottom hand through. Pretty good shot. Dark Knights had to see plenty of balls go over their head. That mid-wicket position from the batting of Fahim. And this is 3 on the trot. It's a Maximo fest. And that is the best of them. Hussain lofts Shahzad. And after a good start, he gets pumped for 20. Flummoxing the batters with his big induckers to start with. But last 3 balls going 6, 6, 6. And after a bit of a shaky start, the Tigers are roaring again. Suddenly that equation looking a little bit healthier than it was. Still a long way to go, but 136 off the last 9 overs. Well, the dramas from the first game. It's not 94 games since a golden ball. In fact, it was literally about 50 minutes or an hour ago. One of the absolute classics of ECS cricket. So Imran coming on to bowl the second. Another bowler is just trying to get some sideways movement. Ball's thrashed around to the offside, and not the greatest timing, but he'll certainly take the runs. It's down on the one knee. Ball's managed to split the fielders, and this is a pretty decent start from the Bengal Tigers Cricket Club Dark Knights. Absolute mouthful in the commentary box, but I think there's plenty of to talk about with the bat. Well, full toss. And I was saying, I don't think that's where he meant to hit it, but he's got enough willow and it's beaten the field. So consecutive boundaries to start the over. That one's probably not no ball, just dropped enough. But for all of the firepower at the top of the innings for the Gladiators, as we see the correct number of matches since the golden ball, big 0. What a start to the tournament that was. Said, if you get the opportunity later today in between games, check out the last 6 or 7 overs of that contest. Brilliant stuff. As Alarm tries to send that ball to Vanta Airport, gets virtually nothing on it, but does drag it away for a single. So the run rate been brought down quite nicely. First 1.5 overs, the power play, 29 on the board. Sane started very brightly, 18 off it, only 4 balls. Well, that was in the slot, and he's just dealing in Maximos at the moment. Big strike across the line. You can see that halfway down the deck, it was going to land in a very helpful spot from a man who swings very healthily to the leg side. And poor Fahim must be sitting there and thinking, I thought I'd done my job, knocking up a century in the first innings. But the Gladiators lacking some penetration with the ball. Another one in the slot, but Hussein's lost his shape. The ball's managed to just fly over the infield. It's patrolled down there by Ali Malik, who makes good ground and keep it to a 2. It's 1 ball to go in this second. Sain got himself back on strike. He's liking the looking of Imran's bowling. And that's hit over the top, over the rope, and another Maximo. The umpires will check it, but that's going down as 6 in the books, and that's 23 off Imran's over. 43 on the board off the first 2, so the BTCC Dark Knights are saying there's more to our batting lineup than Big Mooney, and they are well on their way to chasing this target down. Quick look at the standings for Group A. That net run rate is not an error. It was a golden ball in the first game, but much deserved win for the BTCC Dark Knights. As the SKK Rapids, who do have one of the better bowling attacks in this competition, felt that they comfortably defend that target, but in the end, some absolute heroics from Jabbar Moon got the Tigers home. Speaking of a man who showed some heroics, for him coming on to bowl. A little floater outside off stump. Unfortunately for him, there's no fielders out there backward of point, and the ball does fly away from a boundary. Looks like he's putting a little bit of leg spin rotation on that ball, but just sitting up on the pitch. And the BTCC Dark Knights are thoroughly enjoying what's being served up to them. First 2.1 overs of this innings. Probably tries to overhit it, but despairing dive from the fielder coming around. That's Junaid Khan at mid-off. Ball had absolutely no speed coming off this Kerava pitch, but Alarm has actually played the straight pull effectively enough. Runs away for another boundary. 50 up, 51 for none. Huge swing across the line without contact. See in the background, pretty healthy crowd making their way inside this Kerava ground. Seeing some good cricket so far this morning. That's less good cricket from the batter, but somehow he's actually managed to get enough contact to take that for a maximo. It looked like his body was completely out of proportion to the shot that he was playing, but it was good enough contact. It's carried the boundary, and well, Fahim may have pumped the BTCC bowlers all around the track, but he's copping some punishment himself. Tries to push that a little bit wider of off stump, but it is actually called wide. Another one thrashed through the offside. It's a nice cricket shot from Alarm. In another boundary, he races along to 28 off only 10 balls. This was a much better shot. Just waited for the delivery to come to him. Fahim giving him no pace to work with, but ball's just sitting up on this Kerava track. So 62 on the board, no wickets down, and still one ball left in the power play. It's exactly what the doctor ordered for BTCC. It's better ball from Fahim, pushing it through with a little more zip outside off stump. Finally gets a dot ball, but he goes for 19, and that's a sensational power play for the Dark Knights. 62 on the board, and so 20, 23, and then 19 coming off that third. And lack of bowling depth for this Gladiators group is going to hurt them. And man who really never tolerated a lack of bowling depth in his teams throughout the years. Welcome back to the microphone, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
You can't do it yourself. You tell people how to do it. That's how I used to deal with it from behind the stumps. But yeah, nice to be back. And yeah, we're still kind of in recovery, aren't we? After that crazy first game. Will there be more of the same? It's another Dark Knights chase coming up, and they've started very, very well. 70% favourites from here. But is it going to be opposites world? They had a terrible start earlier and then found a way to win. Right now, in the box seat, Hussain obviously keen to settle in. Remember, he went 6-6 dotting out earlier on. It showed he can clear the boundaries. He showed that once again as we're looking at Bilawal Hussain to bowl over number 4. Field goes back now because it's the end of the power play as well. That's a wild one. And I'll be annoyed he missed that. He was kind of begging to be hit. Maybe he had the wrong piece of sporting equipment. Maybe the tennis racket. No, Wimbledon's coming up soon.
It's one of the higher full toss no balls we've seen.
I suppose in Auckland, because you're kind of forced to try and cut it. But we've got a free hit coming up. 11th golden ball of the year, and we're not even at halfway stage of the year yet. Just going through a few statistics. Free hit here, so can't be caught. Needs to be blocked, it is. Faisal Shahzad, yeah, the 503 jersey. Got him, it's the first time I've seen the captain wearing a 503.
If he bowled a few more overs, he might reach that total, Vinny. Went for a few off his first.
Yeah, sure did.
Can you remember the highest number that you've seen from a jersey?
I can actually show it to you.
Yeah?
You'll love it. All right, well, this one is up and over the top. No one back at deep point. It's very close to the line. We're going to have a look at this on the replay. We're talking a boundary here. Alarm going off. Let's have a look. Bat turns in their hands. Where does this bounce? Diana would be able to see this. Gone for 4 runs. Bounced just in front.
Surprised we didn't have a signal from Diana saying that it was just a 4, but she's concentrating on her photography duties. Tell you what, Alarm, for a man who looks like he's trying to smash every ball to the mid-wicket, his batting chart is looking very much cover-oriented present, but hitting cleanly enough.
Comeback ball for Bilawal Hussain. A bad one. Can't really get under it. I'll get a single. Are you loving the Finland cross as well in the uniforms for the Gladiators?
The Gladiators are very Finnish flag oriented, aren't they? They've got a couple that sit above the player numbers as well, so showing their allegiance.
Trousers as well, don't forget. The Cricket Finland
true.
logo on the trousers. Yeah, nice. Mention the crowd as well. It's building up nicely. Well, that's going to be hit nicely by Hussain. And when he hits them, they stay hit. Maximo! That one's in the long stuff.
Geez, that looked like a 5-iron, didn't it, Vinny? It held up in the air a long time. Beautiful swing of the bat from Hussain. It's been launched a long, long way. And poor Bilawal Hussain, after a full toss at the head first ball, come back and actually bowled some decent balls in this over, but he's getting punished. And his partnership, Vinny, 75 off 23. And when you look at the Dark Knights now need 81 off 38. They've got this run rate under control. It's now under 13 and over, which these T10 contests is considered pretty chaseable.
Yeah, true. We've never been here since 2020. It's a different game now, I think, the T10. You can even give high fives now. Probably couldn't do that last time we were here. The ball just tends to fly a bit further and batters are taking more on. I'm pretty sure this is 4. I think he steps over the line before.
Well, Fahim's actually signalled it, Vinny.
Yeah.
It's good sportsmanship.
Yeah, you'll see here. That's the foot which goes out before he is able to bring it back. But yeah, talking about Huzaifa Fahim, what a knock! 110 not out of 41. Perfect way to get his tournament up and running.
Feels like they've barely thrown a bullet here at all. The Gladiators bowling attack, Vinny. It's been largely untroubled. The Tigers still 1 ball to go in this 4th.
Wow, that is absolutely smashed. Hussain to 49. Mind your heads if you're in the camera tower. Maximo. And after only 4 overs, the Dark Knights are out in the shining lights. It's 85 without loss.
They are the entertainers of this competition, Vinny. The BTCC Dark Knights. They've got 2 team names. They've got more than 2 hitters in this team. I'm saying 1 short of a half ton. Only 12 balls to get to 49. Getting pretty good support from Alarm as well. 33 off 13. And tell you what, they have broken the back of this chase. Only 71 needed off the last 6 overs. And the skipper, Faisal Shahzad, he's got some tough questions to answer. Where are the wickets going to come from?
I suppose the only thing that would maybe give the Gladiators some hope is when they did lose wickets in the top order, they lost them quickly in the first game. BTCC pins his ears back on this and we'll get a single. Yeah, will we get a new Moon? I mean, would you be putting Moon in next if you lose a wicket, or do you think he just stays down at 6 and kind of only bats if necessary?
You want him there for the last over heroics. Again, if
it's
needed.
his day, right? Well, that's going to be up and going, but caught. Nicely taken on the boundary. They needed something to go their way. And it'll be Mojam that breaks through with a wicket. Junaid Khan with a catch, standing about a metre inside the boundary. Hussain, unfortunately for him, will miss out on his half century, out for 49, but faces only 13 balls along the way. It's 86 for 1.
Yeah, deserved a half century, Vinny. It's an exceptional innings. 7 Maximos amongst them. Only 3 dot balls. Well, that was a nice piece of work in the outfield. That was not an easy catch by any stretch. And the ball was travelling at a reasonable bit of power, but Moshim coming up with the wicket of his second ball. Finally, they haven't put something into the slot of Hussain, forced him to hit on the offside. And that brings Maxi Bilal to the crease. So many characters in this BTCC Dark Knights team.
So many. All right, Bilal. He's going to get a big, filthy full toss first up down the leg side for a wide. Yeah, hello to John. I mentioned this already with the Tigers, hoping to emulate their Prague Tigers namesakes. Do you think that, I think teams support other teams with the same name?
Oh, how could you
I'm sure
not?
the Dark Knights would be, if you want to use that, support any of the other Dark
Do you reckon
Knights.
there's too many other teams with the Dark Knights name?
Well, they are basically the Bengal Tigers. That's what we're looking at here.
There's been some good branding work from teams here in Helsinki,
I mean, I
hasn't
would like to know
why they didn't just enter as Bengal Tigers. Would be a lot less typing. It's Motorsham. Looks like off-speed delivery here. Ella misses out. Hello to Helix as well. Good to see you. Hello to Gulam. If you haven't had a chance, go back and watch either the whole second innings of the first game or at least the last over and a bit. Well bowled. Right up in the block hole. Mosham's just an awkward hitting pace, isn't he? Again, I think we've seen more success from bowlers that are willing to pitch up. Just you don't want to make it too full tossy. That's the only thing. I know a few people wondering kind of what we're wearing today and how we're looking. We'll try and get the camera up and running for you at some point, but we are in the igloo.
Nicely bowled from Watersham.
Dodgy one. It seemed to take a long time to get there. Now they think about a second, they're going to take it on. It's good running, actually, good awareness. So what really probably shouldn't have been one becomes two. And it takes us to the end of the fifth over. The score is 91 for 1.
In the overall context of this innings, Vinny, that's a superb over from Big Watersham. The rest of his teammates have been obliterated for double figures almost in the 20 region, and he just goes 1 for 6. Asking the captain why haven't I bowled in the first 4?
Now, I know your Hindi's pretty good. You want to read that out for everyone on the screen?
I'll let you do it, Vinny.
Well, I can tell you can get involved if you would like all the... Basically, it's telling you for stats, match previews, and all the information about European cricket, you can go to our Telegram channel at European Cricket Network Hindi. James Paisley was picked to be on that graphic because of his intimate knowledge of that Indian language.
It's a very deliberate selection. I mean, I think you know the Main Todi Hindi Samaj Sahan, so it's not the most extensive language capability that I have, but some lovely, lovely opportunity for our Hindi speakers to follow the coverage, as that would have taken an extraordinary grab from Fahim. Unfortunately for him, the ball has carried his frame, and Alarm is continuing to strike the ball just cleanly enough to keep his score ticking over.
Yeah, fingertip job there. Would have been a great catch. Just maybe could have got a bit more out of the jump. I don't know if he could have slapped it back, but still running the Knights' way. That one's belted as well. Straight over the infield. And normally if you hit it over an infielder's head, there's a big gap behind. That was the case on this occasion. And now Shahid Alam is closing in on a half century.
It's sensational batting, Vinny. There's not been a single movement of his body, his feet, his shoulder towards the offside, but he's been thrashing the ball through covers.
It does open
all throughout this innings.
Yeah, I mean, some players are good at this. He's setting up to hit kind of leg side, but he's also able to release the wrists to go off. And so it makes him a bit more than a one-dimensional player that's just going to swing and miss at a ball outside of stump. A lot of players that are just only supposed tape ball style players, they won't be able to hit offside, whereas he knows, okay, I'm going to set up for that, but if it's not quite there, I know I can hit it a bit later, I can still get bat on it, still get value over there. Bilal's on the walk, and he's bowled around his legs. And so, unfortunately for Maxi, he gets castled. And I say this all the time, someone's going to go walking. There's 3 big sticks in the ground. Aim at them. Amazing how often you'll be able to remove the batter from the equation. Takes us one step closer to the moon as Maxi Bilal goes out for 3. It's 102 for 2.
Nice bit of bowling from Bilal Hossain. As much as he had a shaky start in his first over, he's probably the most penetrative of this Gladiators bowling attack, and a good reward from him. Didn't fret when Maxi started walking down the crease outside off stumps, zeroed in on the pegs and gets rewarded for it. Exactly what you said the bowlers should be doing when we discussed this at length in the last game.
Yeah, because there's a reason that leg side wides are wides, even for players that are in and going well. Just quite often you don't catch up with them because of the nature of the plane of your bat. So the same applies. Now the leg side is the stumps, so you can get a wicket that way. New batter comes out there. That's the captain, Bazid Islam. It's been thrill-a-minute stuff so far. And he wastes no time. Up in the air and caught. So another wicket falls. And just like that, Bilal Hussain is on a hat trick. 2 in 2, and the Dark Knights hitting a little bit of the old mid-inning skids this time, 102 for 3.
Well, hasn't the day turned around for young Bilawal Hussain? Got absolutely annihilated in his first over, and then all of a sudden he's on live television on the ECS, and he's bowling for a hat-trick. Nice piece of bowling. Didn't give too much away to the new batter. And the skipper, Bayezid Islam, continues what's a relatively tough day, but it has brought a scurrying Mooney to the crease, Vinny. You were calling for him?
I was calling for him. We are at moon o'clock, everyone. The universe is back in alignment. But Moon's first ball will be Hussein's last. And a hat-trick opportunity. And he's going to lift it up in the air. This should be a hat-trick. It's dropped him. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. It was straight down his gobula. And he has taken it.
What's even
in the
better?
solar plexus. Hat-trick dropped. Moon. He's invincible today. How has he shelled that one? And it's the captain, Faisal Shahzad. Oh, boy.
Tell you what, Vinny, you might not have seen it, but what is almost as good is that Big Mooney thought he was just gone there and has almost been run out. If there was a direct hit, because he was just standing at the striker's end, just bemoaning the fact that it was going to be a golden duck and had to get on his skates to change the strike.
How could you be that close to a hat-trick and not get one? And you've got the danger man who scored 77 plus the 6 off the golden ball in the last game. Moon.
He's going to do this in 2
back.
overs.
And he's going to lift this up. Should be gone. Will be gone. So only costs him one single run. Does cost Bilawal a hat-trick as well. And, oh, well, I told you, this is the innings in retrograde. Early on, they lost early wickets. Moon saved, and this time they had a good start. Moon's gone for pretty much nothing. No dramas for Fahim, who holds the catch. And just like that, 103 for 4.
Ah, the wounded hero having to trot back to the dressing room. He's absolutely despondent. So are the many BTCC Dark Knights fans around the world tuning in just to see what the big man would do in this second game. Unfortunately, a second consecutive ball that he's missed time, hit it straight down the throat of an outfielder.
Kind of in all the commotion, we even missed that Bayezid Islam has a king pair to show for his day as well, the captain. Anyway, Kabir comes out. He hit him pretty well earlier. Motasham, just a kind of nagging pace, like I said. Well, a bit of team fielding, accidental. They do field it.
This game's evenly poised now, isn't it, Vinny? There's a couple of wickets sort of into the teeth of the BTCC Dark Knights batting order now, and there's still plenty of runs needed.
I mean, I guess he'd be feeling a bit better, Shahzad, after dropping the catch and Moon going next ball, but he's still going to have to answer to Bilawal at some point. Again, it's that kind of late offside fade, and that's going to go over the ropes, and it's 50 to Alam. Shahid Alam brings up his half century off 20 balls, and he does it with a Maximo.
Yeah, great innings from Alam. He's had a tough day with the ball so far, but he's answering the call of the Dark Knights. 52, 20 balls, so it's been rapid fire stuff. 46 off 21.
Now he's going to get a filthy full toss. He's going to put it away, just whips up and over square leg. Maximal, 6 more. This game kind of still in the balance because you feel there's a lot on Alarm here. But the other thing I would say is that we've never had back-to-back golden balls, and we're a chance. We're at some sort of chance.
I was waiting for it, Vinny. I've got a little whiff of it coming into the commentary box. So I think we're on here.
You think so?
Yep,
so
40 and 20.
We've had 2 in 3 before. But I was going to say that the odds of getting back-to-back golden balls, let's say at the start, at any point, it's probably around 1 in 7,500. Is
that just your guess?
No, that's based on we have a golden ball on average 1 in 86 games. So your odds are kind of 1 in 80, like 186 times 1 in 86. So you multiply that out, you get about 7,500, which is probably how many games we're almost up to on the network. And maybe not quite that many, but I think we're around about the high 6,000s.
There's an air around the ground of expectation of unique cricket here today. We've seen plenty of unique cricket in that first game.
40 off 20 required. Slow ball, pulls it back. Oh, well, almost run himself out. Should be gone. Well, what's he doing? What end is he going to? That was the chance to get alarm, and he's elected not to throw to his own end.
Our poor cameraman just sitting on the striker's stumps, just waiting.
What has happened here?
Shy.
He gets kind of, here's the call, and then, decided to throw the ball. Just wasn't aware of the situation. That's where you need someone shouting, your end, or keeper. But he is the keeper, so it might have confused him. I don't know. But Alam's very lucky to get away with that.
Tell you what, there's been no shortage of action here in these first two games, Viddy. Modasham just desperately trying to get through this over.
Now it's kind of in the slot. It's going to test the fielder. It's an awkward one. That'll get away for 4. So Kabir gets in, gets the high 5 out, and that will be the end of the 7th over. I'm pretty sure that the Dark Knight still would be fairly confident getting home from here. 122 for 4 after 7 overs. Let's have a look at what's coming up with SKK Rapids. Here, the Golden Ball heartbreak story of the morning. They bring Rayhan into their lineup. Hadley's Empire 11, and I do have some information about them. They've been named this week in honour of their founder, Joe Hadley, who unfortunately passed away not too long ago. So that's a nice way to honour him. Salonen captaining the side. O'Brien with the gloves. He's a part-timer at best, Jordan. So he's been given the job today. Good to see Nathan Collins in there as well. Player we know very, very well. Former Finnish captain. Only stepped down last year. Matthias Brasier, good to see him as well. So plenty of names we know. And Empire, they have been to the ECL a couple of times, and we know them pretty well. Also a fair bit of Finnish national team representation in that side. All right, Fahim's come in to take all the air out of the ball. And it works first. Oh, it's not a wide.
These little moments, Vinny.
I just think umpires are asking themselves the wrong question. Now, has this ball missed the line or not? And the answer is, nah, no way. It's in. I wonder if they're going to pull this. I think they've seen about enough. Maybe look at that one more time. Or maybe not.
Is he caught?
I think they want to have another look at it because the thing is, this isn't a wide. It's straight over the line and maybe, if anything, inside. So,
or has it been signalled?
It's been called a
No
free hit.
ball.
It's been for keeper encroachment, I think. That's my guess. All right.
The drama keeps on coming.
So what? Yeah, it was called for keeper encroachment. So it's free hit, and it could result in a run out, and it will be a run out. They won't even bother to check it. So Kabir's going to be run out here. Wow. And more and more drama continuing. Alarm, at least the set batter stays at the crease, but he loses quite a capable partner in Kabir. That's the thing with free hits as well. Batters sometimes think that they need to be running because they feel it's a free hit. We can't just eat a dot here. But it was a very good piece of fielding. It was clean. Bowler was in perfect position. Fires off the throw straight away. And he's well short.
Nicely taken from Fahim. Not the easiest throw, but it was a good bit of work out there from the skipper, Shazad. He's still got a bit of work to do with the ball towards the back end of this innings. Suddenly 33 off 18.
So we're at 123 for 5 now. Alarm is going to go cowboy style over backward point. He does this so well and creates the power. It's gone all the way. Maximo Seismas. I just want to check this because I don't think the umpire tracked it all the way, but to me, I think it's well over. Gets unnatural power considering his natural stance. So you can see the ball here. I think it's gone well over.
Not only that, Vinny, the fact that he's jumped into that thrashing cut shot, it's quite a unique technique, but very effective. He raced along to 64 off 25. He's been joined out there by RuPaul, who we didn't see too much of in game 1.
No, we didn't. Bowled off his own pads. The ultimate accessory fail as this is lifted up over the offside and 6 more. Alarm is keeping the chase on target for the Dark Knights. Hoping to go 2 for 2 in dramatic circumstances. Again, so good at, I'd call it kind of plan being, where he stays quite front on and he's able to generate that bat speed.
Well, the alarm bells are singing for the Gladiators. All of a sudden, BTCC on top. It's driven out to the offside. Will just be the one. Dynamic piece of fielding out there from Khan. Brings new batter Paul onto strike. So 136 for 5. So 2 balls left in this over. 20 required off 14. They would have loved a dot ball there. It's flown down to third man, but it will just stay as a single.
How about having the third back to the off spinner? Just they're sick of fielding balls from over the boundary.
Hasn't it worked well for them on that delivery?
A basketball bounce not really working for Fahim. He's got one more ball to bowl. Alarm on 71. Is Fahim's century going to be in a losing side? Time will tell. Goes the quicker one here. A little bit of a French cut. Eludes the keeper, but it's only a single. Alarm will retain the strike though. He's 72, and the Tigers Dark Knights combo 138 for 5 after 8, needing 18 runs off the last 12 balls.
Didn't RuPaul strut down the walkway of the Carava pitch nicely there to get Alarm back on strike? So 2 overs to go. Still a few nerves around here. You can see the players in the BTCC Dark Knights dressing room, in particular Fardosh Bapi. Looks like he's kitted out and ready to come in next. He was one of the heroes in game 1 earlier today. Alarm 72 off 28. It's been a tremendous innings from the Dark Knights opener, and the skipper coming back to bowl the 9th.
Well, he's going to disappear. It's going to be in the alarm zone again. Maximal! Surely there's no more twists left in this one. Just a dozen required. Alarm 78 off 29. Makes you wonder where the player of the match might go to here. It's not often you get a ton and you don't get it. But Alarm has stood tall and built on the work of Afzal Hussain, his opening partner.
Tell you what, Vinny, doesn't this show why it's important to finish off your innings even when you feel things are out of control? Because actually the Dark Knights did pretty well in the last over. Very gentle dab cut that's just gone to the keeper. So they actually kept the last over to a reasonable amount considering the speed at which the Gladiators were going. And tell you what, if there were another 10 runs on the board here, it'd probably be a 50-50 game.
That's got a good slow ball. Alarm on his shoulders. Nicked and he fields it with his foot. Well, wrong-footed here, I will say, but then just footed. Have a look at it on the replay. This is a genuine chance. See, moving to his left, then takes it on the full. I'm not quite sure. That's not in the textbook. Shan Mustafa had an opportunity there to get Alarm. In the end, it'll only cost him a single, but then RuPaul will pick up a 1. It's a genuine tip, though, as a keeper. Try to avoid having to move to your left on a lot of balls. So start further left, and then if there's an edge, you're in a position to actually move towards it. As that's in the air, fielder's got some work to do here. Can he get there? He can. They want 2. Good throw might have had him in trouble, but the fielder was off balance.
Tell you what, watching him stride around the boundary there, Vinny, I gave him about a 2% chance of cleanly picking up this ball. It's actually a lovely piece of work in the outfield. I think that might be the quickie Hussain out there down at third man.
As a keeper, it breaks my brain to see a ball hit. Be fielded with your foot off a genuine outside edge. But anyway, as he saved the boundary, as eventually he'll pick that one up. It's the end of 9, and we're going to the last, people. 149 for 5. 6 runs for a golden ball. 7 runs to win. I think if they hit a boundary, it's pretty much done.
I think we feel further away from the golden ball than we were.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you can avoid moving to your left on a stock ball. So when you need to be further left when there's an in-swing bowler or like an in-angle bowler. Almost you need to be behind the stumps so that you're not taking that step, putting your weight on your left foot. Otherwise you see. And the other thing never looked like he's able to bend the knees to get down. So
he was relatively upright. I think it's
rubber
fair to
knees
say.
is what I used to call it. You need to have kind of rubber knees, which doesn't sound natural. I know you've had issues with your knees recently. An operation soon?
It's supposed, well, it depends on when my doctor gets back to me with a date, Vinny. It's supposed to have been coming for about 3 months.
Still on the golf course. Hopefully you can schedule it in August when I don't need you for commentary. All right, well, Alarm's on 82. He's done everything but win the game for his team. He just needs 7 to do that.
Wicket here would make things pretty juicy.
Mohamed Imran is the bowler. Went for 23 first time around.
So he's riding high with confidence after that first over.
Surprised they don't have a deep point. So many runs have gone down there. They've gone kind of Southern Cross. Weird field, actually. You got the straight field, you got the mid on in the circle.
Considering where about 80% of Alarm's runs have come from.
Got to get it right, though, with the ball. Here's Imran trying to keep the game alive. It gets hit, and it hit straight to the fielder, who's a bit further in point than we thought. They want two. This is a crazy one. Should be a run out. I think he still might be out.
Made pretty good ground coming back for the second. RuPaul, you can see he's just sort of gently nudging his way, and then all of a sudden Alarm says, I want to get back on strike. Looks like he was no chance of coming back out. And then the bowler eventually managed to take, but I don't think he's gone. Paul stretches out. Does a pretty good job making his way back for the second.
The fumble, but the throw should have come to the keeper's end. You know, the show...
Doesn't matter if you get Paul out, does
it? It's a similar distance throw is what I'm saying. And Alarm would have been the bigger fish. 150 comes up. It could be a big chase on here. Can win the game with a Maximo. 5 runs required. Oh, man. I'd love to see this again, but I reckon this bounces right on the line. What are my eyes saying? It's not wide.
Tell you what, it deviated off the pitch a fair bit.
Take some of the line for me. I just think it's a harsh call. Rhino, thoughts?
As a bowler, I'm a bit offended by that.
The whole thing is the line doesn't move, but you're meant to get the line. The bowlers aren't getting the line. I know it's a hard call for the umpire live, but now there's 4 runs required. Any boundary wins it for the Dark Knights. In the air. What? All right. They want to. Got to go to the keeper's end. Might run him out. He's going to run himself out, surely. Got to gather it. Oh, man. Wow, that just needed to read the room there. A good throw to the keeper. Alarm was satisfied with the one. And I know that RuPaul is trying to get him back on strike, but really, better throw here should have been Curtains. And Gladiators have had their opportunities to get rid of Alarm before this moment.
RuPaul figuratively dragging him back for the second. Doesn't really want to face. Wants Alarm to finish the job here. 2 needed off 4.
Something's happening.
One short call here.
Is it? Is it a one short? Well, square leg umpires come in and he's in. Remember the first ever in the Ashes when the third umpire gave it out and it was on walkie-talkie, so the umpire was kind of bowed in prayer. But I don't know what this could be for. It's been a fun old morning so far. I don't know if we can show the other umpire. He's definitely taking up an unusual position. There he is. And he's having a chat with the captain, Faisal Shahzad. But now just 2 to win, surely, unless I'm missing something here.
So much drama here at Caravan today. It's been an amazing first 2 games. Looks like the way this is going, the BTCC Dark Knights should get home for their second win. But given some of the craziness that's been on show, looks like we're all sorted. So 2 off 4.
All right. 2 runs will win it for Alarm. And that should do it. It will do it. It'll be a boundary. And what a dream day for the BTCC Dark Knights. They go 2 out of 2 with a golden ball win and then a 156 chase completed in the last over. 3 balls to spare, in fact. Shahid Alarm will finish on 90 not out and probably steals the Player of the Match award. In the end, it will be a perfect day for the Dark Knights on their return to the European Cricket Series.
Certainly been a very good day for them, Vinny. 2 magnificent chases. They left themselves a lot of work to do in that contest, with the Gladiators putting up 155 off their 10 overs. Quick look ahead. Adley's Empire 11 coming in for their first show today up against the SKK Rapids, who certainly have some good bowlers that will trouble that Empire 11 batting lineup, but it was all about the opening 3 overs in this game, wasn't it, Vinny? As Hussain and Shahid Alarm absolutely pumped the openers from the Gladiators. They just had no answer for the onslaught. And what was quite a hefty target was really, really ripped apart in those early stages. In fact, when Hussain was dismissed partway through the 4th over, they already had 86 on the board. And really, the Gladiators have got to find a way to try to not only take some wickets, but to dry the runs up. It was one way of doing it. It was a nice catch out there from Junaid Khan out on the boundary as Hussain finally went after a big hitting innings of 49 off 13. There was a little bit of a fight back from the Gladiators after that.
Yeah, there was a bit of a fight back, but I think they'll rue some missed opportunities. In particular, there's that one where Alarm might have been run out by the keeper. Keeper didn't kind of assess the situation, so it wasn't kind of just your obvious drop catches. It might maybe a little bit of substandard awareness, but I think that also comes with the fact that not having played so much ECN cricket, a lot of these players have hardly played any, if any. But Alarm, he kind of controlled that game, didn't he? Even though he lost Kabir here, as far as Shahzad was able to fire the ball back to the bowler. But in the end, Gladiators, at 150 plus, they can't defend it. It's just the start of their tournament, but remember, only 4 matches to qualify and only 2 out of 5 qualify. So 2 wins might get you there, 3 probably does. And so this was kind of the late in the piece situation. I thought still probably should have been run out, but again, it wasn't a great throwback to the bowler. And Batter was able to get home. Every run counted in the end, but it was the Dark Knights that get across the line with 3 balls to spare. 90 not out for Shahid Alam off just 36 balls. It's not often you score 100 and don't get player of the match, but that was the case for Huzaifa Fahim, who ended up on the losing side. Shahid Alam was able to strike 7 sixes and 8 fours in his innings, set up by good work by Afzal Hussain, who was the louder of the 2 in the power play. He ended up just missing out a half century, out for 49. One thing that has been reasonable is extras count has been down. I even think that's with the umpires being a little bit harsh on the bowlers at times. As far as the bowlers, well, everyone copped a little bit of stick, didn't they? Fazal Shahzad was the most economical of the openers with none for 30. Motasham, I thought, was my pick, 2 for 24 with good changes of pace and awkward hitting pace. Bilawar Hussain should have had a hat-trick, really. Finished with 2 for 35. We'll take a break. We're back on time now as well, with the next game to start in 20 minutes' time. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. We're going to towel off and see you as Empire will hit the park when we return for match 3. Up against the Rapids here in Finland. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back, and we're only just getting started here in this European Cricket Series, Finland. We're in Helsinki right now. We are in the middle of the beautiful Keravat National Cricket Ground. Coming up next, match number 3, and we'll see the SKK Rapids again, but it will be the Empire side, Hadley's Empire 11, who will be taking part this week. Jordan O'Brien leading them. More about them in a second, but first here's the coin toss with Stefan Gooch and the two captains.
Empire to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. And it's tails.
Or ball.
Good luck. Have a good game. All the best.
Cheers, mate.
Rapids have won the toss. They're bowling.
So SKK win, and they have sent in Empire, or as I should say correctly, this week they are registered as Hadley's Empire 11, and their founder Joe Hadley recently passed away. The team is named in his honour this week. I know he's a huge reason that cricket in Finland is the way it is today and what it is today. So obviously to all of the Hadley family, they must be very, very proud of what he achieved, and of course the team is named in his honour this week. And Empire, they do have some good players as well. Jordan O'Brien, you saw him there at the toss. They've got Nick Salen in there, and watch out for the wild thing, Amjad Sher. So we're talking about a team that have a lot of experience. They're very, very kind of confident and experienced in the format as well. Against an SKK team who, don't forget, lost that crazy golden ball match in match 1. So they certainly don't want to go 0-2. It's very hard to qualify if you go 0-2 because only the top 2 out of 5 teams will make the finals on Friday, and if you go 0-2, at best you're 2-2. It'll be really, really tough. So huge game for the Rapids, huge game also for Empire, playing their first game. They've been sent in after the Rapids have won the toss and elected to bowl. Over to Andrew Ryan for more fun in the commentary igloo.
Andrew Ryan not far away, but he's still having a lunch, so I'll take over here in the box. Vinny Sounder, Mr. Maximo with you as we roll on to match number 3, and so far it's been a smorgasbord of cricket entertainment, and I don't think it's going to be finishing any time soon. Yeah, Empire, I think that they would be feeling pretty confident about their chances in this series as a whole. There's 9 other teams here that want to wrestle the trophy away from them. Jordan O'Brien behind the stumps as a bit of backup option for Empire. Jordan's actually an excellent outfielder in his own right. Nick Salen will lead the side. He's an all-round threat. Amjad Sher, the wild thing in there, mention him. Could see Nathan Collins back as well for the SKK Rapids. Well, Faraz Abbas, he's a player we've seen at the ECL as well, playing for Talon Stallions in the past. And got a bit of a tear away there with Junaid Khan to bring the heat with the ball. Saqib Arshad also was pretty influential with the ball earlier in the day. But a few players from the Rapids will be disappointed with their personal performance earlier, and they will get the opportunity to fight back. But like I said, they're going to have to overcome a very strong Hadley's Empire 11 if they are to register a win here on opening day. How's everyone going in the chat? Firstly, I will say big thank you to Claire, who made a delicious lunch for us. There were all kinds of options at the lunch table. It was on the other side of the ground, so I've had to come back reasonably quickly to get prepared for this next game. But Claire, she's been magnificent. Apparently there might be cake later as well, so we're really getting looked after here in Helsinki. So hello to EC Songbad's in there. Hello to Dave B. I know EC Songbad has been providing, so again, different language match reports for a lot of our viewers. We do try to be as open as possible to our viewers who are watching from all around the world. And so Junaid Khan is going to bring the heat first up. bit more convinced now that maybe the par is kind of more like 135, 140. Kind of start of the day, 125, 130. Yeah, good battle this. Junaid Khan to Jordan O'Brien. First one really takes off. Jordan attempts a pull shot, but it's like a trampoline style bounce. Jordan not really moving his feet. Jordan played his cricket in Australia before moving to Finland. He's made a bit of a home here for a while now. Now qualifies to play for the Finnish national team and has done on quite a few occasions. Full this time, he opens the face and runs away for 4. That's just all kind of reappropriating the pace of Junaid Khan. It's a low full toss. Just knows if he gets bat on this, it's going to fly. And although it was pretty close to Sreetha down there, he wasn't able to make the stop. Disappointed actually, might have kept that in. Now this one's more in his zone for the pull. It's going to crash into the banner. Cuatro carreras, back-to-back boundaries for Jordan O'Brien. Just a fraction too short. Two. Full and jammed in. I think we might be coming back. There we go. A few little gremlins in the box today, but hopefully you're hearing me loud and clear. Last ball of the first over. It's been a good contest. Like I said, now Nick Salonen gets his chance. Player I first saw actually playing the ECS in Switzerland for Zurich Nomads. Just bites away for a wide. There's been a few contentious wide calls today. Not easy for the umpires having to call them in real time. The ball travelling at a reasonable velocity a lot of the time as well. We actually saw these two playing for the Talon Hippos in the recent ECS Estonia. They've got a little bit of a sister club arrangement now. Of course, just across the border, just across the water. Salonen gets full toss. He's able to get the hands through it. This will run away for a boundary. So 3 fours in the first over. 2 to O'Brien, now 1 to Salonen. And at the end of the first, it will be 13 without loss. 14, pardon me. I mean, include that there was that wide in there. So 14 on the board. Finland have been drawn in Group C in the ECC 25. This is the Euros of cricket, and they've been drawn in, I suppose what's a tough group, but they're all tough groups really. I mean, joined by their northern neighbours, Sweden, as well as Scotland, 11, Jersey, Portugal and Switzerland. Group C is a 4-day group. The teams will play 5 matches over the first 3 days of play. Then finals day on the 6th of October, which is a Monday, and only the winning team will get to come back at the very end of the ACC window to play in the championship group with England, the Netherlands and the other 2 group winners. So join us for the 5th edition of the European Cricket Championship starting 25th of September. Right now, this is going to be Kaiser Siddiqui who's going to come on. I suppose you just look at the Empire batting lineup and it's strong. I mean, you've got the wild thing in there. Aravind Mohan's actually listed to come in at 3. But they've got a lot of players with a lot of experience and a lot of T10 experience, maybe a bit more than some of the other sides around. This is a funny old one because it hits the edge of a pitch, but is it the pitch? It's going to go for 4. It's actually going to be 5 wides. It's a funny one. Look, it hits. There's a ridge. I don't think you can call it off the pitch because it's kind of on the artificial. But yeah, it'll be 5. Won't be a free hit though. Walks at this and he's going to get 4. Beats the fielder at mid-off. So Salonen is able to take that ball essentially for 9. This KK Rapids behind the 8 ball on account of that golden ball loss earlier on. What a difference that could make to their week. Remember, only 4 matches that you play in the group stage here. Bites off the pitch for another wide. Robbo, of course, Hippos in the chat. A pick up and unleashes, but hustled pretty quickly to get through for the single there. How you going, Robbo? How's the body after the ECS campaign? I know you've been doing a lot of other cricket work and having other competitions at the moment. Hello to you and all the Hippos. Of course, made a brave run in the ECS Estonia about a month ago. Dropped and almost run out, but not. That was a genuine chance, but it wasn't held. That's Troy Faithful there. Just was on him a bit quicker than he thought, perhaps. Yeah, but he'll be disappointed that one goes to ground. Now up in the air, but it's going to fly as Jordan O'Brien goes Maximo. 6 carreras. Genuine slog sweep there. Jordan able to lift it up and out of the park. He probably should have had a wicket. Slows this one up, beats him in flight. And it'll be Nuri that unleashes the throw, but they'll only get the one. Bit of a hopping mad piece of backing up at the end of 2 overs. It's 33 without loss. Yeah, Rhino currently having a bite of lunch himself. But yeah, big thanks to Claire and everyone here in the Caravan National Cricket Ground for looking after us. So the Rapids do find themselves with the 1 point, but they will play their final game of the day now. In fact, they'll join the Dark Knights as the 2 teams still played 2 games. But ultimately, teams play 2 today. They play 2 tomorrow. It's pretty simple. But only the top 2 make the finals on Friday. And only the top team gets the double chance. We've seen 4 of the 5 teams. We still haven't seen the Helsinki Titans. Fraction short, and Jordan likes it. He's going to put that up over the fence into the shrubbery. Maximo! It's a warm welcome to Saqib Arshad. He learns the hard way not to drop short of a length. Other thing with Arshad, he kind of does angle in, helps that pull shot angle. We saw Jordan miss out on one, the first ball of the innings, and he tried off Junaid Khan. Hello to Ani Raghuvanshi as well. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Johnny Heesam. Anyone I've missed? Pop into the chat and I'll say hello to you. Rhino's been outstanding. What about Rhino coming back? First game since, I'm going to say March. And Rhino comes up with a golden ball first match. Pretty close to 2 in a row, by the way. I'm loving some of the aircraft that are around here as well. That looks like a smaller plane. Maybe not that small. Going over the top right now. I'm surprised if they found that ball. I wouldn't be bothering. long grass. I'd be saying new balls, please. Somebody else's problem. Oh, Robbo, thanks for the update. And I was aware, actually, that the Estonian women's team playing Finland and Switzerland here in a month's time, and also the under-15s team, I wasn't aware of this, playing Finland and Sweden in August. So great to hear. There's some very good talent. I had a bit of a net session, a very short one, on finals day with some of the juniors there in Estonia. Good things happening there. Lifts up, over point. That's a nice shot. That's gone all the way. Maximo! Jordan. He had a very close call, didn't he, in the last over. Now he's settling in. The thing is, the longer this partnership goes as well, that less they have to worry about if they do get out, because they've got so much batting to come. Hello to Jacob, Tere to you. Hopefully you're well. Yeah, into the wilderness. Yeah, it's not really jungle, it's the wilderness over there. Oh, a funny one. I don't know if it was a deliberate change of pace, but it definitely kept down. Look at the angle of this. It actually seemed. That's why Jordan was a bit surprised. Thought he could trust the angle, but yeah, very good bit of bowling. Good comeback from Arshad. Maybe a bit of natural variation there, creeping into things. That time the angle does work with Jordan O'Brien. He's going to lift that up and maybe one bounce four. Down towards the practice net. Let's have a look at this one. Just inside, yeah. Definitely. But yeah, I've got to say, maybe we can get a few more shots from around the ground here. We've got the clubhouse where we just had lunch. It was a beautiful lunch, as I said. We've got a bit of a spectator area with the chairs out there. Inside edge under the pad. We'll bring up the 50 partnership between these two. And I'll just be hoping this is only the beginning. So a very good power play for Empire. Salden wants a piece, but this is straight up in the air. It's a steepler for the fielder, but he holds it. Excellent catch. And it's Junaid Khan that will take it. Salden was starved of the strike in that power play. In fact, he only faces 4 balls in it. The last one is his downfall via going upwards. Bit of a leading edge there from Nick. Knows he's in jeopardy. Also knows it's probably a 50-50 proposition coming out of the clouds. It was really motoring by the time it came down. But well done to Junaid, who holds his nerve, holds the catch. So the Empire skipper is out for 9, and at the end of 3 overs, 50 for 1. He'd certainly take the trade-off, though, even though Salman, obviously very capable of scoring big runs, but can't have everyone firing every game. There's only a limited amount of time. Arvind Mohan comes in. Number 3 position. Aravind is another guy with plenty of national team experience. Not facing right now. He's a high score in the format of 47 against Germany all the way back in 2021 in the ECS. Hit and run here from Jordan O'Brien. Will hand over to Mohan. Of course, a lot of these guys played in the ECL this year. Empire, they were part of that group that they had the completely washed out group, had to go to power over, but even we saw them last year. They did get to play in the air, but in the gap, and that'll run away for another boundary. Mohan is off the mark. Mohan's top score in an Empire shirt is 40 against Paris University Club of France. That was in the ECL 24. Yeah, Kroom saying that Rhino managed the golden ball, whereas Nish couldn't. He's had his fair share though, Nish. Yeah, Charlie wasn't able to. I suppose you want to call Charlie a guest now, maybe. Just was able to do the one day. Golden balls are funny. You never know when the universe is going to hand them to you. Who knew it would be via the moon? Well, this time he backs himself and his power goes over extra cover. Maximo! They might rue that missed opportunity of O'Brien, who moves up into the 40s. Enough length to work with here. Leans back, picks his spot. Could have hit that almost anywhere, Jordan O'Brien. Moved his body to open up that offside. Good comeback, actually. A little bit fuller, but still had Jordan going back onto the back foot. Yeah, what do we think of that first game? It's going to take me a while to get over it. Mohan will get one here. He'll retain the strike. Not a bad over by Faithful at all. I like what he's bringing to the table. That's the end of 4, 64 for 1. Of course, it's Faithful that put down that catch earlier. I've been hoping to, I suppose, make up for it. Not a bad over at all. A few people liked Nick Sallon's hair, but probably get a better look at it in the second innings when they'll be fielding. And I wonder if Nick will be bowling. I know he's struggling with a bit of an injury. We saw him playing as a specialist bat when we last saw him in the European Cricket Series. That was in Estonia last month. Here's Wahidul Inori to bowl over number 5. Worked off the stumps. That for a bit of fielding though. So no look throw to the bowler's end. Faithful. Something the Harlem Globetrotters would have been pretty proud of there. O'Brien gets a strike back though on 42. He's been the main protagonist so far. Now this time it's a pick-up throw. Hits the batter in the end. O'Brien, I think, would have been safely home given where it hit him. Let's have a look at on the replay. Knew we had to go. Remember a calamitous run out from O'Brien in the Estonian series where Krishnan missed a 540. Doing so many spins before he got going and ended up taking out the bowler. Baseball style. This time it's hit straight in the air. Should be gone. And it is. Mohan doesn't fire. Well taken down there by Faraz Abbas, who's had a pretty eventful day so far, but he's caught well. And Aravind doesn't really get going. Does hit a 4, but that's it. Not an easy ball to muscle up down the ground in the end. Abbas holds on to the opportunity. So a wicket for Wahidul Inori. We'll be pleased with that. Aravind won't be so pleased. He's out for 7 and the score 66 for 2. I had a question about the outfield. I wouldn't say the outfield is slow here. I'd just say maybe it doesn't have the unpredictable bounce elements that cause a lot of 4s in a lot of other European cricket destinations. So actually say this is a very similar outfield to Jersey. If you remember, we were in Jersey not too long ago. And even Hornchurch for that matter. I know not a lot of balls went along the ground in Hornchurch. But I wouldn't say it's slow. I'd say it's the kind of outfield you can generally trust as a fielder. That's why we may not see as many 4s getting through. Oh, it's the Wild Thing who's out there now. Judge Sher. Smashes his first one, but along the ground. Just the single. Yeah, Robbo saying apparently Nick said that his knee's feeling a lot better, so hoping to see Nick bowl. The Hippos really missed their bowling. Yeah, bowlers are hard to come by. A bit like hen's teeth in the European Cricket Series. can't just be an average bowler and hope to get away with it. You need to have something a bit different about you. This is a great shot from O'Brien, who just helps it on its way. That one does go down to the practice nets. A Maximo takes him to 49. Got the length he wanted off that delivery from Wahidullah Nouri. Brilliant bit of batting. Yeah, Jordan. He said to me a while ago, he said, Finny, you will love coming to Finland. And so far, the prophecy is correct. We've only been here a bit over 24 hours now. He'll retain the strike and bring up his 50 at the same time. Jordan O'Brien on the stroke of the 5th over. Brings up his half century off 20 balls. So Jordan hoping to launch from this platform. Not a bad over though from Wahidullah Nouri. It's 74 for 2 after 5. You can see Jordan, 30 runs on the leg side, 20 on the off. He's strong all around the field. We know that. Quick look at the 2 groups. So it's a 10-team tournament, Monday and Tuesday. So today and tomorrow, Group A action. The top 2 will progress to finals day on Friday. Group B, Wednesday and Thursday, with 5 other teams. Same format, where they'll each play 4 matches. So you play your 4 opponents, and the top team in the group get the double chance on finals day. Second team play the eliminator. Going back to a bit of pace-off stuff here. And yeah, I kind of like that. Like that tactic against O'Brien. This is Siddiqui. Amjad. We call the wild thing for a reason. Don't forget that. Steps across, but it's in the air. Keeper, can he get there? He can't. Fielder gets there, but drops it. Not an easy one. Asad Ijaz. It's a pretty brave effort, actually. Hurled himself at the ball, but the wild thing gets super lucky. Absolutely murdered, but straight at the field, and it's good fielding by Shrestha down there. At least makes him work for the run. And Jordan does have an ECN 100, scored that in the ECS Estonia back in 2024. Playing for Tartu CC, as I recall. It was against Viking Stars, scored 128 not out. Yeah, it's good batting, really good batting. Gets close to the pitch of that. Sher goes 4 carreras. Zamdad Sher has actually been leading the national team a fair bit. He's not leading this side at the moment, with Salonen offered the captaincy duties. But Amjad, he's a player that can light up any cricket field. It's pretty well bowled. Oh, yes, that's okay. I think it's over the line. I think, again, Amjad's the kind of guy probably would prefer a bit of pace on the ball to work with. Oh, well, doesn't matter what pace you bowl. If you bowl that full, you're going to get hurt. That's out of here. Maximo! Shares first, and well, if the bowler could turn back time, I'm sure he would have bowled something different. End of 6, 87 for 2. Yeah, so Jacob, say he's been tidying his bedroom. Good boy, Jacob. Can't say I was always that diligent cleaning my bedroom when I was growing up. And what I really mean by that is I never did it. I just wait till someone else would do it. I'm a lot more responsible in my old age. Hello to Stoplight. Good to see you, Helix. Nice to see you as well, as I said. All right, 4 overs to go now. Didn't see a 150 score be enough earlier in the day. The Dark Knights chased it down. Rehan gets the ball. His leg spin. First one is a Gundy ball though, and it's going to be put away over deep backward square. Maximo! It's good footwork, kind of, you want to press on the front foot, but then have the ability to then spring back if you spot it's a bit short. That's what a lot of coaches will say you should be doing to a spinner. Be prepared to go forward, but then also you can change course, a forward press. And when he spotted it was short, he had plenty of time to get the back foot and help it away over the boundary. Better ball, same result, Maximo. Jordan O'Brien up into the 60s now. Says at least this is asking the right question of the batter. That's what I would say. Hey, Jordan, he's in, he's feeling good. That's where you kind of need that little bit of turn as well to maybe force a false shot. So Rehan, not the start he was hoping for. And it's going to get worse because that was the biggest of the lot. And that is the biggest six of the day, hands down. Stop the voting. Maximo. This was right out of the middle of the bat. Where does this even end up? That is so deep into the wilderness. You're not even sending a search party for that one. O'Brien to 70. So it's going to be a test for Rehan now. Again, he's a guy playing his first ever match on the network. Didn't see him in the side earlier on today. Yeah, good comeback from the young man. He's a guy, he's only 15 years old actually, Rehan. So yeah, he's just got to back himself, and again, you prefer to see the batter coming forward rather than just giving something like that first ball. And he went back and was able to have a free hit. And he might have his first wicket here. Well, fielder's going to have to do it himself. It's probably Rehan's catch, you know. But he just kind of froze on the crease. But hey, almost gets a very good player out there, Rehan. But bad news for him, his over's gone magical. Now in the air, should be gone, it is gone. So Rehan with his first ECN wicket, and it's a big one. Jordan O'Brien holds out for 71. And Empire are 107 for 3 after 7. Let's have a look on the replay. Couldn't really decide where he was trying to hit that one, Jordan. He was pretty annoyed straight away. And a pretty good catch held down in the end. So that's a very good comeback from the leggy. Rehan went 6-6-6 first 3 balls, comes back 1-1, and then the big wicket. Azamdar takes a good catch above his head. Jordan O'Brien gone, but not before. A pretty rapid 71. It's 107 for 3. Yeah, he couldn't decide whether was he trying to pull that, is he trying to flat bat it straight, is he trying to go over cover? Wasn't really trying to do anything. Quick look at the updated calendar, of course. Yeah, Czechia lights out on that one after a great 2 weeks there. Finland here for a week, and quite unusually, it'll just be the one location. It was kind of the same in Czechia last week, so you can focus all your eyeballs on this one. Big month coming up, though. I was actually doing some totals of games per day, and as you'd imagine, in July, which is kind of peak season of European cricket, it's going to be big. Sometimes 2, even 3 venues at times. Is Nori coming back for the 8th? Judge Sher get a piece of this, maybe not the whole thing. And give us a look at Hassan Majid. Hassan left-hander just forces the bowler to change their lines, captain to change their plans a bit. Jared saying junior Finland skipper almost bagging the senior skipper. But he did get Jordan O'Brien in the end, didn't he? Rayhan. Well, they go on contact here. Maybe might have been close on a direct hit, but that just shows you, especially this stage of the innings, if you both decide to go, it's going to be a pretty extraordinary piece of fielding to get you out. Hits it straight at the fielder. If this hits, even if it hits, I think it's probably back. Jab wants to dance at this. That's the result. Doesn't have too much length to work with. This game's very much in the balance. Yeah, Jared, I've enjoyed your thoughts so far. Mr. Gelato Sandes. That sounds a bit Japanese. Dozo Yoroshiku. Oh, I almost steps on his stumps here, but it won't matter because he'll get 6. I suppose you're allowed to almost step on your stumps. It's been an interesting one from side on as well, because how deep does he get here? Just my spider senses were up. Let's have a look at this. Where his feet go after this? After the shot? Close-ish. I've seen that happen a few times, haven't we, in ECN? About to get too deep in the crease and dislodge the bails. Well, that's going to be a bit of a streaky one, but a good one nonetheless for Empire. Just a proper, good old-fashioned swipe. The ball does fly. Yeah, Empire entered this week as Hadley's Empire 11. A bit of a nod to Joe Hadley, founded the club, and unfortunately passed away not too long ago, and so he's honoured with the naming of the team. Officially entered as the Hadley's Empire 11 this week. It's a bit of a funny one, actually. I'd like to see this one side on. Probably is just below the waist, but it's pretty close to the waist. I have to get a freeze on this. See that? I think it's all right. You can actually use the fence as a bit of a guide. But I think it probably was just below the hip, probably thigh high. But anyway, it will be 4 runs, so a bit of innovation there from Majid. And it's 124 for 3 after 8 overs. The last 2 overs have been super weird because you've had 3 boundaries and 3 non-boundaries. That was the 7th over. Then 3 non-boundaries and 3 boundaries. So it's kind of been a perfect palindrome. Jared saying he spent a fair bit of time in Japan before Finland. I did Japanese for a good 8 years, actually. I've got to say, if you don't use it, language like Japanese, you do tend to lose it. I still write it reasonably well, hiragana in particular. Wow, let's hit that onto his helmet. I think he's gone. This is bat to head to up to fumble to out. So this will be an interesting one. We'll see this one side on as well as the main angle, but we'll have a look at it. Well, it's a slower ball, I think, from Arshad. But have a look. Yeah, he top edged it straight into the bonds. And in the end takes the catch. So you can definitely hear the edge, and then you can definitely hear the helmet. Might be time for a concussion test when he gets off the field. Anyway, it will be the end. As the wild thing, Amjad Sher is out for 15. This is one of these things. In England, they've played this kind of crazy playing condition that as soon as the ball hits the helmet, the ball's dead. In which case, that wouldn't be out. It'd be nothing. But I think you've got to give the play a chance to resolve itself. Because, okay, you have to wait 3 seconds until the ball's caught. Then the ball's dead anyway. So I just think, just let the ball play out. They've got to be overboard with it. I mean, even they'd say if the ball hits your helmet, goes onto the stumps, they're saying that's not out because the ball's dead the instant it hits the helmet, which I think, yeah, doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, here's a guy I've always got a lot of time for, Nathan Collins. Coming out. coming out to bat at number 6. Oh, it's gone through the keeper's legs, and it's 4 bides. Well, Collins, he's batting so well. Honestly, he can score runs without even hitting the ball. Have a look, go through the mouse hole here. Look at here. Holds his head down. Not too happy with that result. Yeah, Jared said he was 5 years in Japan. Good then. True. Squeezes Collins, who'll have a leg bye to go with the 4 byes. Yeah, Japanese is a beautiful language to learn. Although, I will say it's a tough one to master. How good did you get with your Japanese, Jared? One of the things I found is, trying to integrate all the kanji, all the Chinese characters. So there's a basic alphabet of 46 characters that you learn. And it's not too hard to learn. It's phonetic, more or less. And then there's a mirroring alphabet of 46 characters, katakana, which are used typically for non-native words. So, okay, that's fine. Slashes this way, no fielder back here. And the result is going to be 4 runs. So Majid takes the mantle now. But I certainly haven't batted SKK out of this. Could have another tight one. Yeah, so that's fine. You learn those 2 alphabets and you're like, okay, I've got this. But then the kanji hits, and there's kind of thousands of them. I think 4,000, probably even more. Kind of think more picture writing, more kind of boxy characters. And the thing with those is they're not phonetic because the same character can mean different things in different contexts. Jared, I'm sure you know all this already. And that's where a lot of people kind of go, whoa, all right, what have I got myself into? Oh, another edge from Archie. He's going to get 4 more. Yeah, his wagon wheel's probably looking a little bit lopsided. Don't know if it would support the bicycle. But is this catchable? Not really. It's well over the keeper. Reeb didn't stop him trying. Yeah, Japanese is also, I think if you're an English speaker, it's considered one of the more difficult languages to learn as well. But I'm very fascinated by Finnish. Finnish is very different, I've heard, to the other languages most geographically spoken in the north of Europe, that way. Rare non-nick from Majid. That'll be the end of the over. So Arshad will finish with pretty handy figures of 2 for 25. And Empire are 137 for 4 after 9. Yeah, so the Finnish comes from the Uralic language family, and most of the other Northern European languages, so Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, Icelandic, belong more to the Indo-European family. So that's why Finnish seems very different to what I've seen. Strike 3 for Collins. He still has 6 runs off the 3 balls that he's faced, even though his strike rate's 0. Yeah, and I was learning about Finnish. It's highly, I think the word is agglutinative, which means it tends to build words by adding suffixes or more letters onto the end of words. So you can get almost a whole sentence in one word. Whereas a lot of the other languages in Northern Europe have more of an Indo-European kind of word structure. Quite interested in linguistics, always fascinates me. Called wide. Again, this will be an interesting one to see on the replay. Majid steps away. See, I don't think, is it a wide? It's a tough one. I will say it's tough for the umpire to see if that's taking a bit of the line or not. If you're not sure, I suppose typically they're calling it a wide. This time he's able to square it up, go leg side, and that will be a result. Maximo Margin playing a nice little hand here. Has had a kind of streaky old time, but he's just found a way to keep the score moving. And the other thing I do remember is that Finland, it's not part of Scandinavia, although it is a Nordic country. Oh, another leading edge. He's been a master of it so far. That's flown so far off the bat. Maximo for Margin, who's 35 off 9. Brings up the 150 for Empire. Wasn't looking like they were going to get there. And yeah, makes it comfortably in the end, probably 3 meters over. Ooh. Tries to get a little bit funkalicious this time, Margin. Probably just stuck to the strategy that has been working for him, even though I don't think a lot of the runs have been where he's planned to hit them. I know that Estonian has a kind of has commonalities with Finnish as well. Decide enough's enough. Wants to go, and we'll get there. Probably should have been out. Collins really wants to get off the 0. He's just off with the pitch there, wasn't he? If this hits, he's gone. But Harib can't finish the dismissal. Yeah, Jacob, thanks for that little tip about Estonian as well. Yeah, they use repeated modifiers in the same way. Yeah, languages are fascinating. I mean, Europe has so many of these distinct national languages in what's, well, I would call a reasonably small geographical space, coming from Australia, where we've got just the one big landmass. And English is widely spoken, although there are a myriad of indigenous languages to Australia as well. Should mention that. All right, Collins, can he get off the 0? Yes, he will, and he'll probably do it. No, he won't do it with a boundary. They'll come back for 2. Oh, you might as well keep running here. That's an awkward run. They're going to go for 3. I think he's just out, but it's worth going for. I was going to say Collins thought he found the gap, but it was a very good piece of fielding. I think it was Wahidul Nuri that makes the stop in the first place. So Nathan will be out for 2. That makes 2.9 here. There's the 1. And I think it always makes sense to go for this, because if it's not a perfect piece of backing up, then maybe you get the 3rd run. Maybe you even get the 4 overthrows if you get the fielder to take his eye off the ball. But in the end, I think you see that pretty comfortable run out on the 3rd. So Empire, they will finish on, I'm going to say 154 for 5 off the 10 overs. So we'll roll into the highlights then of the first innings with Hadley's Empire 11 out there for the first time in match number 3. Of course, only 4 matches to impress here in this fairly rapid moving European Cricket Series, and it was Jordan O'Brien who was moving rapidly through the first part of the innings. Sounded starved to the strike. Jordan wasn't able to hit that one, but was able to hit plenty along the way, and I suppose he had his moments where he looked close to dismissal, but he also had his moments where he just seemed to light up the bowling. Salonen, like I said, didn't get to face too many while he was out there, was out off the last ball of the power play, but a good catch by Junaid Khan. And Jordan looked fairly well composed while he was there, 71 off 27. And of those 27 balls, 8 went for 6 and 3 went for 4. Jordan was pretty brutal on young Rehan playing his first game. Amjad Sher was out there as well. The wild thing, batting number 4 after Mohan went for 7. Eventually, though, a false shot from Jordan O'Brien saw him fall for 71 when it looked like the ton might have been on. Then Amjad Sher caught off his own head. Something you don't see every day. But yeah, the edge into the protective headgear. He was shaken but not stirred, but had to leave proceedings. Yeah, we had the old edgy catch the monkey. kind of innings from Majid, who seemed to just kind of slash at it, get batted on it more often than not. Ended up with 36 not out off 11 balls. But yeah, I suppose he was good enough to get bat on ball in the first place. Last ball running until they run out. Collins completing 2 before run out, going for the 3rd. And Hadley's Empire 11 finish on 154 for 5. 71 for Jordan O'Brien, who also did the keeping, by the way, in the second half of this innings. 8 Maximos in there for Jordan. Good start to his tournament. Salonen starved to the strike, and Mohan not able to make too much of an impact. Amjad Sher with 15. Majid with a pretty important 36 not out towards the end at a very good strike rate to pull his team up above the 150 milestone. 2 for 25, Arshad gets the figures. Nori, it could come back from him as well, 1 for 27 of his 2 overs. Rehan got whacked for 3 sixes, his first 3 balls in his ECN career, but the 15-year-old came back and picked up the big wicket for Jordan O'Brien with the last delivery of his over. So we'll take a break. 155, very similar kind of target to the one we saw chase down in the previous match. SKK Rapids, they will feel they rapidly need to pick up a win if they want to be a genuine contender come tomorrow for one of those 2 spots on Finals Friday for Group A teams. Vinny Santa here, Mr. Maximo, back with Andrew Ryan when we return in just a few moments. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have you with us as we get ready for the second half of match 3 with Hadley's Empire 11 playing against the SKK Rapids. Empire made 154 off their 10 overs. Rapids chasing 155 for victory. And yes, that's a tall order, but we did see 156 successfully chased down by the BTCC Dark Knights in the previous game. Dark Knights have walked away from day one with 2 wins out of their 2 games. 107 or less if the Empire 11 were to collect all 4 points. Remember, there's 4 points on offer every game. Now, typically, it's 3 for the winner and 1 for the loser. But if you can thrash the other team, so that is to chase in 7 overs, or if you batted first, to restrict the second team to 70% or less of your score, then you get to steal their point and take all 4. Well, it's been a very, very exciting day so far, and it's been great to be joined once again with my commentary partner Andrew Ryan. And well, Rhino, Empire, certainly a healthy score on the board, but not one that can't be chased down if the Rapids can pull it together.
Certainly not, Vinny. Plenty of good striking in that first innings. As we said, the SKK Rapids have got a good bowling unit, so I think that they'll feel like it's a little bit even Stevens here, particularly if Abbas can get going. He played some extraordinary shots in the first game earlier today. Unfortunate to be on the losing side, but he needs a little bit more support from his Rapids teammates. They've got a good bowling attack to face, though. Amjad Sher, we've seen a lot of him out in Carter Oval the last couple of years as he strides in for the first ball, and it is an absolute shocker. Full toss on the hip. This might even go for the no ball call as well.
Yeah,
it's dropping close to the body.
I'm going to see that side on. I felt initially it was probably just okay, just below the waist. Let's have a look. I mean, it's definitely, it's worth a look. I feel it's probably just dipping enough, but still, it was a bit of a Gundy ball first up from Amjad Sher, and it goes the journey.
Certainly not what you expect from Sher. Normally an excellent line and length bowler. Shape the ball away from the right-hander. Does on that occasion, but touch short of the length. They had the fielder there backward of point, but the batter's placement's good. Abbas is clean striker of the ball. Knows how to find a gap as well.
Excellent shot. Just kind of didn't try and overhit that cut shot. That was the key. Took a bit of a chance. It was hanging there for a little bit, but in the end it was away from the fielder. A very good start this. And Abbas, let's not forget, he's coming off runs in the previous game. The game they lost in a golden ball, but he scored 60 off 24. It looked pretty good.
Probably a slightly better length, but Abbas drops onto the back foot. Heaves it over the leg side, so there's yet another boundary. The run's coming thick and fast, and Sher probably just hasn't adjusted his length. We've seen in the first couple of games today, Vinny, it's a little bit of a thuddy pitch, isn't it? If you drop even a touch short of a length, it's not many bowlers that are getting significant kick.
Yeah, the bounce is there, but it's not really the kind of bounce that makes batters uncomfortable most of the time. Occasionally you've seen someone like a Junaid Khan, for example, in the first game, getting something a bit extra out of it.
That's the length.
Yeah, better length there from the wild thing. Amjad Sher.
As much as you're going to get hit down the ground for Maximos occasionally, as a bowler, particularly someone that moves the ball appreciably like Sher does, you're much better taking your chances at getting the ball up to driving length rather than dropping short. A little bit of swing in the air there. Take a little scoot around from the fielder coming on it along on. Mahan has fumbled and it's allowed him to come through for a double.
Yeah, it's a funny one for Ejaz, who hasn't actually faced a ball yet. But he saw the fumble and he got there because of his secondary backup. I call it, he finishes one, he's looking for the second, and then he realises, okay, well, I've already come 5 metres, I can probably make it.
Good cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Don't see enough batters
do that. He wasn't 100% sure of himself, but yeah, in the end he gets home. He gets Abbas, the key man, back on strike.
Oh, swung very nicely over the leg side. That was a Maximo from the time it left the bat, and a cracking start to this chase from the SKK Rapids. That has been launched a long way.
Yeah, it wasn't a ball he could afford to miss either. It was right on middle stump, but Abbas doesn't miss it. It's the end of the first over, and the score is 22 without loss after one. Hey, don't forget that we had a golden ball this morning. In fact, it was match number one. And the Rapids, well, I'm sure they know because they were on the wrong side of the result, and for that reason they're playing from behind in this Group A. But yeah, when you want to reset the counter, you call in the heavy hitters, and it was the big Rhino that's got it done.
Tell you what, wasn't that an absolute crack?
What
I mean,
a
it
game.
delivered on so many fronts.
I know we were talking about things to do tonight. I've got a bit of an idea. How
Just
about
watch
we go
that
a
again.
couple of cold ones? We've got the common area down in the hotel where we're staying,
The magnificent residence.
and we just watch the second innings of the dark side of the moon.
Anything that takes me out of the 5 square metre hotel room, Vinny, I'm absolutely up for.
Yeah, we'll say they're cozy, the rooms that we're in. I'm surprised we don't have bunk beds, actually. Here's Sangrula getting a bowl.
A little bit of movement. It's dragged across to the leg side.
Oh.
Shot at the stumps. He's got a rocket
Oh,
for an
geez.
arm, Sullivan, but it also means with a little bit of sluggish backing up.
Oh, jeez.
they might have
Throw it
been
around,
looking at a
boys.
triple.
I love it.
He has got a really, really sharp arm, Nicholas Sullivan.
They backed up as a team. There were 3 of them, and it went through all 3 at some different point. Anyway, only 2 runs to Ejaz, who was out second ball when he played earlier on in the day.
Big swing across the line. That one's just held up in the deck. The touch. Looks like he's trying to put a bit of work on the ball.
Yeah, that was definitely, well, it felt to me that it was a kind of bit of a leg cutter action. Not really a leg spinner, but kind of pulling down on the left-hand side of the ball. It's, yeah, Jordan does a pretty good job. He's a part-time keeper. He'd admit that. You know, he probably prefers run around the field, but he can do the job if there's no one better suited.
Short ball just pushed away to backward of point, and they'll nimbly work their way through for the one.
Yeah, I feel like we're on the main flight path as well. We just keep constantly saying these big flights go over our head, and we're not too far from the airport. Might work out exactly how far we are.
Not quite stone's throw, but not far off it. Decent length, pulled away, square. It's pretty good over so far from Sangrula.
So we're about 12 kilometres as the crow flies from the airport here. So I wonder what the altitude is of these planes above us, because there's not that much.
Oh, big swing. Well, he's rocked slightly back. Finally picked that Sangrula is rolling the fingers over just about every ball. That one set up in the deck, and the left-hander's pumped it over the leg side for a Maximo.
Yeah, just had some length to work with. Got an unusual release. It was something we've noted. Sangrula, not a player we've seen before, by the way. Still not a bad over. Defending 155. I mean, boundary, you probably draw the over. Keep it on the field, you win the over as the bowler.
Well, he's gone for another change of pace. Ball's just skied, and a pretty easy catch for Aravind Mohan. And Asad Ejaz is the first batter to go. He goes for 9 off 5, and the Rapids 32 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, well done by Mohan, who summed it up pretty quickly. Had to take it kind of awkwardly to his side. You can see he never really committed to the shot there. Ejaz tried to time it over Mohan, but they didn't get the right trajectory. So he'll have to walk off. He's out for 9. Does hit a 6 along the way, though. The old 6 and out special, and it's 32 for 1. Did a bit of quick research. Probably the planes above our head are around about 500 metres above the ground, or around about 1,500 feet. So
It's amazing how slow they look in the air coming towards you at that height.
Yeah, true.
Obviously going a bit quicker in real terms, in terms of ground speed. But speaking of quick, Nicolas Salonon coming in for the third over, so he's going to finish off the power play for Empire. Abba still there, 23 off 7, and he's been joined at the wicket by Ashard.
Yeah, good to see Nick bowling again. He wasn't bowling when we saw him in Estonia about a month ago.
Oh, big swing out to the leg. So his first ball's been pumped for a Maximo, despite the best effort of Matthias Brazier out there at deep square.
Yeah, how about that? Welcome back to the bowling crease, Nick. Slight rolling cutter there maybe, but well put away. Bus is the key to this chase for me.
There's a lot of shoulder in the Sullivan action, isn't there? You can see why. Might be a little bit susceptible to injury. Full ball, and it's whacked down the ground. That's a stunning cricket shot. Just carried the boundary for a Maximo, but Abbas, who's not the tallest man, had to fetch it from wide of off stump, and the straight sweeping strike down the ground.
Yeah, good shot. Just covers the line. You'll see it here on the replay. Just goes all the way. So that was air traffic control special once again. Yeah, apparently they're going about 300 kilometres an hour as they're going over our head. There you go. How about 35 off just 9 here.
Super ball. Well, that's a great comeback from Saladin after he's been hit twice.
Genuine movement here. Check this out in the replay. It comes in, actually seams and leaves the right-hander, and that's why he misses it. So have a look. It's just subtle, but enough movement.
That's a fantastic T10 ball, isn't it?
To a guy who's in form as well.
Yeah.
And he's only trying to defend it, and he still couldn't get it. See, the feet were falling off the shot.
Well, he stepped inside the next ball, made great contact, sends it flying for another Maximo. So Sullivan's won one of the 4 stoushes, and a great response from Abbas.
Yeah, if you can't beat him, ramp him. That's cricket in 2025. And I think, I don't know, I'd be trying to bowl a bit like it's the 10th over here to Abbas and just try and jam in that York and hope he misses one. I know it's small margin for error, but there's just such value in his wicket at the moment. 50's up for SKK Rapids.
Well bowled from Sullivan, a little bit fuller, just outside off stump.
And this is something I said earlier, I'll say it again because I think it's interesting. But yeah, in about 9 days' time, we'll actually be closer to 2050 than the year 2000.
You're obsessed with this statistic
I
now,
think it's
aren't you?
worth repeating. I did say it about 4 hours ago, but that's the future. We're in the future, Rhino.
Full ball, just dragged the leg side, and it will be a dot. We'll continue this conversation now that we're at the end of the power play, and SKK Rapids 50 for 1. I'll tell you what spooks me a little bit, even more than that. I'm not quite, but close enough to 45, so born on the nice number year of 1980.
Mm-hmm.
If you went back 45 years from 1980, you are pre-World War.
True.
Musically, you're in a completely different universe.
Yes, you are. You are absolutely correct.
Not even television available at that time.
Yeah.
So as much as it feels like we've taken great strides, particularly technologically and culturally as humanity is, let's see, 4th over coming in here, pointless appeal, but Sangrula manages to get away with just the single leg bye on that ball. The speed of change between 1935 and 1980, for instance, was just absolutely staggering in comparison.
Yeah, it's kind of exponential, the growth in technology. And to think, yeah, they sent humans to the moon with a kind of not less than the technology we keep in our pockets these days.
Not much innovation on that shot, just a nice little whip away to the leg side. It is well fielded though. And that's Brazier out there.
Brazier. And I will say Empire, when they were at the ECL this year, they had to take part in the power over because they did not get a single ball bowled in the group. Was that after you left or just before?
No, I was
you
around
were still
for the
around.
power over. It was one of the most depressing 3-day periods.
I was going to say,
of my
you were there for the
training
same period.
career. Off-speed ball again from Sangrula outside off stump. It's pretty nice elevation though. Tell you what, Ashard's got a phenomenal piece of willow on that shot. No footwork whatsoever, but it's carried a long way.
Yeah, it's amazing how it's these inside-out kind of, I don't know what you call them, they're like little slice shots have been carrying. So Arshad,
Feels like a lot of the players these days are more comfortable playing that incredibly open whip, just using the wrist, rather than actually taking the front foot stride across and playing a genuine cover drive.
yeah, that's a good point.
Ball goes up, jam top of the bat, the keeper, O'Brien goes back, he does 2 pirouettes, shakes his head, can't believe he's actually pouched the catch, but a good grab in the end from the Queensland superstar and a well-deserved wicket for Sangrula.
Yeah, well, Mr. 540's back. There's this run out in Estonia where he did 1.5 full turns before dropping his bat and getting run out. This time he does it again, but with the gloves on. Eventually he had to almost catch behind himself, didn't he? That is definitely not as easy as it looks. Not that he made it look that easy, but Sangrula will be happy. He's got 2 wickets, and he's made an immediate impact, hasn't he? Arshad becomes another member of the 6 and out club, and it's 58 for 2.
Expect they're sort of similar to some of the moves you'd see Jordan put on at the Aussie Bar dance floor in the middle of Helsinki on a Friday or a Saturday night.
Well, this is actually, I'm glad you mentioned that, because we need to make a bit of a list of what we're going to do while we're here. Now, the Aussie Bar feels like a must.
It'd be rude.
Is it
not to,
7
but
days a week?
I think so.
We already talked about we might just settle in and watch a bit of Moon tonight. That's our
Maybe we
Monday.
put it on at the Aussie Bar. That one slapped down the ground. It's going to go straight to Mahan. And Sangrula's got 2 wickets in 2 balls. He will be on a hat trick to finish his pair of overs. And in the matter of 2 deliveries, the Empire team has asserted control, 58 for 3.
Yeah, nice catch as well by Mohan. That's what good teams do, is they create, but they take chances, don't they? So a second catch for Mohan. And it's a 3rd wicket for Sangrula. He finds himself on a hat trick. It's been a fantastic effort.
I like what Sangrula does. Vinny, he's not a particularly complicated bowler, but he stands by the rule of just try to give the batters what they don't want to receive. The ball just holding up in the deck a touch. He's pushed a number of balls wide of off stump, so he's not going into the hitting zone. It's good stuff from the young paceman. And well, we were denied a hat trick earlier today by a 50-50 LBW call.
What about the dropped hat trick earlier, though?
True.
By Faisal Shahzad. Anyway, hat trick ball coming up. Is this hat trick number 25? The teenager.
Not a bad ball, driven straight down the ground, and Sullivan will field it and keep it to a single. That's the end of a pretty good pair of overs from Sangrula. 3 for 18 off his 2, and 4 overs down. SKK 59 for 3. So coming back to that conversation, an incredibly important one for us, Vincenzo, of what we are doing on certain nights. I mean, we've already got a few plans locked in, haven't we?
Let's go through our plans. So the other thing is we've got so much daylight to work with, which is awesome. I mean, I got to admit, I had a pretty quiet one last night, but at midnight I was still awake. I had a bit of a nap in the afternoon. Woke up, watched a bit of TV, then I saw the clock was past midnight. I thought I'd take a peek out the window, open the curtains, and you can still have that glow in the air, which is so unique. If you come from somewhere like Australia, where yes, at midnight, doesn't matter what time of year, it will be dark.
To be fair, it's 7 o'clock. It doesn't really matter what time of year it is. It's dark. As Pandey comes on to bowl his first. It's drilled down the ground and straight into the safe hands of Sullivan, who doesn't have a bad shot. The stumps at the batter's end.
So we are going to a place. Are you able to pronounce it on Friday
I
night?
want to hear your crack at pronouncing this.
I haven't got all the double dots in our text message exchange. But okay, I'll have a go at it.
Okay, after this ball.
Right. Okay. So it's like a luxury. Oh, they're going to get a run here. That buys me a few extra seconds. But it looks like Loyally.
Tell you it's definitely not.
No. Okay. Is it? Lulu?
Not bad. Not bad.
That's my best.
That's no. You've got the
It's
front
pronounced
half of it.
L-O with the double dots. Reminds me of German, so Le.
Yep, correct.
L-O-Y-L-Y, but the O has the double dots on it.
Yep.
which always thinks looks like a surprised emoji, like two eyes with the mouth open. Edged and gone. Little bit of an edge there. Sressler's going to have to go. The Pali isn't able to move the needle too much. And it's Pandey who comes on and has some immediate success. So SKK still with their playmaker, Faraz Abbas at the crease, but he loses another partner. It's 61 for 4.
He loses another partner. He just can't get back on strike at the moment. Poor Abbas. He's been starved of it since playing the first over exclusively. But back to obviously the more of it. So I'm not saying I'm a professional with this sort of stuff, but it's basically Lula. And it is a word that really only exists, as far as I'm aware, in the Finnish vocabulary, but it is the steam that is created when water hits hot sauna stones in a sauna. And so Finns will talk about whether or not a sauna has good lure. And if it has good lure, that means it tends to have, stones that produce a really good intense heat once you start heaving some water on top of them.
Time magazine calls it one of the 100 greatest places in the world.
That's a big call.
Right. Don't know where the empanada shop is on those.
Top 50.
Probably. Nuri.
Just driven out to the offside. So Gurula just dominating so much he doesn't even have to worry about throwing now. But so Lula, where we're going, is a very upmarket sauna house, and it has multiple types of sauna. So you can have a sauna that's an electric powered sauna. You can have one that is the more traditional fire sauna that heats up the stones. And just see Pandy finish up this over with an awful delivery that is somehow edged by Abbas through to the keeper. What a dismal end to such a good innings otherwise. Pandy has bowled an absolute shocker here, but it has paid off for Empire.
How he's reached that, I have no idea. Ended up pole vaulting in his bat in frustration. Healthy edge through to Jordan O'Brien. I suppose when you're hitting him that well, you start to maybe chase what you should leave alone. But Faraz knows that's a big facepalm moment in the middle of this innings that's put them well off course. He's out for 43 at 63 for 5.
So I'll finish that rundown of Lula. So we talked about the electric heating, the typical fire heating of a sauna. There's also one that they have that is a smoke sauna there. So it's very, very different experience, essentially being in a room that is far smokier than you would have for a typical clean sauna that's heated by fire or electrics.
By the way, thanks for the immediate feedback from everyone saying we're both pronouncing it wrong.
Okay. I didn't say mine was perfect.
That's true. And I admitted mine was wrong. But anyway, let's continue with Nori hitting a 4 first ball to 6. Well, they're going to have to get 92 off the back half of this innings, which is not going to be easy.
Not against this Empire bowling attack. And looks like Vishal Verma is coming in for the next day.
However you say it, I'm really
looking forward to it.
And it's the whole experience, you said.
And it's right next to the Baltic Sea too, so you just climb down a little ladder, jump into the cold water.
Similar to what we did in Skåne, in Helsingborg.
Very true. That is launched high, very high in the air.
Where is it?
It's somehow carried the boundary after sitting aerial for about 10 seconds.
Well, I thought we might have had our first ball hitting plane incident here. I mean, that was so high. Of course, we're in the igloo, so we had no idea where it had gone. We tried to follow it on the TV. It looked like the picture had frozen because it was stuck up in the clouds.
Another one that's drilled out to the offside. And Salonen backtracking, whacks him in the knee and goes off for a boundary. So, well, certainly more Nori success in this game than both the Noris had in the first game.
Yeah, it's Norish. That Salonen found himself backtracking into a bit of trouble, walking 677. Feel like it's last chance saloon here for the Rapids.
That's drifted outside off stump and a lovely shot. This is some counter-attack from Nori. And Paul Verma has been welcomed to the bowling crease with a succession of boundaries.
Yeah, that's a very good pick of a slower ball. You know, he's got that high back grip. Whenever he can see the grip below the bottom hand, you know that if he's able to get whippage from there, the bat speed's going to be off the charts.
He's getting plenty of whippage at the moment, 21 off 5.
Okay, so Lula
That's said it a different way every time. That's we got Friday night.
I want to say one more thing about.
Oh no.
Well, I'll tell you what,
I
that
think
is
he
one
maybe got a piece of glove on that, Jordan, which stops it going for 4 buys. I think this should be some buys. I don't think it's a wide.
Oh,
Oh,
my
now they're going to get
goodness.
3. Yeah, the ball seemed to gain speed after they fumbled it. I don't know how that's possible.
I might tag Jordan in a post of that video later on this evening in Instagram, as that one's gone straight through his split legs, and then the throw game. It looks like we've got a Benny Hill video going. The way. Oh,
Do we need to see if we can get the rights to the Benny Hill
I think
music?
we should.
Surely.
Surely.
Surely it's out of it.
Surely it's out of
public
copyright
domain, yeah.
period now. As Vermo's bowled the slowest of all slower balls, and it's just dragged across the leg side. So an eventful over, but the upside of it is that SKK now needs 68 off the last 4, so certainly possible. But before we jump off, Lerler,
I'm not ready to jump off
no,
yet.
I
Go.
know you're not. So one of the interesting aspects of it is it's actually owned by probably Finland's at least most famous actor outside of the Finnish borders, who I'm once again, I'm probably going to butcher a pronunciation of his name, but Jasper Pakkanen. And he's known for, I think it's Vikings, the TV show. But the first time that I saw him was in a biopic of Matti Nurkkanen, the ski jumper, which is the single funniest sports movie I think I've ever seen. As that hit him in front, and the umpire's finger goes up. So Kadir stays there for a grand total of 2 balls. Pandy continuing to work magic with his floaty outswingers. And SKK 87 for 6.
Yeah, it seemed pretty plumb. This is the negative, and everyone's just saying, oh, just about outside off stump. But I think this is hitting leg stump. It's the front pad first. And he's a long way back. So I think for me it seems fair enough. But Kadir, unfortunately not able to make too much of an impact with the bat. He'll be out for just a single. It's 87 for 6.
I'll say tighter call than at first glance.
Thing
That
is,
one
it
maximum,
slid one pad onto the other, but I can't see that whole ball missing the leg stump. Again, we don't have a perfect angle. Pandey 3 for 4 off 7 balls bowled.
Well, he's just bowled a full toss and leg stump. That another occasion of an Empire fielder just not getting the body completely in front of the ball, and it goes for a boundary.
Yeah, okay. So I like this. I looked up Jasper Pakkanen, or however you say it correctly. He's listed as a Finnish actor and sauna visionary.
The ball's flown. The outside edge goes down to the boundary. So consecutive 4s for Khan, who's just come out to the crease.
So on Friday we've made a booking because we have to have the late booking, so it's open a bit later. So we're going 9 to 11 sauna, and it does say that the restaurant is open till 2.
Oh,
So we'll be responsible.
I suspect we'll have a little
you
nibble.
leave Sunday, right? I think I'm doing Sunday on my own.
Yep, part of Sunday.
You can do part of Sunday? Okay, that's good. We can enjoy it together. ECSW, of course, on the weekend. Very excited for that too.
Cannot wait. Someone's thrashed through the cover area, and Khan starts with 3 consecutive boundaries, and the Rapids just keeping touch here in this chase.
Dare to dream. Yeah, that's crunched into the gap. That'll be 4 runs. Hey, I'm just thinking about the ECSW as well. Both these clubs have a team in the ECSW. So we'll see SKK, we'll see the Empire Lionesses as well.
The interesting thing about SKK, they're the only team that is actually based here in Kerava.
Okay.
So where the actual ground is. So it's representing the local area, so to speak. There's Pandy. He could have his 4th depending on where this drops. Very happy to see the safe hands of Hassan Majid come in and take the grab. And this has been a sensational spell from the right arm paceman.
Yeah, and it's a good catch as well. Kind of identified it, to hustle to get to the drop zone, then he might be able to settle under it. So, yeah, Junaid, here's the next one to go. 3 4s and out. It's been a funny old over. It's gone wicket, 4 4 4 wicket. But Pandey now has 4 wickets and has a shot at a 5 with 1 ball remaining in his spell. Junaid out for 12. It's 99 for 7.
Wouldn't be any less than he's deserved, Vinny. It's been an excellent spell.
We haven't had too much time to get through our program, but we'll keep working on it. Do you know who I'm missing today, though?
Vanraj Padal.
Where is Van?
He's in the squad, but he's not playing today. Still, obviously,
Cameo appearance tomorrow?
still having counselling. This Matthias Brazier bowled him a big bouncer in the power over that he wasn't able to get any bat on. And just say it went down pretty well. Not swing and a miss. Faithful gets a hit at number 9. Pandey won't get the fifer, but finishes with very good figures of 4 for 16. It's 99 for 7 after 7.
If Empire are going to win this game, Vinny, that spell by Pandey will probably be the one that is the match-winning performance as we look ahead to the next game and the arrival of the Golden Butt.
The Golden Butt is in town, and watch out for Zahidullah Kamal as well, who'll do the keeping. He's also listed to open. With Helsinki Titans, actually, they won this title back in 2020 in that 2-day series. It was SKK, actually, that were runners-up on that occasion. Gladiators, well, they didn't pull out a win in the first game. They did put big runs on the board, but just couldn't defend them with Faisal Shazad leading their side. Bilawal Hussain really should have had a hat-trick. It was Faisal that dropped one off him, but, of course, the Gladiators' star earlier was Huzaifa Fahim with 110 not out, but it wasn't enough to pull off the win for the Gladiators. That's match 4, and it starts in around about 35 minutes' time. Here we go with the wild thing, Amjad Sher.
Well, it's been hoiked almost not quite directly over the keeper's head, but it's still a tremendous shot, and Nori continues to play a gem of an innings here, Vinny. He's up to 25 off 7.
Yeah, and just takes a chance, holds bat pretty loosely. That's generally a good way to do it. Let the ball hit the bat. You don't really need to swing. That's what Corey talks about that shot all the time. Reckons he invented it.
Well, he's a similar height to Nori, so he might have taken some inspiration from Rutgers. Cher just rolls fingers over the top. Sounded like a little thin edge. And the finger goes up. So a clever piece of bowling from the canny paceman finally gets his first wicket.
Just checking this carries. I'm sure it does. You see, carries the gloves on the full easily. So Jordan was very quick. It wasn't getting out straight away. I think just they had some sort of conference and they said, hey, is that carried? But I think you'll see here that there's no doubt that that's a clean catch. I think he's had 4 catches for O'Brien now. Not bad at all for the, I'll call him a part-time gloveman. That's the 8th to 4. It's 103 for 8. And the wild thing breaks through with his first wicket in the series. All right, so, yeah, okay. So this is, I'm just going to call them IRE in the chat, IRX, saying, yeah, apparently you don't say sauna here. You got to say more like sauna.
See, this is slightly because I know that is the case, but
we,
so much of the world says it as sauna. So
and this actually takes me to the Swedish Eurovision entry, obviously.
Top edge flying over the keeper's head. Brian's not getting anywhere near that one, and it does roll away over the boundary for Maximo.
Remember earlier, he batted 11, Sadiq. He came out went 4 and a 6 and somehow ran himself out, and the ball he could have been out 3 different ways. But it's a classic Baximo to get things going. So he's got the big promotion to number 10. So it's Rehan coming in playing his first game, has to lick his chops at number 11. Yeah, which was a very Finnish-influenced Swedish entry. Barabastu. There you go.
Oh, swung heartily over the leg side. So Cher just not getting his usual zip off the deck as he's pumped by Siddiqui on that occasion.
Yeah, and Siddiqui maybe making a bit of a case to bat a bit higher. They have secured their point now. They've gone past the 70% mark at least, SKK Rapids. Yes, sauna-based. And one of my favourite bits in that song is where there's a guy who just says, sauna.
Trying to teach the world how to pronounce.
So, yeah, I get you. But it is true. We anglicise a lot of words that we know. Like, the right way to say karaoke, hate to break it to you, isn't karaoke. Karaoke.
Short ball. Another top edge. O'Brien's
for
on it
5.
Quickly.
Yeah.
Takes it. A 5 for the wicket keeper. Stand in stud. Hit some runs at the top of the innings, and he's doing the job with the gloves now. Cher, not really his greatest ball, but managed to get an out-of-control shot from the lower order batter. And he'll be happy picking up a couple of wickets, and Empire feel like they're on the way to a first-up victory.
Give every bit of credit to Jordan, because he's a very, very good fielder, but not every good fielder can put on the gloves and do a good job keeping, but he just seems to have good instincts there.
You can see here, spots it straight away, gets the early step. This is where actually being an outfielder helps you a little bit, those high balls and judging them, which as a keeper, you don't actually practice too many of those, but as an outfielder, you generally do.
It's the quick movement,
Yeah.
isn't it, Vinny, of just being able to read the ball off the bat, getting there a half step ahead of where other players might be.
They could go bowled out well early at the moment. Rehan, the youngster, who is 15 years old, batting for the first time, and he'll get a run through the wide from Amjad Sher.
Well left. Tell you what, speaking of because that entry from Sweden, if you ask the local Finns, very much inspired by Finnish musicians.
Yes.
I heard a great track on Swarmy Pop, the national sort of pop music station last night, in which the lyrics, and we'll just see Cher finish off this over. And it's just pushed away. It could have been a single there, but Rehan lets Faithful take the start of the next over. This song was, as many Finnish songs are, based around the consumption of alcohol or lonely man in bar trying to work out what to do. But it was a catchy little tune that was essentially heads I go home, tails I go to the bar, and I don't care how much I spend.
What a situation.
I mean, you're sitting there in your writer's room working out, what are we going to base the song around today?
It actually reminds me of one of my days off in Barcelona where I tossed a coin periodically to work out whether I was going to have one more Bloody Mary with breakfast before I left, and ended up on a run of 6 or 7.
So where you probably want the 50-50 to come in.
Pretty entertaining conversations with the Argentinian. It became quite a scene when it just happened at the end. I said, I'm either getting the bill or it's quite expensive. Breakfast.
This song is encapsulating the
Yeah.
Maximo experiences. Ball from Majid, who's come on to bowl his first. It's just sort of inside edge. The young man Rehan was trying to get Faithful back on strike. Faithful, by virtue of having his back turned to his partner, was saying, I'm not interested in the second.
Can I just say something of interest from an ECN records point of view? Jordan joins a list of quite a few wicketkeepers that have taken 5 dismissals or even 5 catches in innings, but no wicketkeepers ever had 6.
6.
To my knowledge. There has been 6 in an outfield, or maybe it was done once recently. I have to check it.
Well, he's almost given him the outside edge. Didn't Sebastian Bratt take
Yep, that's
6
the one.
at ECC?
Rhino, your knowledge is spot on. It was against Spain. Sebastian Bratt, 6 catches, but that's as an outfielder, not as a keeper.
I think I only remember that because I was commentating that game.
Fair enough.
As Majid strides in and just be the single. So still 9 balls and 1 wicket for Jordan O'Brien to come up with the 6 keeper dismissals.
Take it back. I do remember when a keeper, it's only happened once, where a keeper took 6 dismissals. It was Ijaz Ahmed for Gozo Zalmi versus Sweet United
Famous
in
game.
February 23.
Oh, big swing. Baseball swatted. And, well, Faithful, he's still keeping the faith here. Another few Maximos, and you never know.
But the thing with the Ijaz one is, I'm going to say this delicately, as a keeper, let's just say, well, as a keeper, I wouldn't say he was the most polished. Let's say I think he might have gloved 6 balls clean in that entire innings. They all happened to be edged. So that's the thing with keeping records, is like, it's you're a dependent as a keeper. So there's no real metrics that glove. No one's tracking every ball you catch that's not edged. Well, this one could be it. I don't think O'Brien will get the record, or maybe he will, because it's going to go down. Faithful's going to hustle back for 2, and we'll get there. But I was going to say, there's no real metric for keepers, because I would sometimes I wouldn't take a catch, and I might keep 100 overs or 90 overs in the day, and I'd go, I kept really well today, but I've got nothing to show for it. Other days I took 5 catches, and I felt it wasn't really my best day.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's just one of those things that's hard to quantify.
To be fair, and I know you're in a lot more control of it as a bowler, you quite often have those days where you take a 3-4 or 4-4 and you sit there and you think, I haven't really had great control of where this thing's moving or landing today.
True,
And then
that's all-
others where you feel like everything is on the button.
That's also
and
true.
you just don't get rewarded.
But I think there's probably more of a correlation.
True.
I'd love keeping stats like hard catch conversion rate, but then you have to judge what a hard catch is.
You know,
That's more important, though, isn't it? The people who take those,
because even if you said
25%
catch conversion
chances.
rate, there's easy ones and there's hard ones. Yeah, it's hard to say. Last over. Will it go the distance?
well, young man's gotten himself off strike.
It's
Even
almost
if
the end of his leg spinning career there. As that one, I think, thundered into his right hand.
he's not showing any pain. It looks like Sullivan giving him a gentle pat on the back.
He's only 15 years old, I think, Rehan as well, playing his first game. So good luck to him. And he leads the Finland juniors.
Tell you what, Faithful, he's got 5 balls to hit 5 successive maximos here. Tough ask against one of the better bowlers in the country, but doesn't mean Sullivan's not setting a field for him, bringing the fielder in from fine leg on the boundary.
Also with the ECSW this weekend, I think we'll see a fair few Estonians coming across the border.
Well, that has been smoked. Hitting to the offside, carries the boundary by a good 5 metres. So only 4 required now in terms of maximos.
Yeah,
Maximo, what do you think the chances are?
Well, we had a pretty crazy finish before. Imagine, I've seen 3 in a row to win a game. Never seen, well, this will be 5, right?
Oh, that's gone up. O'Brien's underneath it.
For 6.
Can he take it? He does. Clean grab, and that's a 6-for the wicket keeper. Great stuff from Jordan O'Brien. Salonen gets his first scalp, and SKK Rapids dismissed all out with 131 on the board.
Wow, how about that? So it's only the second occasion we've seen 6 catches by a keeper, and it hasn't happened for over 2 years. And Jordan O'Brien, fielder with gloves, is going to have that record. And of course, you throw in the other time at 6 has been done. It was by an outfielder, Sebastian Bratt, at the ECC in October last year. But
you know what was another look forward to the next game, the Gladiators versus the Titans, but importantly, Dave B has chimed into the commentary and referenced that he was in the box when Sebastian Bratt took those 6 catches out at Cardimer Oval. I honestly don't necessarily remember that.
I think he's talking about, no, he was with us when the Netherlands chased 183.
Ah,
I think
that was
the one.
yep.
It was another good Netherlands game, as it was here. I think, look, they get close-ish. What was the margin in the end? Probably 23 runs. But you just feel with Faraz Abbas, if he hadn't chased that wide one, it might have been a different story, because he was causing all kinds of headaches for Empire through the early stages of this chase. One of the issues he had, though, he had more partners than the quarterback at the box. So
I was say that he's recommended by health professionals.
Running, yeah, exactly right. But well, I think give credit to Empire. They held their key catches when they needed to. And Jordan O'Brien, hey, no matter how he got them, he's done something that's pretty rare. 6 catches in an innings.
Tell you what, wasn't Pandy the superstar with the ball? He was credited with a couple of wickets that ended up being pouched by O'Brien. Sensational spell for him, particularly in the middle overs where things were precariously placed, I think it's fair to say. Waidelanori came out and played some good shots in the middle and managed to find the boundary on a number of occasions, but Pandy with figures of 4 for 16. Excellent stuff, Vinny.
Yeah, it was just what the doctor ordered, I think, for Empire. You would feel it. We're favourites going into this game. Yeah, but Jordan took a good mixture of catches, didn't he? That was one that was low down. I think they just want to check that it had carried. And umpires came back in the affirmative. But look, Empire, when a team's been to the ECL a couple of times, you would imagine they'd be right up there in the favourites. But you also got Helsinki Titans, a team that we know very well. They've been to the ECL as well. Won this ECS back in 2020, albeit just a 2-day version. But Faithful, I quite liked his hitting power that he displayed as well. A couple of maximos where he was caught behind off a high ball. And SKK Rapids, 131. They do walk away at least with 2 points in their 2 losses, but still 2 losses is a tough place to recover from. Probably tomorrow they're going to need a 4-pointer somewhere along the way and another solid win if they're going to make a run for the top 2 spots.
Certainly won't be easy tomorrow either, because they'll be playing the Helsinki Titans, one of the more well-credentialed teams in this tournament. So tough day at the office for SKK. They came here with a really strong bowling lineup, but it hasn't translated into victories. Hadley's Empire 11, probably not their greatest all-round bowling performance. It was actually two of the less heralded members, Sangrula and Pandy, picking up 3 wickets and 4 wickets respectively, who actually really were the backbone of defending that total. And to be fair, SKK did give it a bit of a shake.
Yeah, they did. But just needed more support, didn't they? You look at batters 2, 3, 4, 5 going for 9, 6, 0 and 2. It's always going to be tough. Only Nori with 25 and, of course, Abbas with 43, making kind of decent contributions out of the top 6. We'll take a break then. Back in around about 20 minutes' time as we'll get to see the Helsinki Titans for the first time in this tournament. And the Gladiators, well, despite putting 150 plus on the board, they weren't able to get a win earlier on. So 2 teams with plenty to play for. Finish down to here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. And we'll see you after this break. Live from Finland, you're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back, and it's time to say hello to the fifth team to take part in Group A with the Helsinki Titans here for the first time, and they have a pretty interesting clash against Gymkhana Gladiators coming up. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Stefan Gooch.
Titans to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. And it's come down tails. You won the toss.
We go for batting.
Batting?
Batting, yes.
Good luck.
Thanks.
All the best. Good luck.
Thank you very much, man.
Gladiators have won the toss. They're batting.
So the Gladiators win the toss and have elected to have a bat, and look, they've had an interesting start, obviously, to their tournament, and with only 4 games to play before the cruelest of cuts is made, every team has to fight for every point this week. Helsinki Titans, though, formerly known as Helsinki CC, they are a side that actually have won here before. Of course, they won back in 2020, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them. They play back-to-back matches to finish the day, so plenty to play for here. Let's get ready for the start of match 4 with the Gymkhana Gladiators winning the toss, electing to have a hit over to Andrew Ryan. The Rhino is standing by in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Certainly should be a good contest between these two teams. Gymkhana Gladiators first up are losers despite the heroics of Huzaifa Fahim, who knocked up a century in game 2 here today. They come up against a very strong Helsinki Titans lineup, and no better player out there in this game than Gulam Abbas, but he is one of the cleanest strikers in this part of the world. Man, we've seen out at Malaga on a number of occasions, and he'll be looking to whip up a match-winning innings for the Helsinki Titans today, but he'll have to cool his heels in the field for a moment as the Gymkhana Gladiators are going to bat first. And as mentioned, Fahim with a century first up. Needs a little bit more support from the rest of the innings, though. Sajid Anwar and Mustafa got a chance out with the bat earlier today, but certainly they need to put some runs on the board because they showed in the first game that they haven't got the greatest depth in the bowling lineup. That's probably why the supercomputer is edging towards it's edging towards the Gymkhana Gladiators at the moment. The Helsinki Titans only given a 40% chance. And the Gladiators, they would like to get away to the same sort of start that they did in the last game. The diminutive figure out there of Huzaifa Fahim played some absolutely glorious cricket shots in game 2. First time we saw the Gladiators, and they would have thought they were a pretty good chance of taking the win in that contest. As it was, the Bengal Tigers Cricket Club Dark Knights managed to chase it down with some balls remaining. So the Bengal Tigers left very happy. Earlier today, they were 2 wins from 2, including a remarkable win in game 1. One of the best ECS games that we've seen for some time. I'm sure this will be another entertaining clash. T10 cricket here at the Kerava ground in Helsinki. One of the best grounds in continental Europe, really. Saeed charging in for the first over. Ball outside off stump. Driven cleanly by Fahim, but straight to the fielder. So a dot ball to get us underway. Bustling run up from Saeed. Always good to see a paceman sporting a fair bit of facial hair and some floppy hair in the breeze. Certainly puts a lot of effort into things, and Fahim, who I don't think hit the ball to a fielder for about his first 5 overs in the first contest for the Gladiators, somehow picked out the fielders twice in the first 2 balls. Some of the tactics here, smart ones from the Titans. Keep it outside off stump to him. A little bit of a change of pace from So Ito starts with 3 dot balls. Get the sense that problem throughout this tournament will be the depth in this Gladiators lineup. A lot of pressure sits on Fahim's shoulders. Carry the bulk of the run scoring. Doesn't mind playing a defensive shot. Opens the shoulders on that occasion, but no contact. Not a single run scored from the first 4 balls from Saeed. Oh, that is called wide. That is not the best call I've seen today. Saeed, who was on the run for a very rare maiden in T10 cricket, has just had it spoiled by a ball clearly inside the line. And to add insult to injury, Fahim has finally had enough and has deposited a ball outside off stump neatly over the cover boundary for a Maximo. That must be fairly infuriating for this young bowler. Bowled such a good over up until that point. Having a word with one of his teammates, and again pushed there. Another man that we've seen out at the ECL before. Elegant batter. Pretty good unit, this Titans team. And out of control shot. And it is taken. Well, the man's got lucky on his back. Needed a decent bit of skill to take the catch on that occasion. Abdul Qureshi. That's a huge wicket for the Titans. Bottom hand just going through, not really getting the shoulder into the shot. And unfortunately for Fahim, after his heroics in the last game, he goes for just a single Maximo. And a massive first wicket and due reward, ironically, with the last ball of the over that probably shouldn't have needed to be bowled. But if you're the Helsinki Titans, you will take that outcome. Nice catch by Qureshi out in the boundary. This brings Mustafa and Anwar together. Quick look ahead to the European Cricket Championship coming up end of September and the first half of October out at the glorious Cartamar Oval in Malaga. But the Premier Division kick things off, then move into the 2 groups of the Challenger Division, 7th to the 15th, which will include 2 groups, and then a finals day. And then on to the big dogs, the Premier Division Championship group over 3 days. It'll be the top 2 from last year's ECC. And then the 3 group winners. So funky formats galore. European Cricket Championship for men brought to you by Dream 11. Something to look forward to. There's plenty more cricket on the ECN before then as Mustafa and Anwar at the crease together. With the ball, Afzali. A little bit of a way swing. Mustafa, leg going out to mid-wicket. Never looked like making contact. Probably a good area for Afzali to keep the pill. Try to force him to hit over cover. Makes a big swing. Pretty decent contact, but not far enough. And Pushte takes a very neat catch. He's a tall man, but he got down nicely. Off the bat, Mustafa probably would have been thinking Maximo, but an excellent grab and good reward for some excellent length bowling from Afzali. Really, really good catch. The ball sat in the air for a long time, but it got down to around sort of waist height by the time the Pushte came around. Takes an excellent grab. Shah Mustafa goes for a duck of 3 balls. Where is Derek? That is the question on the lips of and on the fingertips of so many typists in our YouTube chat. Young man just begging for an opportunity to be on screen. I'll certainly see a few more of the Gladiators. Batters get an opportunity now, but two of the top order are gone. Remember, they only lost 1 wicket in game 2 earlier. Junaid Khan coming to the crease at the number 4 spot. It's a lovely ball again. Afzali not doing anything particularly complicated. Just keeping it on a nice length, relatively full. A little bit of movement away from the batters. It's excellent stuff. Couple of strides down the pitch, but no run. Very, very disciplined bowling performance from the Titans so far. They've come here with a plan. Working it to perfection at the moment. 1 ball left in this second. Hit on the pad. It's going down leg side. And it's the end of a tremendous over from Afzali. That's a wicket maiden. Not something you see every day in ECN T10 cricket. Something you do see most days, or at least hear most days. Back on the mic, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Look at the table. Hey, Dark Knights have come into the bright lights, haven't they? With a golden ball win, then another big chase. They're top of the table with Titans playing their first game. Titans did win the European Cricket Series here back in 2020. Known as Helsinki CC back then, but typically going by the Titans name now. And actually seen them at 2 European cricket leagues as well, as this is lifted up over the top. Saeed comes back. Well, he was kind of on a bit of a maiden run that got spoiled earlier. Then we saw a genuine maiden. Now a genuine 4. Kind of end of the bat more than anything, but good enough. And a boundary to start the over. Yeah, so hello to everyone, and I know that a lot of people liking this Titans uniform. I remember that they were wearing black and red when we saw them at the first ECL. They actually crashed out in a bit of a disastrous golden ball loss to the Luxembourg club Star CC. Okay, takes his time, but it's not going to clear the fielder. That's going to be gone. Well taken down there. Pushta again. He's in that spot for a reason. He's very experienced, and now Anwar is going to go 4 and out. So, yeah, Gladiators just getting cut down 1 by 1 at the moment. It's 11 for 3.
Great start for the Titans. It is all going their way so far. They have been right in the button with their bowling. Not trying to do anything particularly fancy, but just consistently hitting the deck on a good length. And it is flummoxing this Gladiators batting lineup so far. And this is the concern, Vinny, isn't it? That when Fahim goes early, there is not enough depth in that group. And they are in all sorts of bother here in Game 4.
They sure are, but we've seen teams manoeuvre their way out from this position before. This is where
probably actually it's a better spot than the Bengal Tigers were in.
You could say
their win this morning. Who is going to be the moon for the Gladiators?
Full toss. This is Bilawal. Should have had a hat-trick earlier in the day. I'm sure he's not thinking about that anymore. Maybe just a little bit. As he's off the mark with a single. Side going full on at the stumps.
Good to see a few more of the Gladiators get a chance with the bat in this game.
Again, goes to the stumps. He picks this up clean. He might be close. That's out for me. They're going to go upstairs, but I just got a feeling he took a bit of a left turn in Albuquerque, Rhino, and my spider senses are tingling. Direct hit for me. Well, if I'm umpiring this live, I'm saying it's out. Let's have a look. Good night, Charlene. And you can see probably Venning needed to run the other side of the pitch, maybe create a bit of traffic, but it'll be the 4th wicket down as 12 for 4.
Actually did a pretty good job to get himself run out there, Vinny. I suspect if it had been a dead straight sprint down the pitch, he would have been home by a good 1.5 foot, but as it is, all sorts of fear about getting hit by the little grizzly.
And Adnan had a bit to do there, didn't he? Had to get across, pick it up. Didn't really have a lot of time to have a look at the target. A little bit of bat pad squeeze, picks up one-handed. But yeah, geometrics just
The shortest space between 2 points is a straight line.
Probably had to run about 23 yards, the distance that he covered.
Maybe the wind took him. Anyway, Mohamed Imran's new batter, not facing at the moment. What a start this is for the Titans. Okay, so we haven't had too much time for chit-chat because there's been so much action. But I'm going to try and chit-chat a little bit about our social calendar.
To be fair, we may not have much time the way this game is going. But anyway, let's start.
True. That's also true. But Saeed, last ball of his spell. Oh, maybe not, because he oversteps and it's going to be a wicket surely, but it won't be. Just the old one hand off a no ball. Maybe that's a rule we could bring in. But, let's have a look at the foot here and see if he oversteps. I assume the call was 4. Let's have a look at the foot here. Anything behind the line? What was that for?
Absolutely no idea.
I wasn't expecting to see that. Anyway, all I can think,
how different could Saeed's figures have been?
Do you know what?
This game.
It's the end of the second over for Saeed, end of the third. It's 15 for 4. Still a brilliant power play. I've just got a feeling the umpire mixed up the wide line with the return crease there and has pinged him for a no ball. That really wasn't his fault at all.
To be fair, he'd bowled the same way. I was going to say the previous 11 balls, the previous 12, given he had the unnecessary wide in over 1. But anyway, that's pretty good power play as far as the bowlers go.
Getting on the blower to Stefan Gooch. And so, anyway, still, they're in a great position.
Food's good. The action's good.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. The next thing I need to book now. Afsali hasn't gone for a run yet. Still hasn't gone for a run.
Okay, so back to our social calendar.
Yeah, karaoke. I know that's a must-do.
Mm-hmm. We'll find that easily too. That is no issue. Do we need to open it up as that ball is inside edged? It was actually a great Yorker. Finally, they've managed to score off Afzali after 7 deliveries. But it's not the most convincing stroke, just an inside edge down to fine leg. So it ruins his picture-perfect figures. Do we need to open it up to the chat of which duet
that's
we
a good
do?
idea. I'm doing my preliminary studies. That's
in terms of venue or songs?
Venue. Oh no, songs pretty much stays the same.
Let's just cut for a single. Qureshi fields it neatly.
Okay, here's what I think's happened with that no ball call. It might have been a fair call, but we got the replay from another ball. Let me just work this out. No, I get it. He's got to get up. Or not. So here's the actual ball. I'm going to go back. Luckily we've had our secret replays today. So this is what was meant to be the last ball, the over. Okay, so it's called and then it was caught.
Zali charging in, 2 balls to go. Off speed. Oh, the edge of the bat has been profitable in this over. First Imran, then Hassan flying away to very, very fine third man and adding 4 runs to the total, much needed.
Yeah, so I think it was probably a fair call on the field. Thing is with that back foot no ball rule though is that they have to be sure that it's grounded on the line, and it's probably he was probably in the air, but probably shouldn't be getting that close. I hate that rule. I've tried to get rid of it. The general thinking amongst the committee right now is let's not deviate from what the laws are, but I don't think laws make a lot of sense. I think it's
what would Maximo have in place?
Front foot matters. Something something within the sideline, something behind the front line, and just give the umpire one less thing to worry about.
It is a strange concept, isn't it? That
would you like me to bore you with the history of the law?
Actually, let's do it. Let's do it. I don't think it's boring. I think it'll be fascinating.
Yeah, you'll be bored by the end of this. But it used to not matter where your front foot was. It just mattered where your back foot was. And if you go on baseball or most sports, there's only one foot that matters. Like in long jump, there's only the front foot matters. In baseball, only your back foot matters. It's pretty rare that both feet matter and for different reasons that really are a bit superfluous. Anyway, here's
Shinwari getting a ball played away for a single first up. But it
Actually,
used to be
just before we go
Go
on to that, I really like Shinwari. We saw
Yeah.
him a couple of years ago at
Yeah.
the ECL.
I do
Lovely little inward movement to the right-handers. Gets some pace up when he wants to.
Yeah, no, I remember him well. I'm excited to see him on Finnish soil on ECN.
Look at that. Lovely action.
Still bowling within himself at the moment, but made a decent start. Yeah, so it used to be you had to have your back foot behind the stumps. That's why it's called the bowling crease. And of course, your back foot wasn't allowed to touch the sideline. Then they just came up with the front foot law, which was, okay, now we're going to say frontwards, because I think the reason they changed is that some bowlers would drag their back foot. Bowled him. Shinwari didn't take too long to get into the action. Hussain swings all around it, and the stumps are disturbed. 5th wicket down in the 5th over, 25 for 5.
Lovely piece of bowling from the left-handed speedster. I'm sure we'll see him with a newer ball at some stage as well. Zane goes for a hefty swing over the leg side, and he has his middle stump knocked out, or at least knocked backwards anyway. As Vinny said, Shinwari's got a few clicks left in the tank. It's been an excellent bowling display from the Titans, 25 for 5.
He lost his wicket, lost his bat. Lost the frame rate as well. Let's have a look. Bang.
So have we had this discussion before of
Maybe.
whether or not cricket should look at reverting back to the back foot
Well,
law?
I'll tell you, I think there's a better way to do it. So the reason they went to this front foot rule is some bowlers, like tall bowlers, would drag their back foot and their front foot would be well over the front line. And so they felt they wanted to make a front foot rule, which is fine, saying that something has to land behind the front line. I don't have a problem with that. But they never changed the sideness of the back foot. It would have made sense to change them both. This is like 60s, maybe early 70s even, that they changed. Should probably look that up. Oh, this is in the air and gone. Sabir is going to be gone first ball, and it's going from bad to worse to whatever's below that. Shinwari's on a hat trick. Another golden derrick. Duck not included. It's 25 for 6.
Well, that was nicely timed off the bat. Unfortunately, hit straight to the fielder, who actually took a nice catch above his head, and everything going very, very nicely for the Titans at present. See this foolish ball from Shinwari. A nice little athletic take in the, well, not the outfield, just on the 30-metre circle. So coming back to this riveting topic, do you not find it completely absurd that your front foot could be 3/4 of a metre outside of what you would think of the normal crease, but provided that you have your back foot in the right position,
That's what I
it's
mean.
all okay.
And that's what it is at the moment.
Absolutely nuts.
You know? So one of these, some things I just know would work. Just like the when I first talked about let's make it so the batters can't cross on a catch, and everyone's like, oh, you can't do that. I said, yeah, it'll make perfect sense. You watch. And
Hasn't it?
And I feel, now everyone's, oh, yeah. But no, everyone in the beginning was like, same with the bonus point. Everyone's like, oh, no, no one will be able to understand it. I'm like, what? They're trying to silence me.
The ICC's gotten a hold of
They're trying to
Maximo's
silence me.
microphone.
I'll give you a really simple foot law, which is that the same principle as our front foot right now. Front foot behind, some part has to be behind that front line, and some part needs to be inside the sideline. That's it. Umpire looks at 1 foot. That's it.
Look,
there's no advantage.
Because that is the other consideration.
Yeah.
I think, and I don't want to speak on behalf of our umpiring fraternity as we go to our in-game analysis section here. I think that as an umpire, if you could minimise that down to one decision or 1 foot to concentrate on, that is a much better thing than having to concentrate on both foot. On the other hand, I do love calling a back foot no ball when the opportunity arises, because 3/4 of cricketers still have absolutely no idea about
That's the thing, though. For everyone you call, you've probably missed 5. This is the thing. It's a fun thing to just pop up and say.
Speak for yourself.
But
I love that call.
But one of the things is, I'll come back to this, is Anaketh is going to get a ball here, and he's going to get angled away for 1 first up. The thing is that the law's written, so the umpire is meant to know that the heel's grounded, or some part of foot's grounded on the line. But physically, you couldn't see that, because the amount of times we see that the bowler only has the balls of their feet on and the heels in the air, but over the line, it's actually
physically an impossible call to make. Oh, this should be another wicket. There's a little pop-up, and Shazad will be the next to go. So Puste with his first wicket, and this is looking like a real 4-point opportunity for the Titans, who have the Gladiators 28 for 7.
Yeah, nicely taken there by Khalid Mangal. Puste just continuing on some pretty sensible bowling as the captain Shazad. Unfortunately, he departs, and the Gladiators in real trouble now. Though, fairness, they were probably in real trouble about an over and a half ago.
The other thing is, then this is, you always get run. I do agree, you don't change a law or change a rule unless the pros outweighs the cons. And one of the cons of changing it is everyone's used to it being a certain way. And there's this feeling that, the laws are perfect, let's leave them alone. But to be honest, that's never happened in cricket. In fact, they've been constantly evolving based on need and situations
I'd
arising.
also say, if you did a survey of cricketers, I reckon it's probably 50-50. I reckon half of all cricketers probably think that the line that is relevant.
Oh, good stop.
Sorry, I should say for that side part of the crease, what is relevant is the front foot.
Yeah,
and
true.
I'm not saying that's a great reason to change the rule, but you're
right.
certainly not confusing the entire cricketing fraternity.
Well, we've seen it recently with there's a change coming up next week to boundary catches.
A much-needed one too.
Yeah, with this, you can't just jump from outside the line and end outside the line, as there was a bit of a loophole that most cricket people would say is a bit unfair.
In fact, a loophole that basically any half-decent lawyer could look at and work out why the old rule was not very well drafted.
But then, even then, I don't understand. They've changed it for men, but they haven't changed it for women. Like, why?
I didn't know this.
Yeah, so it only applies to men.
Why?
I don't know. 'Cause they haven't done the paperwork.
Okay, so question for you. If you have a woman who is playing in what is designated as an open competition,
That's a good question.
does that mean she as an outfielder has different rules?
To be honest, it's for T20 international cricket, so you probably wouldn't have that situation. It's actually not in the laws, and it's going to be brought into the laws next year. But I just found it weird that they changed the male playing edition, not the female. But we will change it in line. But I think when we change it, we'll just change it for both, because why not? End of the 6th over here, 31 for 7.
Yeah, I've got to say, that doesn't sound like the brightest idea, but...
But do you want me to try and explain? Do you understand the new boundary catching law coming in? I should probably try and do a video on this at some point. But now, okay, there were some people that said, okay, if you throw it up, say you catch it inside the boundary, you throw it up, then you jump outside the boundary. And you see now, sometimes they will catch the ball on the way back in, like before they have touched in the boundary again. Some people thought that was a bit unfair, and I can understand that as well. I'm personally pro having to re-establish yourself in the field of play, aka basketball or a lot of different sports. Rugby league, and rugby would be another one. Don't get excited. I don't think this has got anything. This is going to be a minimo 5 wides, and Maldonea coming on and giving away the 5 of first ball. Tough one for the keeper.
Gladiators could do with another 20 of those.
But the ICC haven't gone that far. They've just said that everything applies the same it is now. So you can throw it up from the field of play. You can then head out of play. And then if you take off from over the boundary, that's fine. But then you have to land inside the boundary. You can't take off and land and touch the ball in the middle, because that'll be 6.
And I think the best way of describing this, Maximo, is there will no longer be the opportunity to catch where you look like a 5-year-old playing hopscotch, where the fielder is just doing little hops to ensure that they're never grounded with the ball in their hand outside the field of play. And
then the other thing is it applies even if you haven't taken the catch. So if you bat it back to your teammate inside the field, if you don't land on the field of play after you touch it, if you've taken off from outside, then it's going to be 6. So doesn't happen very often. I mean, personally, I quite like the baseball rule, which is, if I could rewrite it from scratch, which I wouldn't now because people go crazy, but I'd say as long as you take off from the field of play and you control the ball before you hit the ground, even if you end up over the boundary, I would say that's a fair catch. So in baseball, sometimes they'll take off from the field and they'll take it and they end up like knocking someone's popcorn over.
Yep. So you're saying essentially that you could end up landing over the boundary, but as long as you have
If you've controlled the ball
Controlled the catch before you contact.
landed, because
Yep.
I think that'd be a fair trade-off with smaller
Yeah.
boundaries and bigger bats these days. But if you
arguably that's a much simpler rule to
so
understand.
so simple, because if you've controlled the ball, so you take the movement kind of clause out of it. But I mean, that's if I was to rewrite it from scratch. But we're not rewriting it from scratch. We're trying to work with the rule that I'd say most people understand, even though not many people understand how it. Well, that's in the air. That's gone. That's going to be 8 out now. Aldenia has had some issues with his radar, but that time he was spot on. And good catch at point. We'll create that 8th wicket. It's 40 for 8.
Yep. I thought Mango was trying to headbutt this ball when he came in for the catch, but fortunately it's gone straight into his digits.
Hair never moves though. It's very good hold on the coif.
I tell you what, it is exceptional volume, isn't it? Two men in the commentary box who wouldn't mind that sort of volume themselves.
I like this. David saying, should keeping pads be allowed for batters? What's next? Shin pads. Well, I have seen, there's the keeping pads, but I think it's kind of height-based, Robbo. We're back to live action here.
Why should that be anyone's business, though?
Yeah, I mean, they still are external pads. I mean, do you know, we have it in our playing conditions that you must wear pads, gloves, and a helmet minimum. We wanted to put box in, but no one wants to do the inspections. But, you know, there's nothing in the laws of cricket that says you have to wear anything. So you could come padless. But we feel it wasn't really in the spirit of the game. This should be an overthrow if they're watching. Uh-oh. Oh, geez. Better start running. Oh, boy. That really should have been 9 out. Well, sometimes 2 wrongs make a right. And just didn't get the pinkies together.
It was just that awkward half volley, wasn't it, just before the keeper. End of the 7th, 42 for 8.
42 for 8. Quick look at the schedule. But we'll keep talking about what we're on about. But yeah, I think you need to wear pads. I think it's funny that cricket doesn't actually have that in the laws, that you have a minimum of this equipment. Because in theory, if you're the non-striker, every ball you could take off your pads and run faster.
Absolutely. Do you think, as we just see a new bowler come on, it's Bilal Khan. We'll keep on this because it's a fascinating topic.
Arguably. All right, in the air, but mid-off's up in the circle, and that's going to go all the way. Maximal, nice shot by Imran. Tries to fight back. Still 3 overs to go. How high can the Gladiators climb? And the other thing is, can they get to a point where they might be able to keep their point and survive into the 8th over of the second innings?
Well, that Maximo has made it one of the better partnerships of the innings. But coming back to the topic of keeping pads while batting, do you think people would dislike the aesthetics if cricket batting pads changed in nature and shape?
We've seen some kind of funky batting
Yeah,
pads. Brendan McCullum used to wear them. Bit short this time. He turns on it. Fight back will continue. Imran with what turned out to be a long single. That's excellent fielding out there to prevent any further run. I got to admit, I did play a game in Spain where I wore keeping pads batting, mainly because I couldn't be bothered getting changed after the first innings, and I also felt I was unlikely to get hit
Speed
in
of
the legs.
bowling was not as challenging.
Good keeping that time. That's Sahidullah Kamal behind the stumps. But yeah, what is next? Can I tell you a futuristic idea? You know, I was talking about the fact that soon we'll be closer to 2050 than 2000.
Yep.
This is what I'd like to see with technology. Scientists get on this. So you know how we have the magic spray? Some sort of pre-spray that you spray yourself and you acts like armor so that no one will have to wear pads at all. So you just spray your legs with this stuff and it's like, it's hard as stone kind of thing. And then, because I don't even like how your pads are so wide and they block balls that probably hitting the stumps.
But I like the aesthetics of
Yeah,
batting
but that's
pads.
you're old-fashioned.
They don't have to be really, really big, broad.
Think about how you could open up cricket to the world. You don't need all this equipment. You don't have to carry it all to the game.
You have to, but you have to have armour spray.
That's going to be gone, is it? Yep.
So he made that a little bit more
I think he threw it away,
complicated.
and then he was worried he'd thrown it away too quickly, so then he catches it second time around. And yeah, it's going to be a nice catch out there. I think that's Manzur Afzali that takes. In fact, they're both walking off, so I got a feeling
That could be the end of the innings. I've got it as 50 for 9.
I thought there was still 1 wicket to go.
Well, that's
but
what I thought too.
We'll see. Well, in the end, though, nice catch from Cat Stevens' younger brother out there at deep square
Well,
leg.
the thing is, it's their keeper that hasn't batted yet. So, yeah, I don't know if there's an issue. He's picked up an injury in the warm-up or something like that.
Maybe saving his energy for the long stint behind the sticks.
So that will be the end of the innings. It bowled out for 50, and I suppose the Titans, they'll be hoping for a big win here. Remember, with the Titans, they'll be eyeing off first place. Remember, first place you get the double chart, second you don't. First things first, they need 50 runs. They want them in quick time.
Well, certainly do. And tell you what, they've deserved this easy chase because their bowling and fielding was exceptional in that innings. Really, things went downhill quickly after Fahim went in the first over. That was the big scalp. And from that point on, Saeed actually bowled an exceptional first 2 overs, and as well as his bowling partner, Zali, who bowled a maiden his first, but wasn't this a wonderful piece of fielding? Saeed helped a lot by Khan taking what can only be described as a trip to the slip road to get on a separate highway after he deviated about 3 metres to his right. But all in all, for the Titans, it was exceptional bowling and some really, really good catching. Great to see this young man, Shinwari, back at the bowling crease for the Titans. And there wasn't really much to celebrate for the Gladiators. The odd boundary, and frankly, they're lucky that they ended up getting to 50 as it was. But Vinny, I think this is going to be a difficult one for them to try to keep this Titans lineup in check.
Yeah, just innings that failed to launch and never really had too much of a recovery, despite the efforts of Imran, who was able to whack 18 off 12 balls. It looks kind of good by comparison. It was actually Adnan Saeed, pardon me, that took that catch out there. That was able to get Imran, and yeah, just like that, it's all over. 50 for 9, and yeah, Jahan unable to bat here. Not quite sure why. We'll get back to you about that, but yeah, 50 for 9 in the end. Mohamed Imran with 18, the only player to reach double figures. A pretty dismal looking scorecard. But the Titans, well, they'll feel, 51 off 7 overs, basically 7 and a bit and over. They should do this and really send a bit of a message to the other teams in this competition, of course, with the Titans going back-to-back matches to finish here on opening day.
Yep, Titans certainly giving themselves a great chance of taking a big first-up win, and you'd have to think with their batting lineup that unless there are some early scalps from the bowlers of the Gymkhana Gladiators, that they will be looking odds on to take this bonus point win. Great bowling from Saeed at the top, and Afzali, he bowled an excellent first over with a wicket made, and Shinwari picking up 2, and everyone getting in on the party with a wicket. So you couldn't ask for much more than that from the bowling attack. And there we go, halfway through this game, the Gladiators 50 for 9, essentially all out after the Chauhan, the wicketkeeper, was unable to bat. So that leaves the Helsinki Titans needing 51 off their 10 overs.
Yeah. Now, Rhino, don't forget, plenty more housekeeping to go. We've got to keep this technological discussion about this Kevlar spray, which is catching on in the chat. Also, we need to book our karaoke place, so we haven't gone about these things, and we better do it quickly because it could be a pretty rapid second innings. 51 to win for the Titans here in match 4. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. We'll take a quick break and see you soon. Live from Finland, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second half of match number 4 here in this European Cricket Series. Finland with the Titans coming out to chase just 51 for victory. And it was a bit of a demolition job from the Titans. Gladiators only scoring 50. So I think it's all about trying to chase this in 7 overs or less, and probably even less than 7 overs, I'd imagine, with the opportunity to take all 4 points for the Titans. For the Gladiators, well, their day has gone off the rails big time. They did score 155 in match 2 against the Dark Knights and then weren't able to defend it. Now they're staring at a big fat 0 in this game. So I suppose it would feel like a win for them if they could at least push the game to an 8th over. But with this Titans batting lineup, just knowing who's there, I think it's looking pretty unlikely. It's the man that I affectionately christened the Golden Butt back in 2020, Gulam Abbas Butt, who here's another guy we've seen obviously at the ECL with the Helsinki Titans, who qualified for the 2022 and 2023 editions, but also we saw him playing for Talon Stallions in that what a famous game. They scored 221 as an opening partnership. Gulam Abbas Butt and Faraz Abbas, who we saw playing earlier in the day as well. But a bit of a hiding to nothing here for the Gladiators. They're going to be in a bit of a hole with potentially 1 point out of 8 out of their first 2 games. Anyway, Sabir is ready to get the ball rolling. 51 to win. Gulam just happy to turn this one away to get the scoring underway. And joining me once again in the commentary box is basically honorary Finn Andrew Ryan. Welcome back, Rhino. And was there anything to gain here for the Gladiators?
Well, I think there's something to gain here for the viewers. How about the aesthetics of the tightly wrapped short sleeve shirt of Gulam Abbas Butt wearing the long sleeve sweater over the top?
Better looking shot at the other end from Zahidullah Kamal to get him going. Yeah, they've both gone I like the kit here, the sweaters. That's the long sleeve version. But if you look at the other end, maybe camera 4, you'll see. And I even like the way, this is a good way to stand at the non-strikers end.
Isn't it a pose?
Feet crossed, bat. Now that shows you know what you're doing. I always tried. And even the hand on the hip for extra effect. That's a guy that's relaxed at the crease.
But still in the game.
Yeah.
Focused on
alert
posture.
but not alarmed.
Yep. Look at the effort to back up from Butt at the same time.
Remember well, back in the Wild West days, I mean, because I was in Australia, I was drafting these YouTube video previews of a daily ECN
Weren't
game.
they a treat back in the 2020
you
season?
remember probably the Switzerland series, St. Gallen. I was doing the old
remember
one.
getting calls at certain times throughout the day asking for some thoughts. It's an absolute shocker from Sabir.
I mean, it was, but I mean, he had a fair bit of time to see it and just didn't fancy.
Well, the upside you can say for that is that he's extracting some good sideways movement.
Yes, if you're looking for a positive, then yes, but that's going to be.
If he could start that somewhere outside leg stump, be a very good delivery.
Again, this one's close, but umpire says it's fully outside the line. Again, look at that movement. Yeah, umpire's not sure, so he calls it a wide.
A lot of sideways movement, though. I don't mind that call.
You've got to change your approach angle here. Maybe direct it more towards the leg stump, but keep that same movement. That's better. Mustafa does handle this one. It's
Should we go back to the kit of the Helsinki Titans?
I was going to mention in one of my YouTube videos, I did pick the Golden Butt to be player of the match this game, and he delivered. I remember that one very well. And we're talking all the way back. This is in FPL 2020, I think. Back in Wild West days. All right, that is high, and it's going to carry the fielder. In fact, it might carry the boundary as well. I think maybe not quite, but they will get 4 runs. But it's so kind of crazy to think about what ECN's become. But almost all of our viewers, I won't say absolutely all, but almost all of our viewers have only joined us since we were last in Finland.
if you just look at the numbers,
Some may not even know that Finland exists.
It's true. So we've come a long way since then. Or some might have joined. Maybe they're Finland based. They watched them and haven't watched too much since. Wild shot here. Oh, that's the worst wide call all day. We've got to have a look at this again, straight down the line. And that's the power of the golden butt. That's an absolute shocker. Oh, well.
I think it's fair to say the Gladiators have got a stiff enough task trying to control this Titans lineup here without that being
he's
added
not
to
happy.
it.
He's spat it. Fair enough too.
I'd be going
We got a replay of that.
ballistic if I was the bowler. Absolutely ballistic.
That is, DeAndrew, you would have rhinoed the stumps out. Oh, that probably would have been a wide as well, but instead it's going to be lifted up and over the top. Maximo! As this first one's gone magical, Sabir's mood, I would say, is dark. He's swatted away for 6 more. But here's the thing. When it comes, yes, umpiring is a judgment thing, but you need to be asking yourself the right questions. And I just feel, there you go, that was the reaction to the one before. I just feel that some of the umpires haven't really gotten a grasp of the question they need to ask, which is when the ball passes the popping crease, in your judgment, and sure, it's a judgment thing, is it fully outside that line or not? And when you see balls that are completely inside the line getting called, that's when it tells me they're not really asking themselves the right question in the first place.
Yep. Well, I mean, the great thing about this is not going to make an iota of difference
True.
to the outcome because the Titans need only 31 off 37 balls for the bonus point, let alone the victory in the match. And you can feel maybe there's a few in the Gladiators team who have maybe lost hope that there's a chance in this contest.
Makes sense. Actually hits him more or less on off, or maybe slightly outside, but maybe a bit high as well. So a beer finished with a small win. Gives the umpire a bit of a sideways look on the way past. It's the end of the over. It's 20 without loss. 2 matches since the golden ball. And yeah, if you have just joined us, do yourself a favour in the fairly sizable break between now and the next game and go and watch the second innings of the first match. I'd say pick it up in the third over because you'll have time. You probably,
if you're a little bit more time pressed, and I know we don't always publicise third-party accounts, our good mate Scotty from ECN Supporters Club Australia has put together some of the best bits of the moon innings. He already has.
Scotty, I knew he could rely on. Scotty's middle of the night there. Oh, it's just not that.
You know what I wouldn't mind us doing, though? Maybe we could teach Scotty the beauty of screen record on from a mobile phone, too, rather than having him film his laptop.
Hey, look, it's kind of ECN meets Blair Witch Project with Scotty's production values. But hey, Scotty, we love you. Very, very good work. I'm going to have to check that out.
And he really has captured the essence of the moon innings.
All right, here's Shazad. And there he goes. Going, and gone. That was a blast.
That's gone a long way.
That could be on the road. What's that? Or is it hit a fence? It's out of our purview here.
There's quite a big fence that sits behind us.
Going. Oh, it's crashed into that fence on the full. We saw one go over there earlier onto the highway, but luckily there was no traffic.
That's a beautiful shot.
You know why? If you can play that, why are you trying to hoik pulls to mid-wicket? Open question. Shazad, who... I mean, it's not like they're hopeless, this Gladiators team, either. They remember earlier...
Weren't things looking a bit better with 1 for 155 on the board in their previous game?
I suppose that's why he plays that shot, because when he hits it, it looks good. And there's 4 more, so this game's quickly coming to a conclusion. Conrad, I want to know, Conrad, he's in the chat right now. If you were called a wide on that, what would your reaction be? Of course, Conrad made some ECN history early in the year, Rhino. He was the first person to be reported for dissent on an LBW decision off his bowling that ultimately was given out.
What, he dissented against the decision?
Come back to that in a second, but this game's on borrowed time. As Kamal goes Maximal again over the leg side. Yeah, he got a level 1 misconduct charge. The umpire took too long to give it out, and Conrad abused him just before the finger went up.
It's a great bit of TV. To be fair, the umpire took approximately 8 or 9 seconds. It was plumb. But Conrad still had to get the official reprimand. Oh, yeah. That's a shot and a half from Kamal. This is a very, very quick chase. Titans on the prowl. Maximal 6 more. He'd be the only person in world cricket, I think, to ever get done for dissent.
On a ball where he was eventually given what he wanted.
Reminds me a little bit of the power of some personas. So Mohamed Babar, very famous Mohamed Babar from Spain, in ECS Barcelona, got given out LBW, looked at the square leg umpire and gave him a look, and there was a conference and it was a retracted. I think maybe the peel was retracted. As this is lifted up. That's out of the ground as well. Maximal. This game could be done in 2 overs.
Was Babar's essentially the Spanish version of W.G. Grace putting the bails back on top of the stumps?
And the thing is, he claimed this inside edge. The replay shows he was stone dead. Anyway.
Mind you, if I was the square leg umpire, I wouldn't take on Babar in an argument.
Okay, well, we haven't had much time to do anything this innings, but I have found a karaoke bar, and the one I've chosen is Eritaya Bar.
Where is it?
Karaoke and dance floor combo, open evenings all week. That's my pick so far.
Okay.
We can revisit that. But one night's karaoke, I'm actually going to put Tuesday, maybe.
You mean tomorrow night?
Yeah, good.
Oh, we've got to come back to the Aussie bar, I think, topic for a moment, because we've made a major miscalculation.
We said there was Kylie Minogue going to hit the Aussie bar, or we thought a Kylie Minogue impersonator. You might as well say it. We found out there's actually a Kylie Minogue concert tonight in Helsinki.
Which is a challenge. If anyone out there in the world of Helsinki has a way to get us tickets to the actual Kylie Minogue concert rather than just a celebratory pre-show at the Aussie bar, then come on, get in there.
She'll be there later. Funny thing about...
She's a fan.
This is probably the last ball of the game, but I'll try and... Come on, no boundary. I don't think it's a boundary. In fact, might be out. Helmet, he's trying to get it off. He can't get it off. Can't find the ball. Oh, well, that sums up for the Gladiators. He had 3 goes at ripping off the lid. Meanwhile, he lost track of the ball. The final bit of the Conrad story, end of the second over, 49 without loss. Let me come back. There we go, I'm back. That is that the umpire actually gave Conrad a lift to the ground. I think I might be changing it slightly. He would have driven.
Did he get a lift back?
Had to apologize.
Serves him right.
What game was that? I have to go find that. That's good. John Foster was the umpire. Oh, that's probably out, you know.
Oh, he's giving him.
Yeah, that's out. Got across one time too many. So Kamal, after skying one, and I suppose he should have been caught. It wasn't really a drop catch. Didn't get touched. I just think this is out. It's right in front. Is it going over? Don't think so. Is it missing? Don't think so.
Tell you what, isn't this good captaincy too? Giving Sabir another over after his unlucky none for 20 in the first.
Or maybe Sabir didn't give the captain a choice. So give me that ball. Consolation wicket. Zahidullah Kamal plays some nice shots on the way to 30. Of just 8 balls, and he's the first to fall. Probably the only to fall in this innings. 49 for 1.
So a question up on the chat, Maximo, from Tim Harmer. Is this a record for the quickest ECN chase? I suspect not by a long way, but I know you will know.
Men's cricket is 1.4, so no. And in women's cricket was 0.5 when Netherlands beat Gibraltar in ECI cricket. So yeah, not quite. There's been a couple of 2.1 chases. One was Ireland. If this game stays live, I've got a great story. Don't hit it. Okay, that's fine. Ties it up. The Czech team were playing Ireland 11. First time Ireland 11 ever played. And they were really young. So I said to the Czechs at breakfast, I'll give you a few sledges I used to use on young players. Shouldn't you be doing your homework? Isn't your mummy waiting for you, etc. Seamus Lynch came out and finished the game in 2.1 overs.
Didn't have
time to get
most
they couldn't get too many of them in. Let's just say these babies didn't hit like babies. That'll be the end of the game. 2.5 is what they will take as the Helsinki Titans take all 4 points
out of this contest, and they win with a huge 45 balls to spare. And anything that could have gone wrong pretty much did go wrong there for the Gymkhana Gladiators, who finished the day with a single point to show for their efforts.
Yeah, not the most successful. Well, it started so well with Fahim knocking up a ton and looking $1 million in that first game, but fortunately not a huge amount of support from his teammates so far, and that is a clinical performance from the Helsinki Titans. They have put down quite a statement victory here. That was a statement in and of itself.
Well, there's 10% of the runs right there.
Well, it's extravagant movement, to say the least, but Arbas, he doesn't mind having balls swinging away from him outside off stump. Hits very well over cover. It's a beer. Wasn't he angry with the occasional wide call?
The occasional one. Can understand why. So it was wide to a left-hander. Yeah, it was a classic. The Gladiators were a bit more like a pump and dump scheme today. They started high, didn't they? They had the 150 on the board and looked like they were a real contender, but they end up losing that game. They get nowhere near a point. It's not even the fact they get 0 points here. Their net run rate is annihilated with the margin of this victory. Zahidullah Kamal. I suppose it maybe less than optimum shot choices, but sometimes just so good you got too many options. In the end, I think that was a good decision, LBW. And man, push they came out. Didn't have to do too much, and neither did the Golden Butt, actually. Kind of sat on it, didn't he, on the way to 12 not out of 6. At 51 was brought up in just 2.5 overs. We never even got out of the power play. So Zahidullah Kamal with 30 off 8 of those 8 balls. 4 went for 6. There was a 4 in there as well. But really, it was not quick enough for us to even do all of our housekeeping, which I guess we'll have to keep up in the last game. We've
Game 5.
Karaoke bar. We've got other things to cover as well.
We need to cover Sompa Sauna for the folks who stick around for Game 5.
Yes, that's definitely going to come up. We will take a break, though, as we see Samir took the consolation wicket along the way. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Andrew Ryan. We've got an hour until our next game. Go back in this stream, watch the end of Game 1. Also, I'm checking out ECN SCA on Instagram and Facebook and seeing what he's been up to on there. But we will take a break, and then for me, it's game of the day actually to come. It's the battle of the undefeated teams with the Helsinki Titans to take on Hadley's Empire 11 when we return for Match 5 here in Helsinki, Finland. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us. What an entertaining opening day we've had here in Helsinki. We've had a golden ball, we've had a century. We got that close to a hat trick as well, but it is time to close things down after this match, match number 5. And this for me is the match of the day. Two very, very strong sides. Helsinki Titans versus Hadley's Empire 11. Well, these are basically two clubs that have been to the ECL not once, but twice each. Both teams coming off a solid win in their first game of this tournament. And with only 4 matches to qualify, who knows, this could be the one that matters, especially for that potential double chance on finals day. Let's see what happens at the toss now with Steven Cooch and the two captains.
Empire to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It has come down heads. You won the toss.
We'll have the ball.
Well, good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Good luck. Empire have won the toss. They're bowling.
So Jordan O'Brien wins it for the Hadley's Empire 11 and has elected to bowl, so they'll be on the chase this time. Jordan actually made a bit of ECN history with 6 catches behind the stumps. Only the second time that's been done on ECN, and he was also player of the match, not only for his keeping but also for his batting, as he put together a very solid innings to build a good score for Empire first time around. Helsinki Titans though, they absolutely wiped the Gladiators off the park, didn't they? And they would hope to follow that up with another win. And well, basically I think whoever wins this game will finish the day on the top of the table. So it's plenty to play for. Let's get ready for the first ball with Andrew Ryan standing by. Empire have decided to bowl after winning the toss. Let's get ready for the last match of the day.
Mr. Maximo, thank you very much for that comprehensive preview of Game 5 here. It's the concluding contest of Day 1 of ECS Finland for 2025. As he mentioned, we have had no shortage of action and a great deal of entertainment during the course of the first 4 contests, but in terms of pure cricketing matchup, this should be a fantastic battle. It's the two teams that have represented Finland at the European Cricket League over the last 4 years. The Helsinki Titans, they were first up winners in Game 4, just completed against the Gladiators. A very, very big win. Whereas Empire had to fight a little bit harder earlier today against SKK Rapids. They were eventually able to keep their batting lineup in check and win still relatively comfortably, but a few cracks showing in their bowling attack. So the Helsinki Titans will be looking to put on a big score, and certainly something in the sort of 150 to 160 range based on what we've seen the better batting lineups achieve during the course of Day 1 here at the Kerava Cricket Field. We're in Kerava, Finland, not too far from Helsinki-Vantaa Airport. A magnificent facility it is too. Has to be one of the best grounds in all of continental Europe. Talking to a few of the players, they find it an absolute treat to come out here and play on this field. It's a pretty good pitch. Notice it's a little bit thuddy. Don't really want to get too many balls short of a length. They do tend to sit up, particularly for the good back foot players, but players getting plenty of value for their shots. The outfield's nice and quick. There's a bit of a slope down to the pavilion on the leg side for the right-handers. Weather's held off pretty well today. We had a few spots of rain earlier on, but nothing particularly serious. It looks like Sangrula, he bowled very well in the last game, picked up 3 wickets. For Empire, did a good job at the top of the order. Rolling his fingers over a lot of deliveries. Just ball holding up in the Kerava pitch. Players just waiting for the umpire to give the all clear to start with. Sure there of Jordan O'Brien. He batted well First game for Empire today. Pretty good job with the gloves, as Vinny mentioned. Equalled the record for most dismissals by a wicket keeper. So Sangrula charging in. First ball. Not a bad delivery, but it's nicely played. And Gulam Abaspat starts with a lovely boundary first up. Late swing. Adjusted well. And took it behind square. So 4 off the first ball. These two batted very well. Middley in just a couple of overs because they chased down a fairly paltry target from the Gladiators. Not any problem whatsoever, but it'll be a much stiffer task here against Empire. Empire, the reigning ECL representatives from Finland. Hit down the ground, not well timed, and it is straight down the throat of Aravind Mohan. And Sangrula continues to cause problems for batters. Just putting the ball on a pretty decent length, popping, holding up. And Abaspat, after a 4 first ball, hits it straight down the throat of Mohan. And it's a big wicket for Empire early. Helsinki Titans 4 for 1. See this on the replay. It's almost like a little bit of a natural leg cutter. Sangrula bowls. Shoulder coming a little bit into out, but it's making things difficult for the batters. Ball just holding up in the pitch, but trying to strike through the ball. See, he just doesn't time it well. Bottom of the bat, and he knew as soon as the stroke was played that he didn't get enough of the Grizzly. And Arvind Mahan, he's a nice tall man to have down there on the long on boundary. It's a big wicket first up. Qureshi coming out at number 3. Full ball, a little bit of swing. Signalled wide. Excellent call from the umpire. Tell you what, that is some prodigious in-swing from Sangrula. It's not super quick, so the ball does get some time to move in the air. Don't mind that bowling though, even with the wide. Shows the batters you've got a few weapons in your arsenal. The one came back as well, short of a length. Qureshi stepped the back foot across, trying to cut it through point. Ball got a little bit big on him. A sense of anticipation around the ground. Still a decent crowd in attendance. You see this big matchup. It's another good ball. Just coming back into Qureshi. Drags it to leg. They'll take 1. Empire winning the toss for this game. Electing to field, backing their batting lineup, can adjust to whatever sort of target is on the board. Full ball from Sangrula, nicely bowled. It's a great start for the Empire team. In particular, having Butt back in the pavilion so early. It's been the backbone of many Helsinki Titans totals over the years. It's a pad, doesn't really get up off the deck. And I'll scoot through. And that's the end of a pretty good opening over from Sangrula. As I said, picked up the key wicket of Abaspat. Only goes for 7 runs. And Helsinki Titans 7 for 1. Maybe a bit of a look ahead in the calendar. We're almost halfway through in terms of events throughout the year, but we're in Finland this week. Also, it's 2 days of women's T10 action coming up across Saturday and Sunday. And then we move on to a couple of Bs in the form of Belgium and Bulgaria. A little bit more of Scandinavian action with Sweden in late July. Plenty more good cricket to come, and even good to see Switzerland on the calendar. Start of 8th of September. As Raz Mohammed comes into the attack. And he's dispatched to the boundary first ball. Mali's a very Very good timer of the ball. Just punches that off the back foot. Wasn't a bad ball from Raz whatsoever. Bowled very well at ECL at times over the last couple of years, Muhammad. Not a tall man, so that sort of ball where it really just sort of slides away from the batter. Actually part of his bowling arsenal. Relies on some late swing, can bowl a pretty good Yorker when he needs to. One of the better man buns in European cricket. Big swing down the ground, and Kamal has got a pretty decent piece of the Grizzly. Swings it for a Maximo. Once again, not a particularly bad ball from Muhammad. Started outside off stump, swung wider, so Kamal was able to free the arms, but he's made excellent contact. Short ball. Not controlled, but enough to get it over the head of the fielder. 45 on the circle, and in fact, it's carried for a Maximo. Looked like Muhammad actually just rushed him a touch here. Got it high on the bat, but the extra pace was able to carry it over the boundary. Kamal's moved his way up to 17 off 6. Tough start here for Muhammad. 16, 2 balls left in the over. Helsinki Titans 23 for 1. Good length ball again, thrashed across to the offside. No fielders out there, and so it's another boundary. Boundary 4 on this occasion. Step the front leg towards mid-wicket, but opened up the hips. Thrashed through with the hands, and to be honest, not that far off being another Maximo. Probably needs to try to zip one in at the toes. Just get out of this over with not too much more damage. It's a little bit more on leg side, but almost slot hitting length as it was though. Mistimed out to mid-wicket, and Kamal will monopolise the strike. He's 22 off 8, and the Titans 28 for 1. 2 overs gone. Very interesting position here at the moment. Helsinki Titans got what you could call a bit of a run rate boost in that last game. They're currently sitting at a net run rate of 15.4, thanks to an absolute thrashing of the Gymkhana Gladiators. Big game this one, particularly there's a few reports of rain around tomorrow. So the teams will be wanting to be sitting pretty after today's play, just in case we do get some interruptions tomorrow. Zangarula coming in for his second. Another good ball just on the outside, and the fielder comes in, takes a good catch. Zangarula continually bowling on a good line and length, just getting enough help off the surface. And Vishal Varma comes in and takes an easy catch. Very good bowling from young Sangrula. That's a helpful wicket because Zayadullah Kamal is a batter of very, very good quality, and he can score particularly quickly. So having the 2 big batters from the Helsinki Titans back in the pavilion after 2.1 overs, only 28 runs on the board, it would have to be chalked up as a win for Empire. Look at that replay. And he's just doing enough here, Sangrula. He's not making errors. Essentially saying to the batters, you take some risks. When you're trying to hit me over the top, it's a good method. Williams just swung back in a bit. Puste has played an excellent shot, ridden the bounce. Played it behind point for a 4. It's a pretty decent ball from Sangrula. Puste into an awkward spot, but he's played a beautiful cricket shot. Man who we were very impressed with out at ECL a couple of years ago. Tall, elegant bat. Wide of off stump and called wide. Good call for the umpire, clearly missing the wide line out there. Outside off stump. So 4 balls left in the power play. Umpires minimise the damage, you'd say. Particularly through the efforts of this young man. Good charge from Puste, but no bat on it. Just sprays off the pad for a single. Just one leg by. Bit of a stronger bowling lineup here for Empire in this game, because bringing in Muhammad, despite the fact that he's been hit for a few in his first over, just gives him another paceman to work with. Ruler pulls out of his run up. Bit of a change though with Cher, who generally takes the new ball for them in most games, or certainly bowling in the power play. Holding him back. Bowled a much better second over than he did his first back earlier in the day. Top edge. Unfortunately for Empire, it's flying away, and it's flown away for a Maximo. That is a lot of carry. And Qureshi's got lucky on his shirt. It's fairly fortunate. The fact that he's completely been beaten on that one and has gotten away with 6 runs. Well, the Titans 40 for 2. 2 balls left. So the run rate certainly pretty good form. Just those 2 wickets. Push that wide of off stump as well. So Grula just got to keep his head here. Another good call from the umpire. Don't want to let that early work go to waste by sending down a whole bunch of extras and letting a little bit of bad luck cloud your mind. Oh, he gets the wicket he was after. Qureshi tries to heave a good length ball to the leg side. And Sangrula continues to be a wicket-taking maestro for Empire. And he's got all 3 here, and the Titans now in a bit of a spot of bother. 41 for 3. Power play hasn't even finished yet. Not a huge amount of footwork and trying to take that ball, which was outside off stump, all the way across to mid-wicket underneath edge. And the bails go flying. So just reward for Kripesh Sangrula. He's now got 3 for 19. And a lot falling on the shoulders of Puste and his partner Mangal, who's coming to the crease, number 5 spot. And if you ask the teams, I think Empire would be the happier group after this power play. Ball just coming back in. It's nicely played by Mangal, but they'll scoot through for just the single. Well, it's the end of a couple of pretty good overs for Sangrula. He's been one of the most impressive bowlers here at ECS Helsinki over the first day. And Helsinki Titans 42 for 3. And man, who's always impressive whether on the cricket field or behind the microphone. Good to bring back to the crease, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks, Rhino. Nice to be back. And yeah, last game of the day. Hopefully you hear me okay. My phone's been a bit up and down today. So, yeah, look, Titans kind of hits something for everybody in the start. I think that 140, when you get the real top team to feel that 140 is about par, maybe with all the teams included, it might be more 125, 130, but certainly this has the potential to be a high-scoring encounter. Here's the wild thing.
Oh, I think he's got a feather through and the umpire's finger goes up. Nice short ball, a bit of extra effort from Cher. And Amungal comes for a very short stay. Goes for 1 off 2. 4 wickets down now and the Titans in some trouble.
Yeah, and just kind of a bit close to pull. If he was going to pull it, he needed to step across. See here, he just kind of stays put with his footwork and it just kind of whiffs at it. And it was hard, even if he hits it, where's it going? And Jordan O'Brien, well, he's going to have to ice his hands up tonight after the amount of catches he's taken behind the stumps. That will be the end of Khalid Mangal. And it's 42 for 4.
Fair play to Amjad Sher, the wild thing. He's found one of the more, for a pitch that can be a little bit lifeless, short of a length, he's gotten that one to really take off. And as you said, Vinny, got into an awkward position, not much footwork there. Mungal regardless, and neatly taken by O'Brien behind the pegs. Skipper Nicholas Salonen barking out orders to his team. They may be 4 wickets down, but he doesn't want them to let up. He knows if they can get through Pushte, then they really are into the lower middle order.
New batter comes out, Bilal Khan.
Good bit of swing from Sher. He's got that ball talking. Now, he's looked a little bit sort of slow to start in his first game.
When they say play straight, this isn't what they mean. He's just thought that line was going to come in towards his pads, but that movement from Amjad Sher took it outside the off stump.
Lovely piece of bowling, though. Not the friendliest ball to get for your opening delivery in a T10 game. Not a little bit of movement, but on that occasion, Khan swung the bat around, decent enough contact, and he goes racing away for 4.
Yeah, well, that time did kind of slide in a bit more towards the pads. Can I say, just a bit of quick font chat, I'm a huge fan of the Titans' giant numbers, and I don't even know what that font is. I don't know if they made it up. I don't know if you can see the back of the shirt.
Very commentator friendly, isn't it?
I'm absolutely, look at that. Almost Australian football size numbers for those fans if they're still awake.
Short ball swatted down the field, and Salonen, despite his despairing dive to his left, can't stop it. So Khan gets consecutive 4s, and a little mini fight back from the Titans.
Yeah, it's a good effort down there from Salonen, but he couldn't quite chase it down. 50 comes up for the Titans as well. Hey, random question time. Feel free, it's a good time as well. Opening day of a new location.
Big swing down the ground. Mahan in the game again. He took the first catch of the day, and of the game, and he's just snaffled a second. So a little bit of boundary hitting from Khan, but it doesn't last a long time, and Sher gets his second neatly taken catch, and Titans in some real trouble now.
Yeah, Mohan. Slightly awkward height for him, wasn't it? But Bilal swings for the fences. Instead, he finds the long on. Out for 8 with the 2 4s and no more. 50 for 5.
What do you do here, Vinny? I know you're a man who's watched a lot of T10 cricket in your time. There's a big difference between the top and the bottom order for the Helsinki Titans. Do you think they try to scratch out a 95 or 100, or they keep on thrashing?
What I've learned from this is still forget the wickets. I'm not saying you be over-aggressive, but just pretend you're a number 4, even if you're coming in at number 9, and just play your shots. It's strategically your best bet.
Well, they've still got Pushte there, who's only managed to face 2 balls since he's come to the crease. We've seen a succession of his teammates walk back with their head bowed as Kamal decides that defence is the way forward, pushes one straight back down the track, and that's the end of the 4th over, and Helsinki Titans not looking so good. 50 for 5.
Yeah, Amjad Sher coming to the party. The wild thing, not taking a backward step. Yeah, Empire with a real opportunity here. I mean, the other thing is, if they can really keep it down to, let's say, under 100, then you're a real chance of a 4-pointer. And I think, even though we know Titans have got some good bowling options, but I think that 14 and over is the kind of rate that 14 times 7 is 98. So if you're looking at kind of 107, I think Empire feel that's something that's quite doable.
Bandy coming on for his first over. It's an absolute handful in game 1 for the Empire team today. Took 4 wickets. Plenty of sideways movement for him. Pushte just pushing a single. It's a tough spot for Pushte. He likes to get himself into his innings, get some singles to get his eye in, but he needs to take responsibility It's the lone senior batter left out there. He needs to try to take as much of the strike as possible.
Good location. Wait, by the same token, the batter, Kamar, who'll be disappointed that he doesn't get it over point because there's just open spaces back there.
Short ball should have been pulled for more than a single, but as it is, Kamal gets Puste back on strike. So Helsinki 52 for 5, halfway through this 5th over. Pandy proving difficult for all batters to get away on this deck. Well, that's one way to help things out. Just bowl a full toss, but excellent work from Sullivan in the deep. Keeps it to a single.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a bit of a spoil of riches, don't they, in the outfield? I mean, O'Brien would normally probably field in one of those outfield positions, but he's keeping. But you've got Mohan there to cover that long on spot. You've got Salonen.
Pretty nice shot, but straight to Share, and they won't take the single. Well struck, though, from Kamal.
Yeah, no run at all. A bit more of a breeze coming across the ground at the moment. Been a good over from Pandey. He's had a good day. Nice ball, the 5th.
Well, you would have thought that was in the slot. Doesn't go where the batter intended, but does fly away to the boundary. So a much needed 4 coming from the bat of the Titans, but they have got still a lot of work to do as far as a salvage job goes. And Pandy continues to bowl absolute grenades. Helsinki Titans 57 for 5. Still just the 3 wickets at the top and the 2 for Share in that his first over, going 2 for 8. It looks like Sullivan, the captain, is bringing himself on for over number 6. Certainly with Muhammad in the lineup.
Here's a random question. What volume is my microphone? Oh, there we go. There's a sweet spot on the box here. If I knock it in... what was it? Was it the Fonz in Happy Days? They
Yep.
would knock the jukebox and play the song.
You
That's
are
what I'm having to do with the microphone box, the magic box today.
Vinny Sandhu, the Henry Winkler of European cricket coverage. Sullivan steaming in. Into Pushta's hip. Flicks the ball, but only a single.
Yeah, that's their best case scenario here. These 2 are genuine bats. I mean, so let's go there. Go 15 and over, 75 from here, 133. I mean, I've seen it done. I think he's got some good options still with the ball. Salonen is one of them. Got a good change of pace.
Big strike. That's a meaty blow. And they're enjoying the extra pace that Sullivan's given them. It's a lovely strike. Steaming down the wicket, Zaki Kamal. Gotten it right off the middle of the bat. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a Sullivan slower ball here, Vinny, just to change the pace up. Rolled the fingers over the top, but it's been picked well. And Kamal, he's got consecutive boundaries, so 10 runs off the last 2 balls. Just takes a few of these little bursts, doesn't it? And 100 gets in the grasp, then you start thinking 120. Partnership can change things very quickly in T10 cricket. Kamal makes his way to 15 off 7. A short ball, but slight change of pace and a big swing across the line from Kamal. His head goes back in frustration just as his head went straight up, playing the shot. Helsinki Titans 69 for 5. 2 balls left in this 6th over. It's a wide ball. Puste was shaping up to go wide of leg stump, trying to create a little bit of room to hit over cover. Sullivan saw it, pushed it wide, but unfortunately for his purposes, too wide.
Sullivan, 12 in the over, conceded. Couple to come.
Short ball. Puste tries to manoeuvre it.
It's quite clever bowling. I mean, the 3rd looks like he's back. And you know when someone walks at you, they want to drive you down the ground. So you make a play a different shot. You've got to be pretty quick to then be able to then slap across it, try and pull or cut, and then he just tries to nurdle it. It's a slower ball last ball, just got a feeling. Hasn't really shown it this over, hasn't had to.
That one's into the pads, and Pushte has slapped it over the leg side for a Maximo. So it's an expensive over from the skipper, and one which has gotten the Helsinki Titans back into this contest. That's a lovely shot from Pushte.
Yeah, maybe should have gone off speed there just to change it up. Had it in the back pocket. Salmon kind of stuck with what was working, but went from the consistent into the predictable pace-wise maybe. So end of the 6th over, 76 for 5.
It's getting there or thereabouts. The run rate's still not awful by any stretch for Helsinki. The quantum of this chase very much dictated by what happens in the next 4 overs. In a nice little partnership from these two. 26 between the two of them in just a tick over 2 overs. Most of them coming off the skipper's over. Sullivan hasn't been his happiest day with the ball. Went for 18 off that last. Well, Pande's been very good today, but he's been hoisted over the cow corner boundary. So that's another Maximo. And all of a sudden, the Helsinki Titans getting some momentum.
Yeah, there's always this potential. This is what I meant. Just bat normally. And if you get too conservative, it's going to be counterproductive anyway. So Kamal's an attacking player.
Takes a few steps down the crease. Hits Bandy to cover, but they managed to walk through for the single. He's pushed back on strike. He's only faced 7 balls. Feels like he's been out there for a very long time, but partners have been facing the majority of deliveries. Full ball. Opens up the shoulders, but can't do anything more than just drive it down to Share, coming around from long off, and take the 1. Pandy hasn't had the same magic in the wickets column as he did in game 1, but still fairly tidy spell from him. 3 balls left. Nicely whipped out to deep backward square, but once again, just the single. Empire will be okay with that for the moment.
Pande's had a good day with the ball. Couldn't get a wicket.
Into driving length. They've got some good outfielders, Empire, though. Share down there at long off, where Sullivan has been for the rest of the innings. Pandey doing a good job. 17 off his 2. He can get out of here with just a single or a dot. It's a job done from the experienced paceman. Big swing, though, and that's what the Titans needed. Another big bomb out to the leg side, and that has resuscitated their innings. The last 2 overs, they've raced along to 92 for 5 and still 18 balls to go. So they are working themselves back in this game, Vinny, and Zaki Kamal 29 off 12.
Attack's the best form of defence, as they say in the classics. Let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow with the second half of the Group A matches. And so, yeah, it's hard to believe, but at the end of tomorrow, we are saying goodbye to 3 teams in the competition. That's how fast this one moves. And that's before we even see the other 5 teams in Group B, which will be Wednesday and Thursday. The other thing, the forecast a little bit up and down. We don't really know what the weather's going to be. So you have to fight for every point. Join us same time tomorrow, nice and early, 6:15 a.m. GMT, 8:15 in Central Europe, 11:45 in India. Here's Raz Mohammed.
Well, poor Raz is getting razzled in this contest so far. Puste has almost hit that to the back fence. That's a big, big strike, and the Empire paceman is getting punished.
Dave's got a few suggestions with the box, but, well, you need to be an electrician, Dave, because my volume's going up and down. It's something to do with the box. So it's not always the same. At the moment, I think we're pretty good. I feel like we're a good volume at the moment.
Well, apparently Dave's unhappy with my volume.
No, it's just I've been a bit soft at times today. Can happen to anyone.
Harming Dave B's sensitive earlobes.
I can just listen anyway.
Raz gets driven out to cover. We'll just nurdle it for a single. Feels like the Helsinki Titans have really far more enjoyed the pace coming on this innings to date. Raz Mohammed and Salinan both bowling quicker, but probably flatter balls, not getting the lift off the deck. That one was into the slot, but it's well taken. And Raz Mohammed might have thought that was going to be lofted over the boundary for a Maximo, but it's an excellent catch from Aravind Mahan, scooting around in his ever-reliable position at long on.
Yeah, he really is reliable, isn't he? He's taken all kinds of catches today as well. That was slight to his left, kind of fingers up. He's taken one to the side. And yeah, it's shown really good judgment of the flight of the ball. That matters, doesn't it? So that kind of avenue of recovery is neutralised. Zaki Kamal with a handy 29, but he's gone in the 8th over. It's 99 for 6.
Jeez, it was good innings from Zaki, though. Had a few zacks of his own. Tell you what, that ball was in the slot to hit. Expected to see that flying over the boundary. Saeed comes out to bat. I think with these Helsinki Titans players, because of the quick game against the Gladiators in the last contest, none of them have had a bat. It's all done by the top order.
Only 2 overs. Needed more refractory time.
It's a good ball. That's better from Raz. Right up in the block hole. So Helsinki have made their way to triple figures. 101 for 6 now after that ball. 1 left in this 8th. Charges down. Raz spears it into the block hole. So just the one. That'll bring Saeed back on strike for the start of the 9th. And Helsinki 102 for 6.
100's up. Remember I said their best case scenario is probably low 130s. They're not too far off that. Expected 127 at the moment. It's going to be a tricky one for Hadley's Empire 11. If you missed it, Empire being named Hadley's Empire 11 after Joe Hadley, the founder of the club, who unfortunately passed away not too long ago. So he's honoured by the naming of the side this week. All right, all happens in the 9th. We've got the wild thing coming back, Amjad Sher.
Expect a few almost off-spinner, slower balls. Tries to heave that over to fine leg. Saeed, no contact. Big 11 balls coming up, even potentially in the context of this whole competition, Vinny.
Yeah, true.
If Titans can rip a good sort of 25 or 30 off this last 2, all of a sudden they get a total that with their good bowling lineup can be defended.
We shouldn't count out the Dark Knights either, by the way. Let's not forget they're undefeated. There's still 3 undefeated teams.
Absolutely. Let's cut away to the offside. Sher's hands go up. Unfortunately, fielders can't stop it, and the boundaries continue. So Saeed, he's a plucky little cricketer. He's going to have a big job to do opening the bowling for the Helsinki Titans, but first and foremost has to think about thrashing some runs with the willow.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Like the way he waited for that. Slightly off speed. I wonder if Amjad goes pace on now. If he can seem to ramp here. Just think of his pace on. Maybe I'm crazy.
Oh, it doesn't need to think about it. He's tried to pop it over the offside. That's an excellent catch, though. That ball flew very, very quickly. It was a pretty good shot from Saeed in the end, but that's another wicket back in the hatch. Great fielding from Empire.
Yeah, that's an excellent, excellent catch down there. Well, yeah, I just felt this was going to be pace on. It wouldn't have been an easy one to deflect anyway, but the thing is, fine leg was up, third was back. So if you're going to deflect this way, it's your wicket's in the lap of the gods. And so that was a brilliant catch. I'd love to see this on the replay. And here's Saeed is going to go for just 6, and it'll be 106 for 7, but it looked like a one-hander down there. It robs him of the Maximo. I'm not sure if we got that one, but it was a brilliant piece of cricket. 3 for 12 for the Wild thing, 106 for 7. Brewster loses another partner.
Handy wicket. Brewster, he's been there for such a long time. It's still only faced 12 deliveries. Left-arm paceman Shinwari comes out to make his acquaintance in the middle of the field. So still 9 deliveries to go. So much can happen in that time. Lovely ball from Shea. I think that's good bowling to a a tail, or I don't want to say a tail ender, but a lower order batter, keeping the ball out of his reach.
Hey,
just a little bit of movement
I
away.
haven't had a chance to bring this up. We're still trying to build my week. So we've got the Aussie bar we got to do. They're sponsors of Empire, by the way. You can see it on their shirts. Karaoke, yes. The fancy spa, yes.
Share drifts a little bit more onto leg stump on that occasion.
So, you mentioned there's some sort of alternative sauna that's kind of famous and a bit underground. Could you tell us more about it?
Well, as underground as you can get for an above ground sauna, but so it's called Sompa Sauna, and it started quite a few years ago as a bit of off-grid community project. And my understanding with Sompa Sauna is that it's not a properly licensed health activity, let's just say, as Cher steaming in for his last. That is that slower ball, but it's actually really, really well played from Push State. It's excellent cricket. Picked it out of the hand, held his shot, has cut it behind point. Great adjustment. And the Helsinki Titans keeping themselves in this game. It's been a good fight back for them against a top quality side, Empire. But coming back to Sompa Sauna, so they've had to move. So it's essentially a sauna that's been constructed by a group of, I guess, members of the community as a place for the community to enjoy access to a sauna in the outdoors, and particularly focused about getting people not only together but also into the ocean and using as much the space here in Helsinki as possible. So it's generally been in and around sort of disused industrial areas over the years, and so it's had to change location a few times, but currently has a spot in central Helsinki, which is very, very nice. And Maximo, I think we'll take a visit to there during the week. Gee, that's a pretty good shot from Shinwari. Opens up the blade using the pace of Salonen. Races away for a 4.
Yeah, how about that? I almost thought he fielded it with his back heel accidentally, but he's banking on there's enough pace for the little bunt to get over the field, and he was right. Kind of one bite at the cherry there, didn't he? That's Pandey. He loses the race to the boundary. So, yeah, it's competitive here. Bit underwhelming, though, from the Titans.
That's well fielded by Bandy in the end. At least he got body behind ball.
Well, it's more than just body. I think this is face fielding. Let's dial up the face time. Let's have a go. Nice and slow. There we go. Just give it a kiss. You got the one a bit slower? I'd like to see which tooth it hit. Anyway. Okay, so I've done my research. That's Sompa Sauna.
So he tries to run around. I have no idea.
Now, let's see from side on. This has gone
Has he flicked it into his head?
Yeah, second one we've seen ramped into the head today. Nice and slow. Let's have a look at this one. Here comes the Grizzly. Poof! Right in the teeth. Again, helmets save careers and facial reconstructions. I mean, he just nonchalantly walks away from the concussion test. And does that make you more likely? Now he's getting it's like the backup doctor comes in. Hey, he's like, I'm fine. I hit it onto my own face. And he gets pat in the back.
Does show the danger.
Sompa Sauna, you know what I like about it as well? It's 24/7. So we could go whenever we want. I know we finish late.
We can go after the day's play. We can go before the day's play.
2 in the morning, set the alarm.
Still light available. Still light. Not sure if someone will be tending the fire at Sompa Sauna at 2 a.m. in the morning, but not sure what your fire-making skills are like. Off-speed ball from Salonen, dragged across to the leg side, and it will make it to the boundary. So it's an expensive spell from the skipper. Pushte goes, I was going to say a little bit more conventional, but not quite. Big heave to the leg side, but makes better contact.
So Sompa Sauna's got to be one night. I'm going to put that down as maybe
essential
Wednesday. But you got to find it. Isn't it true they always change the location?
No, not so often. It's it's semi-permanent that you can find it on Google Maps. It's nicely driven. They are going to take the second.
Oh no! Oh, what's he done there? Salonen had so long to. This is one of those times he just had to take it. Didn't have to rush. But look, he rushes. He goes in front of the stumps. Didn't have to. Just had to stay put.
Tell you what, the interesting there too, Vinny, if he had have taken the stumps, the bails off quickly, Pushday had not crossed at that time, and they might have actually had Shinwari back on strike. As it is, they get the double. Pushday's on strike for the last ball. And smash back at Selenin, and he's taken an amazing return catch. Not sure what part of his body that he's taken the grab with. Everything is thankfully still in place.
Jordan O'Brien's mocked him as well for he's trying to not be there. He didn't really have time to evade. That's lodged, I think, between his arm and his body. I'd love to see this slow as you can. How does this go in? It just sticks. Oh, he wasn't watching. It's gone into the crook of the left elbow. And that is an unbelievable piece of cricket. Nick Salenin. That could be the action of the day on the European cricket social media page. So it'll be 122 for 8. A bizarre dismissal to finish it. I know that, I suppose, the Bluetooth in the car's gone hands-free. Well, now Salenin's catching hands-free.
Well, I love that his celebratory arms went up afterwards. I'm sure we'll see it again in the highlights from the innings. There were plenty too. It was an action-packed 10 overs. These two combatants, they know each other well from the Finnish domestic scene, and they are producing a contest of the highest order here. Empire right on top at the start though, despite Raz going for a few in his opening over. Kripesh Sangrula, another excellent pair of overs from him at the top of the innings, and you would have thought after the power play that Empire would have only taken a couple more wickets and they really could have squeezed the Titans.
It's one of those things though, if you offered Empire 123 to chase, they would have said yes, please, and shaken your hand. It's one of those things, and let's not forget the Golden Butt went second ball. Kamal went for 22. Pushday kind of batted through for 33, but didn't get a lot of support. Zaki Kamal with the cameo, but no one played that big kind of 50-plus innings that might have seen the Titans to 150-plus. But, yeah, we talked about attack being the best form of defence in these situations. Don't over-attack, but just bat normally. Bat as if there's no wickets on the board or only one wicket on the board. And I thought that Zaki Kamal did that pretty well in his 29.
Yeah, Zaki and Pushday actually played very sensible cricket throughout the second half of the innings, only picking and choosing the balls that they went after. It wasn't all-out attack, but it's at least given the Titans a reasonable opportunity here. Mahan, wasn't he good in the outfield? Couple of catches, tall man with a safe pair of hands, and that was probably one of the shots of the day from Pushday, picking the slower ball. And Shinwari showed he's got some nifty strikes of his own as well. Pushday goes a little bit more conventional over the leg side, at least T10 convention, and as unconventional as it gets. Wedged catch between arm and gut from Selenin to finish things off.
Well, I mean, Salenin might have missed a regulation run out the ball before, but then he's just made the impossible possible. Last ball with that caught and bowled. 33 for Pushday. He's a very experienced player, tops the scoring for the Titans in this one. 22 for Zahirullah Kamal opening the batting, but I was really impressed with Zaki Kamal and his 29 when he came in a difficult position as well. Not too many extras, just a half a dozen of those. 122 for 8, so it feels a bit light on for me, but still Empire are going to have to bat well. Chase these down. Also makes the 4-pointer less likely, needing about 17.5 and over. We were talking about, if they could keep them maybe below 100, which looked possible at one stage. Maybe that was a bit more on. As we look at the bowling figures for Hadley's Empire 11.
Yeah, pretty good performance all round from the bowlers. Have note of that extras count down the bottom. Only 4 wides in the entire innings, which has helped them restrict the Helsinki Titans to a fairly chaseable total of 123 will be their target. 3 wickets for both Sangrula and Sher. Sangrula's probably been the pick of the bowlers here today. 3 for 20, and Sher returning to form with 3 for 17. Most of the bowlers did a pretty reasonable job though, but those innings from Pushday and Zaki Kamal in the back half of the innings has given the Titans something to defend. It's right here on the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandhu. We will be back in a few minutes' time to take you through the second innings of this game, so please join us then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, viewers. It's the final innings of day one here at ECS Helsinki, or ECS Finland, I should say, for 2025. We've got quite a contest on our hands. It is the Helsinki Titans who struggled their way through their batting innings. I think it is fair to say they have put on a total of 122 for 8 in their innings. So Hadley's Empire 11 requiring 123 to take the win and get the all-important 2 from 2 outcome after today's play. Quick look at the bonus point equation. Helsinki Titans have to restrict the Empire team to 85 or less. Feels unlikely given their batting lineup, but Empire will probably be looking at least having a sniff. They're trying to chase it down in 7 overs, see if they can get a bonus point, particularly with a little bit of rain on the horizon tomorrow. Nonetheless, first job is definitely to take the win today, and Helsinki Titans bowled very well in their opening contest against the Gymkhana Gladiators. And so this will be no easy task for Empire. And a fair bit sitting on the shoulders of that man, Jordan O'Brien, leading bat from Empire over the last couple of years. He's joined out there by skipper Nicholas Salonen. So Empire once again going with 2 of their big guns at the top of the order. Afzali getting the new ball this game. O'Brien goes hard early, swings a Maximo, first ball. Lovely strike. Seen so many players open up that left foot towards mid-wicket to play over the offside today, but O'Brien goes far more conventional, getting a little bit of weight going on the offside. Gets the hands through the ball nicely. It's good timing to open up his innings. That's a decent return from Afzali. Not much pace coming through on the ball, but dropped onto a good length, a little bit of shape away. And Brian plays and misses. Should be a good battle between these two. Afzali is an experienced customer. Another little bit of shape away, and O'Brien thrashes through the offside. Stand and deliver stuff from the Empire's Australian gun. Footwork probably a little bit less visible on that occasion, but got the hands through at the right time. And he races along to 10 off 3. Interesting start for the Titans. Adnan Saeed did such a good job in the first and third over of their previous game. Sali given the ball here on this occasion. Maybe very keen to get the ball shaping away from O'Brien, but he does play particularly well over the offside. That ball, slight inside edge, and they'll scoot through for the 1. And certainly need some early wickets. The longer that these two are at the crease, the easier that target will seem for Empire. Short ball, and Salonen destroys it over the leg side. It's carried the pavilion. It's carried a few of the trees behind the pavilion as well. You can see that short ball, and Salonen picked it early, got into great position and absolutely smashed it. Powerful hitter when he gets going. Not a great ball though from Afzali. He hasn't got the pace to drop that short. Needs to find his location just outside off stump. Having to retrieve a new ball. There's been a few lost balls over in that forest area around the pavilion. Empire's just querying the pill that's come out. So a pretty healthy start from Empire. Love to break the back of the chase and the power play overs. Certainly key for them if these two can stay out there for the power play. They'll have a lot of the work done, you suspect. Both of them very hard players to stop when they're in a mood. Full ball. It's pretty well bowled by Afzali. Hits the stumps and a little bit of confusion. And a bit of discretion showed by O'Brien as he pirouettes and regains his crease before too many dramas anyway. It's the end of a decent start for Empire, 17 for none after the first. Have a look, 3 matches since the Golden Ball. For those of you who weren't with us at the start of today's play, truly magnificent game, which the Bengal Tigers Cricket Club Dark Knights managed to win in a Golden Ball against the SKK Rapids. Mentioned a few times on the coverage, if you didn't see it, go back and watch the second innings. It is pure entertainment. Man who loves to entertain the crowds, O'Brien just drives that to the left-hand side of the golden butt, but he does run through for a single. So he bowled very well in the first game. Got the crucial wicket of Fahim in the opening over as Salinan, not the most aggressive shot he'll play in his career, just poked out to the covers for 1. Really bustles to the wicket, Saeed. Got a bit of a round arm action, Salinan. Not picking it particularly well at the moment, just an underneath edge for a single. So Empire reached 20 halfway through this second over, and joining us at a crucial time in this game. Great to have Mr. Maximo back at the commentary. Mike.
Went to go use the facilities. Grizzly went flying miles over my head. That was a huge pull shot.
Oh, Sullivan tried to repeat the dose over the other side. That's a magnificent shot. You can see the way he's just held his wrists until the final moment to allow him to open up the bat, hitting on that offside. That's a superb strike.
He was in really good form, I thought, in the Estonia series, playing with the Hippos. Came out, especially first game, just absolutely banged him. Maybe didn't sustain that kind of form, but he's looking dangerous.
Another one of those swats to the offside. Probably less textbook than Jordan O'Brien in the first over, but no less effective. And he spanks that delivery through the covers for another boundary.
Yeah, how about that? Some sort of shot. He's got a slightly unusual grip as well. His hands are almost slightly apart. I'm saying he's slightly, but it means sometimes his bat swing goes in unusual places. You can see how, yeah, you can actually see a bit of the top of the handle as well. So a bit of a lower bat grip maybe in general.
Full ball hasn't hindered him one iota. That's another lovely shot over the offside. So great finish to the over. Saeed goes for 17 and a pair of 17s to start the overs. Hadley's Empire 11, 34 for none after 2.
Yeah, good shot. And so we have a look at the table. It's a weird kind of table because even going into this game, there's 3 undefeated teams and 2 teams that haven't won yet. Bearing in mind that only 2 teams will get to qualify for the finals. You don't want to call it too early, but those bottom 2 teams, they're going to have to play out of their skin, maybe grab some 4-pointers tomorrow, especially with a bit of rain around. That'll be pretty tough. So for me, at this stage, it seems like a 3-way race based on form, I suppose, which means one of either these 2 teams or the Dark Knights will miss out on Friday.
Bilal Khan coming to take a bit of pace off the ball. It's nicely driven down the ground, but it will just be a single as Push Day comes around from long on.
So we found out that there's a Kylie Minogue concert tonight. We thought it was originally at the Aussie Bar, but apparently they were just promoting that there was a concert on. So it's at a stadium.
Has anyone responded to our call to sort us out tickets for that? As Sullivan drives another one through the offside for a boundary.
I can tell you, there's still tickets, I think. Yeah.
I know Alistair Priddle was very keen to
what time does it even start? Let's have a look. Information doesn't give me a starting time, which would be useful. I'm going to find out.
You'd have to imagine
it's going to set us back a bit.
In terms of time or financials?
€100 or so, give or take. That's
another big swing over the offside. Not well controlled by Sullivan, but It does reach the boundary, so a 4 to add to his total. And he's quickly whipping his way through this target, Vinny. And Empire 11 said it, if these two were still there at the end of the power play, that they would be very, very strong favourites, and it's turning out that way.
Certainly is. And 10.4 and over required for the win. Still a bit of a smoky to take all 4 here. I keep this kind of pace up.
Swung across the leg side. Throw fired in from square leg, but no chance of getting O'Brien, who really does back up well, and he's pretty swift between the wickets.
Yeah, 99% chance now for Empire. Okay, Kylie Minogue concert in Finland. Starting what time? Computers are amazing.
Well, it's just eased down the ground for a 4. So O'Brien really not taking any undue risks here, but playing a very, very clever knock. That's just batting practice for this young man. Nicely struck. And this change of bringing Khan on for the 3rd over, didn't mind the theory behind it, but in practice, he's gone for a few.
Okay, so the actual doors open in 10 minutes' time, so we won't be there for that. It says the support acts will probably start at about 7, and she'll probably take the stage between 8:30 and 8:55.
Do you know who the support act is?
I do. That's also well hit. As the 50s come up, and Jordan O'Brien, once more, he's had such a good day. Beautiful, kind of almost like a back foot or standing drive through the cover point region, Quattro Mas. Yeah, the support acts are apparently jam bass or something like that. And I'm just seeing how far it is from where we're staying. It's from our lodgings. And I'll just see how far that is now. Jeez, there's a lot happening here in Finland.
It never stops.
Okay.
24/7 economy.
True. Okay.
So Jam Bass is the only supporting act.
Well, I don't know. That actually, that might be a website that knows who its supporting acts are. There's a lot happening. All right. It says it'll take us... okay. It could take a while. Oh, no, 13 minutes by car.
13 or 30?
13. We're going Kylie tonight.
Oh, nice bit of bowling from Shinwari. Big appeal.
Oh.
The finger's gone up. I didn't expect to see that, but Shinwari has appealed vociferously. Salonen shaking his head and his ponytail. He's not a happy skipper.
I mean,
the first wicket goes down.
I did pick up a little noise, but it didn't sound... It's like a tiny flick. And I don't know how slow we got this. I mean, if it's a nick, it's a very faint one. So faint that almost Salonen wouldn't want to believe it's a nick.
Tell you what, didn't the keeper sell it well, though? He's gone running in immediately. Shinwari appealed strongly.
I 100% believe that Nick doesn't think he hit that, but I feel it might have been just the finest of edges that you couldn't even perceive on your bat, and obviously you don't want to believe you've nicked it. But it was hard to know what else it could have been. It wasn't like the bat was anywhere near the ground, the ball was nowhere near his body. So I actually got a sneaky suspicion it's a good decision. Like if you had the proper technology, the Snicko, we've got the manual Snicko, which is just take our word for it.
Well, Shinwari making the difference here. That ball just falls into no man's land.
Well, the golden butt looked like he was trying to guard LeBron James there, kind of a running jump forward when the ball had gone over his head. Tried to reject him into the 4th row. You're a huge basketball fan, of course. It's your, I suppose cricket's your second sport.
Day job.
Your day job. It's day all the time here.
Another decent ball from Shinwari, dragged across the leg side. Just one. I've got to say, Vinny, I'm slightly surprised that they've left it until the 4th over to bring Shinwari on. I would have thought bowling him against the 2 right-handed openers, that was probably their best bet with the new ball.
It's that natural left-arm variation as well, isn't it? There's some swing, some don't. The one that gets Salonen kind of holds its line. He probably plays for a bit of swing. Jules has got some Kylie info.
Oh, Majid gets funky.
What a
He's
shot.
hit a back Samo with a lovely ramp shot.
I was waiting for the sweet sound of ball on face here when I saw him attempting this shot, but it's an offside ramp 6. It's a proper back Samo. Switches the bails for good luck. What a shot from Majid.
It's exquisite stuff. So Hadley's Empire 11 now only need down to 61. 6.2 overs, so the run rate well in control. Titans need another couple of wickets as gets onto the back foot, cuts so well. Majid changed up the length with excellent footwork, and that's a sensational cricket shot.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Held his weight back nicely. He's made some good decisions today and some ambitious ones as well, Majid. They like him at 3. Obviously, they've got plenty of options they could go to. They've got Mohan, they've got Amjad Sher even.
Nice to have the left-right combination. The left-hander coming in at number 3. Goes for that ramp again.
That's dropped, I reckon.
Let's see if he gets credit to run. I think he got a tickle on it as well,
Definitely
Vinny.
for me. Oh, it's given by. Am I crazy? Someone... This is one I thought he did hit. Let's have a look. Definitely get something on that. But now the keeper was saying, yeah, no, he didn't hit it. He definitely nudges it.
I don't think it's been a red letter day for wicket keepers today.
He'll be annoyed probably doesn't get the run now. There's margin, but he does retain the strike. At the end of 4 overs, it's 67 for 1. Well, that's one I would have lost my rag if I'd caught that and it wasn't given out. But luckily, I'm very unlikely to get done for a level 1 these days in the commentary box.
Could you get Could you get a warning from the commentary box?
Probably. I mean, I could get ejected from the venue because I'd just be like an unruly spectator. But I can't imagine ever losing it that much.
Well, Puiste getting the responsibility now to bowl these little floaters, and that is an awful effort from a good cricketer, but fortunately...
He knew he had the backup.
Oh.
You don't risk the butt if you don't need to. He knows sometimes it's the old step over.
He stepped over it.
David Campese used to have a similar move. The old Wallabies fans from way back in the day. The old step over. Either way, it was 1 run.
Ball's just popped off the bit. Puiste not putting much zip on it. So I've got an updated bit of news for you, Maximo. So the support act for the concert tonight which is known as the Tension Tour, which is an interesting choice from Kylie. But the support act is London-based DJ Jody Harsh. And Harsh
Right on
striking right on cue there from Jordan O'Brien. Whips a mega Maximo over the leg side.
I mean, that sounds cool, but this is what I worry about. The old ECN lifestyle, it's actually an hour behind our regular time zone. So effectively I got up about 5:30 this morning. You do basically 12, 13 hours at the ground. The idea of going to concert's great, but second song, we're yawning.
Nobody's yawning at the quality of batting here. Jordan O'Brien making short work with this chase. Maximo over the last 2 balls.
Yeah, well, we might be getting there for a few more songs the way things are going. What's the equation here? 43 or 14 for the 4 points. They can really attack it, especially with a bit of rain around tomorrow. That would just give Empire a pretty good lock on top spot. If there was going to be rain affected tomorrow, Dark Knights would have to do something to overtake them.
Let's push wide. So, question for you, Maximo.
Go on.
What was the last, I guess, mainstream concert that you went to?
That's a really good question. I don't know how mainstream it is, but in Prague I went and saw an act called Postmodern Jukebox. I don't know if you've ever heard. They've got a big online following. They do kind of old school covers of popular songs. Very good musicians. Probably I saw Bon Jovi.
Recently?
Well, not that long. I want to say a few years now. But I actually remember my first concert. This is probably what sticks out. I think it was 11 or 12, and it was John Farnham.
Oh,
in Perth.
what a moment.
And I swear he looked at me. It was a fair way back.
Ball goes flying off the top of the bat from O'Brien.
And I went with my mum.
To be
story.
fair, I can match that. I've been with my mum to a John Farnham concert, but it was at the age that I took her as a birthday present.
I like this. Kroom saying, if I was done for taken away from the venue, I'd have to commentate from the road. Like, you know, when the managers get kicked out. Oh, watch out. Oh, wrong end. And just going to give away a run. So,
Gillamaba's butt has fired in a throw, managed to go straight into the midsection of Majid.
This is a comedy of errors. If he only had eyes in the back of his head, he would have seen that. Probably had a chance to get Majid at the strikers end. It's the first time he almost got hit. And then point blank.
Oh, Vinny, I mean, we started off on fire in the first day.
I hope the weather's kind to us tomorrow because we deserve more of this.
This tournament deserves more.
Yeah, because Group A tomorrow, just checking when the Dark Knights, they play the last 2 games against both these 2 teams. So you see where we are at the moment with Bulgaria, the next stop in only a week's time. So it's coming up quickly. So the Dark Knights.
Question for you.
Yeah, go on.
Is Dark Knights meant to be an ironic name given there's essentially light throughout the whole evening, or is it just a completely lame reference to the movie?
Uh-oh. Well, what end was that throw to?
Hasn't been the most stellar fielding effort from the Titans today.
So the Dark Knight, I'll be so interested with the table because one thing that if tomorrow was a complete washout, which hopefully it isn't, probably the Titans, on the basis of this, would be out.
I think almost certainly.
Yeah, because the Dark Knights, but they are meant to play the Dark Knights in match 5. Now, the forecast basically says the morning's not great, but it should clear by the end of the day.
Tell you what, wouldn't it be interesting as no one goes wide? Let's say Empire does win here. Let's say we have rain tomorrow. I guess Game 5 is the one that you never know, even if it does rain early, that you can eke out. And it could be a do-or-die clash between the Titans and the BTCC Dark Knights.
Potentially.
Oh, what a shot from O'Brien. He's seen the bowler
Golski
come in from wide of the crease and has gone with the angle. Sensational batting.
Yeah, just stand and deliver job from Jordan. Raids his own home base.
Doesn't play slog shots at all, O'Brien, does he? Generally very well balanced at the crease. Likes to loft the ball, but still playing what you would very much consider technically correct cricket shots. Good to see the grey Nick bat on display too. Angle goes short. That is not where you bowl to Jordan O'Brien, and he's launched it over the pavilion.
Oh, bothering the spectators. Not too many lengths you can get away with to Jordan. He kind of sets himself, gets quite square on there, opens up that leg side. I think they could be on for the 4-pointer the way things are going. They need 25 off 9. And the way these guys are going, it's very possible.
Well, we've got a bit of drizzle here, Maximo. Keeping the players out there for the moment.
They wouldn't want to go off Empire because they know they don't want to settle for the 3 points, which would be the maximum if there's any reduction. Got nothing to lose to go for it here. They're never going to not get the 123. Good comeback, though, from Mangal.
So for that bonus point, 24 off 8. So need some lusty blows coming in these later stages. But
and also, there's a few comments about the umpiring in the chat, which I understand. Look, they probably have taken a bit of getting used to it today. But you've got to remember, it's 5 years since we've had an ECN cricket in Finland. And the whole point of ECN is also to upskill the umpires. So I think they'll get better as the week goes on. And they've made some very good decisions today as well. Let's not forget that. There's probably been a few that, yeah, like I said, maybe just not adjusting to the interpretations of playing additions. And a lot of them even, we're assuming, so that caught behind of Salonen, we don't really know if it's out or not. The umpire's a lot closer than us. And I heard a noise too. And if the umpire, it takes a lot of courage to go with what you see, even if you know the batter's not going to be happy.
Well, it's flown off the bat. And I think it might have carried the boundary as the arms do go up for a Maximo. So keeps Empire on track for the bonus points. So they are sticking with this. Rain still coming down. Empire's batters not too desperate to go off.
They'll be saying, no, we're good. They'll be saying, we are fine. And this is Finland, so it's not even rain. It's just drizzle.
So question for you, Maximo, back to the Kylie stuff.
Please.
Jules Outerbridge, who might be called later with Jules, the musician guru from British television, has just let us know that the Tension Tour is named after, apparently there have been 2 Tension albums, creatively titled Tension and Tension 2.
Well, I've got to admit, I'm a fan of quite a few of Kylie's songs. My favourite...
What is your number one?
It'll surprise you.
Yeah.
Spinning Around.
Ooh, a comeback tune from 99.
Good. I've got memories of some quite excited post-match celebrations to that song as well, Spinning Around. Actually in Queensland, funnily enough.
Oh, he's cleaned him up. O'Brien tries to go for the big heave over to mid-wicket. Nice bit of flight from Karuna Rathra. And that is a key wicket. It looks like it's just actually come off his pad there and gone back onto the stumps. So disappointing end to O'Brien's knock, but Empire well on their way, 2 for 105.
Another 49. There's been a couple of them today. He'll be out for 49 off 18 balls.
Also, because this game is sort of coming towards a close.
Can I give you a runner-up, which is the one you wouldn't expect?
You can give me something from different eras.
Yeah, especially for you with Jason Donovan.
Yep.
When they're trying to cover up that Jason Donovan's a pretty average singer.
Not easy.
But it had the immortal line, and if dreams were wings, I would have flown to you. Which is it's quite beautiful in its own way.
Love it.
Yeah. There's plenty of good ones. Yeah, I know. She's an amazing artist.
So
Yourself?
So I would probably all round, I would say Better the Devil, You Know.
Oh, brilliant
would be
one.
The absolute number one.
Brilliant song.
Great song.
That's actually one of my choices as well.
Great video too, if I do say so myself, as Karuna Rathna comes in and ridiculous appeal.
Don't give that
was
out.
Missing
Don't give
by
it
about
out.
a foot. I'll tell you what, there was a twitch.
Well, he
in the
edged
arm.
it. He nicked it onto his foot. It probably was going to hit the stumps before it hit the bat, and then it deflected onto the foot. Interesting here, they've gone for Mohan. I thought Cher might have been the 3 sixes to win in quick time. And let's see, 18 off 4 for the BP.
Just swung down. Does beat the fielder there. Not the most athletic effort, but anyway. So I'd put that as my number one all up. I would say from early era, Got to Be Certain.
Oh yeah, good one as well.
And
There's
as
so
a
many
random non-release track, but which got some notoriety, Fever from the sort of 2000s era.
Yeah, I think I've heard that one as well. She's an icon. All right, we basically 3 sixes required for the 4 points.
Well, that's one of them. Absolutely belted down the ground. Those trucks going along the highway had better take note, because that has been hammered.
Yeah, it was absolutely smoked, wasn't it? Just, it made the rain boil on the way to well over the boundary. All right, 11 off 2. And again, can't be a tie. So you basically got to go 2 sixes unless there's a wide or something. Got to go to the well 2 more times.
Oh, big swing across the line. This difficult situation for the batters, actually. Trying to score heavy when the rain is coming down. There's a bit of skid on the pitch. And last ball, it looks like, unless there's a calamity here from the bowler.
Yeah, they've earned their point here. Ratner's bowled a good over.
It's cut. It'll just be the single. So Empire now down to their sole job is just winning this game, and the Helsinki Titans have achieved a point.
Yeah, wasn't looking that way for a while, was it? Yeah, probably the batting innings and the bowling innings for the Titans. But yeah, they've earned their one. They've gotten at least close enough.
Tell you what, you're going to like this bit of trivia from Jules in the chat, Maximo.
Go on.
The hot pants
Yes.
from Kylie's spinning around video, which you might have watched once or twice back in your younger years, apparently cost £1 from a market back in the day in London.
You pay by the gram there.
They're in the Arts Centre in London.
So in the what centre?
The Arts Centre in Melbourne.
Just misheard you. The Arts Centre. Anyway, well, I know you like it like this. It's 5 more matches tomorrow. Hopefully the rain stays away. It's just come in now. And I know it's expected to rain a bit overnight, but I do hear this field drains very, very well. Yeah, fingers crossed anyway. Zaki Kamal.
Zaki coming on to bowl with his bandana, which
Well, it does offer some protection from the precipitation.
That's a great look.
Geez, we've got a bit of a walk back as well from here, don't we?
Mate, I've got
feel like
my
we're miles
umbrella.
away.
One of us is covered. 10 off 17 needed. Oh, big swing. That's flown off the outer edge of the bat, and it goes down to the boundary. Not flying quite as quick as it was earlier in the day, thanks to the moisture in the ground, but Empire continue to roll towards this total.
Yeah. I don't know if we get to Kylie, especially if it's raining. I'd settle for listening to a good Spotify playlist tonight. Of course, the ones I remember from the beginning, I Should Be So Lucky, Locomotion. Better Devil Knows a very good one.
Tell you, I'll give you another one, and which is my minor story behind it. Je ne sais pas pourquoi. Her attempt at not a French language, but a French language chorus. And the first time I did a French exam, if I had have remembered that immortal line, I would have passed my oral test with flying colours. Because all I needed to respond back to the tester was that I don't know why my washing machine has flooded. And I couldn't pull out the immortal phrase from Kylie at the time.
I'll give you another one. Love at First Sight.
Oh,
brilliant one.
underrated tune.
We hit that. It's a good appeal. I'm not quite sure for what. I think it's off the bat.
What about it was a bit of a Marmite tune. Confide in Me. Number one back in the day, certainly in Australia. Sort of showed a little bit more of a risque side of Kylie.
Yeah, changed the image slightly. Yeah.
We've gone quite deep on this topic.
Yeah, I don't mind going quite deep on the Kylie chat.
It's struck nicely down the ground, and it will make its way to the boundary. So tied scores. Nice strike from Mohan.
Oh, there's Hamad doing the fielding. He looks like the kind of guy that wants to get back into a non-rainy area, i.e. inside. I think it won't be too long now. Majid can win the game with any score.
Certainly feels like sauna time tonight for these players. Sorry, sauna. Sauna for these players this evening.
We'll go to a ninth over. Yeah.
Certainly stretched this out longer than I expected.
Yeah, they're wetter than they probably had to be. Yeah, Paul's got a good point saying the Titans 5 points out of 8. You see the importance of that bonus point and the huge net run rate boost they got in that win earlier against the Gladiators. But yeah, so 5 points out of 8. It'll be 6 out of 8 for Empire, and also 6 out of 8 for the Dark Knights. Any score wins it.
Oh, big heave over the top. I think it's going to carry. What a way to finish. And it's a nice strike.
Yeah, I'm just checking if this is 4 or 6.
I think this is a Maximo, Maxi.
I think it's gone all the way. Yeah, it was pretty close to the line. And I just want to have a little sneaky peek at where that ball bounced. And Margin want to know how many runs he gets for this. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Hamad, I thought he was going to extend our day even longer with the classic catch. Yeah, it has gone by around about a metre in the end. So they'll do it, and they'll do it with 11 balls to spare. Pretty comfortable in the end. Again, I think they might be a little bit disappointed that they didn't take all 4, but still a pretty successful first day for Empire, who go undefeated. So do the BTCC Dark Knights in a very dramatic day of ECS cricket, returning to Finland for the first time since 2020.
Well, we have had a great show, both on the cricket field, but also the general entertainment today. We hope you've enjoyed it at home, and Empire feel like they are on their way to securing one of these top spots, although it's still hopefully plenty of cricket coming tomorrow. Shinwari, he picked up the first scalp, got a feather edge there from Salonen after he did plenty of damage early on. That was a sensational scoop shot, Vinny. We've seen a few awkward scoop shots, I think it's fair to say, across the course of today, but Sam Majid managed to play that one. Great quality. This was excellent comedy on the other hand, though, as Ghulam Abbas-Butt managed to throw a ball straight into the midsection of the striker as he was coming through. Look at this. Awkward off-balance throw. Goes straight into the guts of Majid. But all smiles afterwards.
In the end, though, you just hope for the Titans' sake that match 10 gets on tomorrow, which I suppose it should. I know the rain, this field sucks it up pretty well. There's amazing covers here. We've got the proper drive-on covers, and I think that you can just tell with the topography of the ground it should drain, but they put themselves in a bit of hot water with this loss to Empire. That was Jordan chasing the 50 and chasing the 4-pointer. And Margie got them close. In the end, top 3 doing the job for Empire. And we didn't even see the likes of the Wild Thing. Judge Share batting in that innings. Mohan came in towards the end, but it was Majid that would finish things off as Hadley's Empire 11, of course, named with great deference and respect to Joe Hadley, the founder of Empire Cricket Club. They get the win with 11 balls to spare, winning by 8 wickets.
Yeah, pretty comfortable chase in the end. Another good innings from Jordan O'Brien up the top. He looks in good nick for this tournament, and he and Sullivan did most of the damage, 49 and 32 respectively. But Assam Majid, he'll be happy to keep his tournament chugging along, 37 off 18, and joined then by Aravind Mahar, and they took Empire towards what was a relatively straightforward chase. Not too many tight overs in and amongst those from the Helsinki Titans. I thought Shinya Murray was probably the pick of the bowlers. Zaki Kamal only going for 8 in the end, but all round, Vinny, convincing win for the Finnish ECL representatives from the last few years.
No doubt. Well, I mean, that's the battle between the two teams that have represented Finland in ECL cricket, with the Titans going in 2022 and 2023, and then Empire in 24 and this year as well. Oh, shout out as well to my man, Kripesh Sangrula, the teenager, with 3 for 20 in the first innings. He is afforded the player of the match. So that's a nice one for him.
So too.
And 3 big wickets. He took the top 3 out from the Titans, and essentially that's what put them behind the 8 ball in the beginning. Well, I know we haven't been able to get the Comcam Igloo cam up just yet, but Rhino, I've got to say you look fantastic today. It's nice to be back with you.
Given my shirt choice today, I feel disappointed, and you look resplendent as well.
I mean, we've been around a bit. Let's just hope that the weather clears for us tomorrow, because especially when these teams only get to play 2 days of cricket and then sink or swim. More will sink than will swim. Hopefully it's not an analogy we're using tomorrow, given that there's a bit of rain in the forecast. But Group A will continue. And we start at the nice and early time of 6:15 a.m. GMT, 8:15 in Central Europe, and 11:45 in India.
Tell you what, after their experience out at Cardimer Oval last year, I'm not sure the Empire Cricket Club can stand seeing too much more rain when it comes to European cricket events.
That's true.
They have lost plenty of time on field.
Well, this is one time that it might have gone to a power over if we had all 10 matches washed out. I think it may be in the regulations now officially. It was an improvised solution back then. But yeah, it's great aerial shots here of the Kerava ground. I've got to say big thank you to everyone here from Cricket Finland who's looked after us so well, and everyone here at the ground. We had a magnificent lunch. It's been a great atmosphere. It's been a bit of a homecoming in a way, that we had plenty of cricket through 2020. I know it's been tough to get back here since then, but we're so glad we are back, and it's only just the start. And let's not forget, the real highlight of the day, though, Rhino, that golden ball in match 1 was something we'll never forget.
The Mooney, he gave us so much entertainment. I'm sure we'll see plenty of highlights packages out and around on social, redefining T10 cricket with his innings earlier today. But I'll back you up. Cricket Finland's been a great host so far in this tournament, and can't wait to get back for the coming days. Let's just hope that weather cooperates, particularly in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, certainly. Anyway, a final reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, to like this video, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Are you on K-Watch? You should be on K-Watch, because every few days we go up another K. So we're up over 460K now, apparently 463.37. So next stop is 461K. Thanks to all the K-Watchers out there. Hello to all of our fans, of course, on Fan Code that are watching from the subcontinent as well. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket, and our website, europeancricket.com. Well, you and I, we're going to have to make some plans. We'll come back here tomorrow. We certainly will hope for non-rainy weather and another full day of cricket. But for now, it's Vinny Sanders here, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of European Cricket and the whole European Cricket family. Enjoy some of these highlights of the day, starting with, of course, the bright side of the moon. It's a game we'll never forget, a day we'll never forget. Great to be back in Finland, and we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. For now, it's hasta mañana.
Empire.